So let's get started. So the first thing is I put paper and pen for you because what we're going to try to do is we're going to only take questions at the end. So like I kind of mentioned in the flyer, extended Q&A session. The reason why we're going to do that is usually what ends up happening is there's a lot of questions on this topic, and probably about half or more of the questions end up getting answered along the way. So then it kind of derails us and takes away from the time that we have, number one. And number two, the reason why I put a paper and pencil, it's very, very important for you to write down your questions, because most of the questions that you have, if I were to ask you right now, what questions do you have? You may have 3 or 5 in your mind. But as soon as we cover a topic, all of a sudden these questions start coming in your mind. I wonder about this, I wonder about this. But by the Q&A session, they're going to be gone. You won't remember them. So it's very, very important, if you really want to ask those questions, just write them down so you don't forget what those questions are. The reason why there's paper and pen for you is, one, the pen is going to advertise our school, Besides that, the real reason is actually there is a lot of evidence coming out now in many universities that when people take notes via paper and pen, or when they write via paper and pen versus on a laptop or versus on a cell phone, there's actually a higher retention of information. I'm not going to get into details of that. I had a difficult time swallowing that, because I'm a very kind of techie person myself, but the research seems to be pretty solid on this, and more is coming out. So at minimum, maybe you want to at least write your questions out physically, because what will happen is if you pick up your phone and you start typing it in your phone, and all of a sudden you're getting a text message, it's just going to derail you completely, and you start reading that thing. So that brings up another point, is that I request during the session that you not use your cell phone, right? That you not check your text messages unless it's urgent, unless you're on call for surgery or something like that. Just try to keep your phone away from you. And the reason why I say that is because oftentimes people don't realize the harms of multitasking, especially when they're trying to focus on information. So what they'll do is they'll be texting, they're like, no, it's real quick. Just tell my friend, by the way, I'll see you for lunch or something like that. And you'll miss an important piece that you think we didn't cover, but we actually covered, but you were distracted at the time. So my suggestion, and we're not going to enforce it, but my suggestion is that you keep your phone away from you so you don't get distracted. You don't open your email, your email on your laptop and start checking your emails on the side while listening. I know I've done it many, many times myself, but the research is very, very clear that you're not really able to focus, and you do miss a lot, and sometimes you don't realize what you missed. So that's my request to everyone. Okay, so let's get started. So marriage and divorce in Islam. All right, first of all, what is the purpose of marriage? Right now, some of this is going to be similar to the Friday Family Night that we did, but there's new things I'm going to be adding in here, so don't think it's just purely repetitive. So what's the purpose of marriage? What do you think the purpose? Who can tell me what the purpose of marriage is, in your own opinion? Nobody knows what the purpose of marriage is. Yes. The purpose of marriage is to worship Allah. Okay, well, that's kind of the purpose of everything, in a sense, right, that we do. So that's a general answer, which is correct, but something more specific to marriage. Like when we say the purpose of fasting is to worship Allah, but then there's a greater wisdom behind it. So meaning the purpose or the wisdom behind the institution of marriage in the first place. Okay, so to build a family. Okay, good. He was what? Okay, so going back to the story of Prophet Adam, he was alone. He wanted a companion. Allah made him a companion, so there's that aspect of companionship. Right, but then technically the response would be, well, you can have a companion, but you don't have to be married to them. Right, so you can still have a relationship. So what's the purpose of the marriage, the difference between marriage and having a companion without marriage? Right, so that would be the question, yeah. Okay, giving you a halal channel, closing the doors to haram. So, but what comes back down to my question is, but why is marriage halal and non-marriage is haram? You see, if we understand the purpose of marriage, we don't just think in terms of like legalistic black and white. You know, outside of marriage is haram, inside of marriage is halal. Then the question is why? What does the marriage do that causes something to go from halal to haram, or vice versa? So what is that thing? Yeah. Okay, to bring a man and woman in Sharia compliance. It's like an economic economic term to make the system Sharia compliant. Very good. But then the question is this: but why? What's the underlying purpose behind all of that? It was kind of mentioned, right? And that is to establish a family, right? But then the question becomes, why establish a family? What's the difference between what is the definition of a family? Right? What is a family? Yes. It should be in the kids' room. Oh, sorry, not in the kids' room yet. It's in the cafe for the kids, and we'll put it in the nursery as well. But in the meantime, the kids can be in the cafe as well. There's more space for them to move around to and everything. Okay, it's already there. Yeah, in the cafe. Yeah. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah. So the purpose of a family. What is a family? It's like surprisingly a tough question, although it should be a pretty basic question, right? What in the world is a family exactly, right? Beyond the dictionary definition, right? Okay, it's an emotional support system. Okay, let me ask you this: what about people who have children and they're not married and they're living together and they're boyfriend and girlfriend, which is extremely common in America? Then is that a family or it's not a family? You say it's a family. Okay. So then what's the need for marriage? If that's a family, then what's the point of marriage? And these are philosophical questions that we should think about, especially given the fact that many people don't believe marriage is useful anymore. 39% of Americans, according to a 2014 study, say that marriage is obsolete. There's no need for it. I was connecting with one of my old friends from high school, actually all the way from elementary school last night, and basically my entire friendship circle, everyone that I grew up with, almost none of them are married. Okay, they're not Muslim, but none of them are married. When you ask them why, many of them just like they can't figure it out, but they're like, I don't know, what's the need for marriage, right? Just have relationships with different people, have children with people. There's one guy, he was about to, anyways, long story. He was about to marry this girl. He didn't marry the girl. She was a old acquaintance of old friend of ours from school. So she has 3 kids. She's living with the guy. And I'm like, are they planning on getting married? It's like, they're not sure yet. They just don't see the purpose of marriage. So if you were to try to convince someone that there's a purpose behind marriage, you have to understand, well, why? What's the purpose behind marriage? We should know ourselves. We can't just go to someone and be like, marriage is a good thing. You should get married. Muslims and Islam teaches family values and the importance of marriage. And they're like, why? You're like, well, because it's halal and haram. It's got to be Sharia compliant. But why? What does that mean? You have to rationalize it to a higher level to understand what's the purpose behind marriage. There's got to be some significance to this institution or this idea of what marriage is. Otherwise, we just look at it from a purely legal perspective, that one thing is halal, one thing is haram, but we have absolutely no idea why, just because Allah said so. There's got to be a deeper meaning to it, right? So back to the questions. What's the point? What's the family? What's the point of family? What's the point of having this marriage contract if having children outside of marriage is a family anyways? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So the marriage contract establishes a family system where it gives them a sense of identity, and it gives them a sense of kind of family being recognized at a different level within society. Okay, that's a good answer, right? So that's kind of when you look at it and you go into detail. Look, what is marriage? Marriage is actually just a contract, right? It's a contract between two people, but contract to do what? I mean, that contract is. I mean, we're gonna get to this, but that contract can literally be done in 60 seconds. I've actually done one in 60 seconds. So someone asked, we're doing a wedding, Islamic wedding, and they said the nikah, do you want it to be? I said, do you want the long version, the medium version, or the short version? And the people were like really in a hurry, didn't understand. It's like, give me the short version. I'm like, okay. 60 seconds, we were done. They're like, what? That's it? That's it? And it's a valid marriage contract. So if these two people have a relationship before that contract, it's haram. It's considered fornication. It's a great sin in the eyes of Allah. And then 60 seconds later, now they can have a relationship and it's halal and everything is great and there's no issue. So what did these 60 seconds accomplish? Right? 60 seconds. Not even. I could probably do it in 30 seconds, right? I'm probably not going to do that, but could be done. So what change took place? Okay, we have to understand marriage. There's the philosophical, psychological ramifications of marriage, and then there's the technical contract part of marriage. So a marriage is a contract technically. It's a contract from a state perspective. It's a contract from an Islamic legal perspective. And the contract itself has significant psychological weight on the individual level and has psychological weight on a societal level. So something takes place before that contract and after that contract that has a bunch of effects and ramifications. So what that really is, when you come down to it and you look at what does that contract change in particular? What does it change? If you were to put it in a nutshell, in one sentence, and who could say the change that it has? Okay, good. One, it gives you rights that you can claim. That's number one. And with rights come responsibilities. So it gives you rights and responsibilities, number one. And number two, what do the rights and responsibilities do when someone gets into that contract? It basically tells them that they are committing to that relationship at a completely different level than they would if they're just like, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you and we'll be together always, and kind of like a high school crush or a middle school crush or something like that. People will always, you hear stories about this, or maybe you've experienced it yourself. It's like, people who are young, they'll get into a relationship, and for them it's like, this relationship's gonna be forever and I'll never leave you and this and that, and then all of a sudden that doesn't happen, right? So all those promises are not binding. They're just promises. They're not societally binding. And what happens with the contract is it becomes binding either at a governmental level or on a societal level, on a family level, in some larger capacity than between the two people themselves. So that's kind of what the purpose of marriage becomes and the purpose of family becomes. It helps to regulate that relationship between people. It helps to regulate the relationship between children and their parents, in the sense that they established a family, they gave birth through the contract of marriage, and family itself becomes like a social unit within society, and it serves a very important purpose and function. So you find that a society that has a concept of family has a very different dynamics than a society that looks at just people as individuals having relationships with different people, right? And this is something that's happened throughout history. Okay, so that's kind of the purpose of marriage, even from an Islamic view. So the question becomes now, how important is marriage in Islam? Okay, so some people say, yeah, it's very important, right? But beyond that, from a purely legal perspective, how important is marriage? Well, why even discuss that in the first place? It's a very important thing to discuss because, like I said, in 2014, the Pew Research Center, which is pretty reputable organization, they released some statistics, and they said, first of all, 39% of Americans believe marriage is obsolete. That was 2014. 2020, I would think that number has jumped to at least 45 or 50% of the population. So almost half the population of the U.S. believes that the institution of marriage is obsolete. So the importance of it needs to be emphasized along with its purpose. And the statistics have changed in terms of people getting married for many different reasons. So the 1960 statistics show that people in their 20s, 68% of them were married. So 68% of the population in America in their 20s was married. Now, what was going on in the 60s in America? Just in general, what was the culture like? Conservative culture in the 60s? Maybe more than now, but from just in general in the 60s. The sexual revolution, right? The hippie movement, civil rights movement. So the sexual revolution was taking place in the 60s, and if that's happening in the 60s at 68%, then you see in 2008, we're looking at 26% of people in their 20s are married. So it's a very big shift despite, so if it was 68% in the 60s, imagine what it was prior to the sexual revolution, which the data is not very strong on that, right? So it means that there's a decline in the number of people getting married, or the number of people considering marriage to be important, and there's a shift in getting married from an earlier age to a later age. Now, there's a lot of variables for that, but coming back to Islam, how important is marriage from a default perspective, right? What does Islam generally categorize something as? There's 5 categories in Islam whenever you look at something from a legal perspective. It's wajib or fard, you have to do it. You got to pray 5 times a day, you got to fast in Ramadan. There is sunnah or mustahab, meaning it's recommended to do it. Highly recommended, slightly recommended, there's different levels. Third is jaiz, meaning it's just permissible. If you do it, you don't do it, it doesn't make any difference. Number 4 is makruh, which means it's disliked. It's better you don't do it, but it's not sinful if you do it. And number 5 is haram, it's prohibited. You shouldn't be doing it. So where does marriage fall within this 5 category, scale? It falls in the sunnah category. It falls in something which is recommended. Now, within that category, is it on the highly recommended side or is it on the lowly recommended side? It's on the highly recommended side. Okay? So much so that the Prophet, peace be upon him, he criticized people who don't get married. So he said there was some people who said, you know what, I want to remain celibate my entire life. That's a way of expressing my piety. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, Man raghiba an sunnati falaysa minni. Whoever goes against my sunnah or my way is not from my community. Like, he was reprimanding people who said that they don't want to get married. Now, on the flip side, there are people who never got married historically. There's a book called Al-Ulama Al-Uzzab, the scholars in Islam who never got married. It's a small list, but there's important people like Imam Nawawi, who wrote the 40 Hadith of Imam Nawawi, Riyadus Salihin. There's people like Ibn Taymiyyah, very significant people who never got married in their entire life. But again, that's a minority. But why that's being pointed out is that it's not an obligation where if someone has some really good reason, and their good reason was they just wanted to dedicate their life to, I guess, studying Islam or traveling or doing whatever, or maybe they were planning on getting married and some of them died early, like Imam Nawawi. Maybe he was going to get married, but he died pretty early. So there are some exceptions, but the general rule, if you were to say what is the general encouragement or the general importance of marriage in Islam, it is highly recommended, but it's not absolutely required. Okay, now that shifts. So if someone has difficulty controlling their desires, meaning that it's just very hard for them to live in a hypersexual society and they can't stop, it's hard for them to lower their gaze. It's hard for them to not, look at, different people and stuff like that in a non-halal manner. Then it shifts from being highly recommended to mandatory for that person. This is very clear cut what the scholars say. So they say something can shift from being sunnah to being wajib or fard depending on the status of that individual. Okay? Now it can also shift the other way. So if someone has a problem fulfilling the rights of a spouse, and it's very difficult for them because either they have some type of mental illness that is not being properly treated, or they have some type of addiction, or they've just, maybe they've just been with so many people, or whatever's going on in their life on the personal level, it's very, very difficult for them to fulfill the rights of a spouse, right? Then for them, it becomes either makruh, disliked, to get married, or if it's so bad, it can actually go into the category of being prohibited. If they, for example, just cannot stop, abusing their spouse or something like that on a real abuse level. We'll talk about abuse maybe later, because there's subjective abuse and there's more objective standards of abuse. Then it could become prohibited for them. And that person just needs to work on themselves in the meantime. And if they're struggling their entire life, maybe marriage is not going to be for them. But again, these are exceptions to the rule, not the general rule. Okay? So then the question becomes, when should somebody get married? So in general, someone is supposed to get married in Islam when they are able to, and as soon as they're able to. It's very similar to Hajj, if you think about it. So Hajj, when are people supposed to perform Hajj? As soon as they're able to. What is the ability to perform Hajj? Two things. You have to be? I heard something. Be what? No debt on you? Okay, not so much no debt, but you have to have the money for it, right? Okay, so the same thing. So you have to have the money, you have to be able to afford it. And what's number two? You have to be physically be able to go. Exactly. These are the two conditions of Hajj. So what are the conditions of marriage that makes it obligatory on you, or makes it that you're ready to go for marriage? Physical ability. So you have to have the physical ability to engage in a marital relationship. I'm going to get to that, inshallah. So physical ability. Number two, financial ability. Right? These are the exact same two things like Hajj. Physical and financial ability. Right? And then again, we would throw in there some level of maturity. Right? But the problem is, what is maturity? Right? It's very, very subjective. The idea, the concept of maturity is very subjective. So you have this argument within the Muslim community, and within all communities, but within the Muslim community, is that should we encourage younger people to get married earlier to protect them from engaging in something forbidden and haram? Or should we delay that until they become more mature so that their marriage is likely to last and not end up in divorce, because divorce is something which is becoming more and more common? It's a very difficult debate to navigate, because what you have is essentially the Prophet, peace be upon him, is encouraging people to get married as soon as they're able. So he says, Ya ma'ashara shabab, man istata'a minkumul ba'ata falyatazawwaj. Says, whoever amongst you, and he's speaking to young people, he's saying, oh young people, whoever amongst you is able to get married, needs to get married, should get married. So the ability, he did not clarify, but scholars went and said, okay, what is the ability? One, physical ability means you've reached the age of maturity. Physically, you can have a relationship. Okay, so physical ability basically, literally from a purely Islamic law perspective, means you have the ability to have a physical relationship, right? So I think that's pretty, understood what I mean by that. That's one. And number two, financial ability is primarily on the side of the husband. Okay? So because the husband, we're going to talk about that, is responsible financially for the family. So meaning that he has to have the financial ability to be able to support a spouse. Now, what is financial ability? Financial ability means independent financial ability, or it means support from family and friends financial ability, right? So scholars have gone into that. The books of fiqh, fiqh means Islamic law. The books of fiqh, talking about the Sharia, has a lot of discussion on this, and what they say is that the financial ability does not have to be on an independent level. So if the family comes in and supports and says, don't worry, you get married, we know you don't have a job yet, but we're going to help you out and take care of you, and you're on your track, you're on, you're eventually going to get a job and you're going to be on your own 2 feet, but in the meantime we want you to get married because you're in school or because you're doing whatever it may be. This is something that's allowed. Not only that, there was a time when there was an abundance of zakah. The zakah is that charity that Muslims give 2.5% every year. So when there's an abundance of zakah, they're able to give it to certain categories of people who may not fall in the poor category. So one of the categories that zakah would become eligible for is that the state, the Islamic state, started distributing zakah to people who could not afford marriage to help them get married. So zakah is being given to them so that they can go and get married. Now you have people who are married, and eventually they're going to start, producing and become functional within society, and it gives back to that society, rather than having a bunch of people who are just, kind of wandering around or staying single within society. Has an effect. So all of that was discussed. So when it came down to physical ability and financial ability just basically means that you're going to be able to, for the probable foreseeable future, you're going to be able to take care of your spouse, and if you have children, you're going to be able to take care of your children in some capacity. So the financial ability is not a huge burden, but socially, in our cultural context, it becomes a burden. It becomes a problem because of the way in which our lifestyle is, particularly in America. Our lifestyle is generally, it's a very expensive lifestyle. Southern California, even higher expensive lifestyle. New York, cost of living is very expensive. And the expectations that people have tend to be much higher as well. And what ends up happening is, because you have a lot of quote-unquote immaturity or financial immaturity taking place, you have people getting married, and you have the guy who's technically supposed to be supporting the family. He got married and he didn't have a job. And then once he gets married, all of a sudden he becomes very, very comfortable with his family supporting him, and he doesn't want to get a job. And then he ends up not having the level of maturity, and then it becomes a huge problem societally. And this is a problem within our community. I see cases like this all the time in my office. People coming in, say, look, we've been married for 5 years, been married for 10 years, and this guy really doesn't want to get a job. Or he claims, he's a social entrepreneur, or some cool term like that, and then he's trying to start up his own business. But he's been trying to start up his own business for the last 10 years, and he doesn't actually have any income. So I say, well, how are you living? Say, he just live off his parents and my parents, and this is what's going on. Or the woman will be working and she'll be supporting the entire household, which we'll cover. We'll come back to that soon. So this becomes a problem. So from a purely technical perspective, you have Islam saying marriage is encouraged as soon as physically able, you're financially able, even financially if it's coming from some other source, get married. The flip side is we have this issue of financial maturity, we have this issue of social maturity, we have this issue of people not fulfilling their rights later on and all of that. So that's a social issue that needs to be dealt with. But from a technical perspective, people are supposed to get married at a young age. So where do you draw that balance? I'm just going to be giving you some of kind of my personal reflections and opinions, but telling you that there's a difference of opinion on this. This is not a Islamic law issue. So the Islamic law perspective is very clear. Someone is physically and financially able to get married, wherever that money is going to come from, they should get married. From a social perspective, it becomes different. So some people say, well, we should delay marriages so that people mature, because people are maturing later on, and there's a lot of cultural dynamics and shifts going on and all of that stuff. So my personal opinion is, it depends on a case-by-case basis, but the part of the breakdown in the family system is responsible for this. And that is that if you have unstable families and you have a generation gap, particularly among American Muslims, where people are growing up in America and then their families are kind of coming from a very different cultural background, there's this disconnect in terms of what each one is looking for, and then that has a play in terms of the family dynamics. So even if they get married early, technically it would have been okay if the family had a stronger sense of stability. And because Muslims in America are still, in their second generation, third generation now, it's still fairly new in a sense. They're still adjusting to a different environment, and they're adjusting to obviously the changes in the world in which we live. I mean, robots are starting to replace people. There's a lot of changes taking place that people have not seen before, and they're learning how to deal with these changes. So from that perspective, Uh, I do encourage people to get married at a younger age, and I would like to see in our community people getting married younger if the family is stable and ready to support particularly. And if they're not, then case by case basis. Okay, that's kind of my thoughts and perspective. You can share your thoughts if you write it down during Q&A session, inshallah. So basically, you're supposed to get married when? As soon as possible, when the ability comes in technically. Now, if you're not able to get married, usually because of financial reasons or social pressure reasons, your family says, you know what, until you finish medical school, you're not getting married. Or until you buy your own home, you're not getting married. And there's a lot of pressure from parents to prevent their kids from getting married at an early age as well. So what happens is, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, and whoever is not able to do that, they should fast. Okay? They should fast because the fasting will be like a shield for you. So what does fasting basically do? It builds your self-control. Why do you need self-control if you're not able to get married? It's pretty obvious, but why? Control your desires. You gotta control your desires. And if you live in a hypersexual society where the average TV show basically has scenes of pornography in them, right, which is, Game of Thrones and, I don't know, Suits and all sorts of other really popular shows, they literally have scenes of pornography. Technically it's pornography, right? So, I mean, I'm sorry getting graphic, but people masturbate to those scenes, right? That's considered to be pornography, okay? So when that's the society, that's the level, people are in tune with pop culture, this is what's being affected, makeup industry is at its highest level, and this is what, people deal with, then is one example that is needed to control. But it's not only fasting. So when the Prophet, peace be upon him, said fasting, he was saying one way of controlling your desires is going to be fasting. Obviously, it's not restricted to that. Another thing is you need to avert your gaze. You need to make sure that you're not looking at something which is prohibited for you, because what that's going to do is that's just going to excite your passions even more. It doesn't get out of your system, it gets more in your system so that you crave it more, right? So we should be aware of that and be cognizant of that. All right, next thing is what to look for in a spouse. Okay, so the Prophet, peace be upon him, generally said, I'm not going to quote every single verse in hadith because then I'll have to explain it, and if I have to explain it, it can take a very, very long time and we'll never cover the material. So just in general, the hadith, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said people get married for usually 4 reasons. Okay, one of them is lineage. Okay, lineage basically means like social status, right? So what does that mean? That means that there are people who look at the social status of someone when they're going to be marrying them. Now, social status is very different in different societies, right? But this is something still till today people look for, right? People always say like, oh, my parents, they want me to marry a doctor or an engineer or this and that. Well, why is that? Because there's social status associated with them. Or if someone is, I don't know, a politician, or someone is a public figure, or someone is, not just on a money that they make, but there's something about their social status that makes them desirable in a different way. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, said that's one reason what people look for. The second thing people look for is beauty. Right? So they'll be looking for beauty, and this is something which is, natural and common. What's number 3? I'm going to tell you at the end. What's number 3? Does anyone know? Wealth, right? So people look for wealth in the person that they're marrying. And what's number 4? Deen, right? Religion. Deen meaning not just religion, but like character in the sense of, just the entire makeup of the person and what's valuable for them and all of those things. So then he says at the end, and he says, make sure to focus on the deen, taribat yadak, meaning lest your hands be full of dust, which basically means if you don't focus on deen as a primary choice among these, you can look at all the other things. But if you don't focus on deen, you're going to have dust in your hands, which basically means you think you got something, but you got nothing. All right? And that's a very important thing to look for. So what he's basically saying is, this is what people look for. Make sure you focus on the deen. He didn't say the other things have no value. He didn't say the other things, you know what, if you're a real Muslim, you only care about the deen. He's not saying that. So what that means is, so scholars looked at this hadith and they said, okay, so it is permissible to consider these other factors, as most human beings will naturally do, but people should always focus on the deen. The problem becomes, what is deen, right? How do you measure the religiosity of a person? You can't. Deen is technically, in one sense, it's taqwa. Taqwa is in the heart. No one else can see it. How can you know whether someone is pious or not? They can look pious, but you can't tell. So what factors do you look for in terms of focusing on deen? Okay, let's just take 10 suggestions from the audience. Anyone? One. Yes. Praying 5 times a day. External manifestation of practicing Islam. Okay. Dressing appropriately. Okay. External manifestation. Yes. What they do in their free time. This is good. Give me an example of what you would look for in terms of what they would do in their free time. Got it. Are they doing community service, or are they going to the clubs? Let's change that from community service, yes. But going to the clubs is basically doing something completely against Islam. Let's take something that's neutral and not against Islam, that you would choose community service over the other thing that they're doing, if you were to throw one thing out. Do you see what I'm saying? No. Something that's contrasting with community service. So you're looking for community service, but you're not looking for something that's not haram, though. Playing video games. Okay. Sitting there playing video games in their free time, right? So maybe that's like a turn off, versus community service in their free time is something that you'd be more interested in. Okay, number 3, great. How they treat other people. How do you measure that? Okay, forget how to measure. How do you find that out? Observation? Okay. You spy on them, basically. No, you're right. Observation, that's true. And you figure out how to do that, right? Okay, observation, yes. Second way of doing that? Asking around, right? Asking around and getting character references. Okay, good. Number 5? Yeah. Type of language that they use. Is there a lot of negativity, and are they using like cuss words and vulgar language and all of that? Okay. Is there inshallah, a real inshallah? Or it's a magical inshallah? Okay. So are they serious in their wording when they mention Allah or something like that? Very good. Okay. Number 6. Yes. Are they family oriented? Good. How would you measure that? Okay. So if they live a mile away from their family, they're not family oriented? No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you legitimately. How would you determine whether someone is family oriented? If they're living at home, how do you know that they're living at home because they're family oriented, or they're living at home because this is the best economic decision they've ever made? They don't have to pay rent. They don't have to pay utilities. Their parents are going to buy all their groceries, and they're just saving up a ton of money. The relationship with their family. And how would you figure that out? Okay, so maybe they'll express, they're like, oh yeah, I really hate my parents or something like that. It's okay, so you can kind of get a feel for their relationship with their parents by either asking them, or maybe asking their parents, or maybe asking around someone else. Okay, what else? Number 7. Yes. Mm. Okay, so small unethical things like telling small lies if you catch them lying about certain things, or if they're mocking people, making fun of people, gossiping, backbiting people, and stuff like that. This would be another way of kind of determining this is the deen is not what it seems like completely. Yeah, their children. Oh, by looking at how their children turn out. Okay. Um, at what age? Because that can become subjective. I mean, you find Prophet Nuh, his own son, didn't believe in him, was destroyed in the flood, right? So to judge someone just based on their children, maybe there needs to be some cutoff period in terms of an age, because once someone becomes a mature adult, they can do whatever they want. They may have a good upbringing. You're referring to small children. Okay. Okay, so small children are kind of a reflection of their parents. Okay, so if they have children, you can kind of look at their children and kind of what their media diet is, what their food diet is, how much. Yeah, what you do is reflected in the young children. Okay, good. Nine. Okay, so do you show respect? Do they show respect to other people and have good values and all that? And number 10, one more, and we'll continue. Yeah. She said that the free time already, so we need a 10th one. Yeah. Oh, their political views. Okay. So what are you going to look for in their political views? Democrat or Republican or independent party or libertarian? Mm. Mm. So let's say. Mm. Mm. Okay. So like for example, someone who doesn't support the healthcare initiatives that are coming say, well, there's no empathy there in their political stance or something like that. Would you would you just look at their political view on a particular issue and say, okay, well, there's an aspect of irreligiousness there, or would you kind of give them? Would you look at their explanation about why? Okay. 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 Otherwise, basically, anyone registered as Republican would just be gone, basically. Then. Okay. 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 Good. Good. So I just wanted to clarify that. All right. Good. All right. So these are some of the things that we generally will look for in terms of religiosity. Now, there's so many different measures of religiosity that are out there. So again, you have the prayer, you have the fasting, you have the dress code, you have the dealing with family, and all of that stuff. It's very important to kind of focus on all of these as a package, because sometimes people may have one thing and they may not have the other. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is you need to check your own religiosity, right? And you need to realize, well, where are you, and uh, are you trying to look for something that you live up to yourself? So this is a huge problem in our society in terms of what people are looking for. Oftentimes, and it's totally understandable, but oftentimes people are looking for someone who is going to better them as an individual, and they're hoping that the other person is just on a higher level, and all of a sudden they'll just automatically kind of grab them, and pull them in the right direction. What's the problem with that perspective? Is there a problem with that perspective? Right, exactly. Right. The other person is also looking for someone better, so it becomes an issue. Yes. Right, exactly. So there's that's a root cause of that problem, right? So one, people need to have realistic expectations. They need to understand where they are currently. And one of the really important things is, you know what, if you have a goal to be somewhere and get somewhere, you should be on track to slowly start moving there before you start getting married, because the marriage cannot just simply be a goal and say, well, once I get married, then I'm going to start, doing all my prayers, or I'm going to say, yeah, I'm looking for someone who's going to do that. Well, the other person may say, well, I'm looking for someone who's going to help me do the same thing, and it becomes a problem. So what you do is, one of the biggest problems that we have is people not focusing on their own personal betterment while they're in the process of looking for a spouse. Understanding this principle is that, there for a lot of people, marriage becomes like a crutch for them. It's something that is supposed to somehow just kind of, someone's going to come up and just kind of grab them and take them to where they need to be. This is a huge problem. So for example, there are some people who are addicted to pornography, and they can be like, the solution for me is marriage, because I'm going to be able to fulfill that, and the person is going to fulfill my desires, and the problem is going to be solved. Actually, it doesn't work that way. It's going to actually cause more problems within your marriage until you start working on your addiction that you have prior to that. Someone will come along and say, well, you know what? I just have no motivation to get a job. I have no motivation to work. And once I get married, I'm going to have that, that family responsibility, and then the pressure is going to come in, and I'm going to have to go and work, right? But again, what if that doesn't kick in? How is that going to affect your family? So instead, you get that stuff, you start working on that, and you get part of it taken care of before you get married, so that when you get married, it's going to just create a further incentive to continue in the direction you're already moving. But if you're not moving in that direction, then you're gonna see a problem, right? So it's very important to understand when we're talking about what to look for and what you are hoping for, right? To one, have realistic expectations, number one, and two, I'll come back to realistic expectations, but to two, understand where you are. So you can want everyone who's like 10 out of 10, whatever rating you want to give to people, right? I'm looking for a 10 out of 10, and you're like a 4.2 out of 10, right? So it's a problem. Everyone wants 10 out of 10, whatever that means, right? But you need to understand where you are, right? So there's these very, very unrealistic expectations. And then the realistic expectations are made from people just not being in tune with what reality is. So because we're so connected digitally, this and that, we can have access to all sorts of people. People are looking for, I'm looking for someone, especially guys. And when I hear from guys, very clear, they're looking for someone who is like at the level of dresses like a Playboy model, basically like a Miss America or whatever, Miss World or I don't know, whatever these beauty, like a beauty model basically. They're looking for a model, but then she should also be like Hafiza of Quran. She should have a Sharia degree, and she should be like the best mother and have expertise in like raising children, and then she should have this and that, and they're looking for very, very unrealistic expectations. And the same thing happens from the woman's side. So I'm looking for a guy who's really, really hardworking and has amazing family, and then he's completely dedicated to the masjid, and he's doing volunteer work all the time in Islamic organizations, but at the same time he's going to completely take care of the children for me. He's going to help me with healthcare and everything. He's going to be at home almost all the time, right? So, and then the expectations just cannot add up completely. And you're looking for this ideal model of something which cannot even exist in reality. And that's where people need to just come down and say, well, wait a minute. First of all, understand something. Understand what is actually possible, knowing that people get burnt out. People cannot work like 120 hours a week. That's a little bit too much to ask from people, depending on what they're doing. And then understand that Muslims in America, if you're looking for someone from America, which we'll get into, Muslims in America are what percentage of the American population, approximately? 1%. Okay. So if we're 1% of the population, if those things existed in society, what is the likelihood that those people that you're looking for are going to happen to be Muslim at the same time? You just lost 99% of whatever pool that you were looking at because you need them to be Muslim as well. So that's the reality, right? That's the reality of Muslims living in America and getting married to a Muslim in America, right? So that all of that is a challenge, right? There's no like magic solution to that, but you have to understand your potentialities or your potentials that exist out there and the reality of the situation where you are. Now, if you move to another country which has a majority Muslim population, that may shift, But you may not want to do that, right? Because you're accustomed to, America or whatever it may be, or whichever country you're watching this from. Okay, so the first thing the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, focus on piety. Now, the second thing is, if you go to the books of Islamic law, almost all of the scholars say you're supposed to look for something called kafa'a. Kafa'a means suitability. And then there's all these pages and pages of what in the world is suitability. Okay? What does it mean that two people are suitable for one another? Now, usually when you talk to parents who are coming from different country, suitability for them generally means what? Same? Same country, same culture, same village, same farm or something like that, like exactly the same dimension where the other family came from. That's their definition or their concept of suitability. And anyone who's a little bit younger, anyone grew up in America, what's their response to that? As long as they're Muslim. Okay, so the response is culture doesn't matter as long as they're Muslim. Okay, so now this was my response to, when I was younger and stuff like that. And then I started studying Islam in detail, and I'm like, wait a minute. Every single Muslim scholar across the board is throwing in this concept of kafa'a or suitability. Like, wait a minute. Hold on. Were the parents right? Or they were wrong? No, they couldn't have been right because something doesn't seem right about this. But then at the same time, the scholars are talking about this concept of suitability. So what's going on? Right? Islam versus culture that many of you wanted to understand. So the aspect or concept of suitability is something that Muslim scholars have recognized and saying this is part of the principles of Islam. But does suitability necessarily mean from the same country or from the same culture? Right? We have to unpack that. So first of all, let's say from the same country. Is there suitability of people coming from the parents' background country? Or if the two people are coming from the same country, is there suitability there? Or not? Could be, could not be. Okay, when could it not be? Why could it not be? No, the values are different, we understand that. But where's the basis for the concept of suitability? What does suitability mean? And where does culture play a role in terms of suitability? So what I'm trying to, let me explain. Sister said, only Islam matters. Okay? So if only Islam matters, then what's the point of having this concept of kafa or suitability? Meaning that two people have some type of compatibility. So what is compatibility? From a very Western American perspective, compatibility is, well, we can sit down, we have a conversation, we can connect with each other and this and that. That's not what scholars are talking about. Scholars are talking about before you have an interaction, just by looking at the profile of this person and the profile of this person, the two profiles have some level of compatibility or suitability. How could you come up with that concept? And why does that concept have some value? Does it have value? The scholars are saying it has value. Your parents are saying it has value, but for them, they've restricted it only in the context of culture. And that is coming from a similar country. So let's just say it this way. There is a concept of suitability just based on profiles. Is the concept of culture a correct application of this principle of suitability? He says no. Why not? I'm asking you because you shook your head. Right. Okay, so Pakistani versus Indian. Okay. Exactly. Because you just came to the point that I was really trying to get to, is that, look, someone may come from a culture, but they may be very, very cultural. And someone may grow up in the United States, and they're coming from the bloodline of that culture, but they're not that culture at all, right? So the thing is, what determines one level of profile compatibility or suitability is whether you fit within that culture or not. So how is that going to be determined? That's going to be determined depending on how you experience your life. I mean, if you are eating, someone who's eating American food versus someone who's eating Arab food, there's a difference. Like the culture has changed. Someone who's watching Arab films, right, or watching Bollywood films versus someone who's watching Hollywood films as their primary, media diet, right, good or bad, they're gonna have a very different understanding of the world, right? That's just that's the way it is. You find people who they grew up in America, they were born in America, but their mind is kind of like in Bollywood, or it's in Arab film, or it's like in Chinese films or something like that, and the morals and ethics of those films has a huge influence on their personality, right? So like there's this new popular Turkish show called Ertugrul. Some of you probably heard of it. It's become like a hit around the world and stuff like that, and it's influenced people at such a level that a TV show, it's only one TV show, a TV show has caused people to start praying 5 times a day. It's weird. It's like people, they didn't really pray much at all, and they said, you know what, all of a sudden these teenage youth, they started watching the TV show, and they started praying 5 times a day. You're like, wait a minute. Wait, did you listen to like Mufti Mank, or did you listen to like Shaykh Yasser Qadi's lectures or something? No. Started watching Ertugrul, the TV show, and all of a sudden, I just felt like, I think I should be praying more. I have a concept of Islamic identity, right? Versus the same person, instead of watching that show, they're going to watch Game of Thrones. There's a profound difference in culture and effect that's going to have on their society. So when we're talking about the concept of suitability, the concept of compatibility, the problem with the old parent, with all due respect, everyone, the problem with the old parent cultural argument is we are not defining culture properly, right? We're not understanding that, first of all, in America, we have this very different, we have different subcultures, but we have different cultures that people have become accustomed to, depending on where they're coming from and what they're doing and their values and what their friendship circle is like, what their media diet is like, all of that stuff. It plays a huge role. And if parents don't understand that, and you have this all the time, you got some guy or some girl, born and raised in America, primarily hang around with non-Muslims, that's their culture, and all of a sudden it's like, it's time for you to get married. We're going to go back home to our back home country, and we're going to get you married to someone from the country, and we're going to bring them to America. And technically, there's no compatibility because they're not really from the same culture. See, the assumption is they're from the same culture because they're from the same bloodline. Same bloodline doesn't mean that's not your culture. So culture needs to be redefined. It's not just your bloodline. Culture is the way in which you grow up, the way in which you manifest things, even your language, for example. Like, so some people, their language, what is your primary language? There's a huge identity crisis about that. So if your primary language was, some people say, oh, you grew up speaking Urdu, or you grew up speaking Arabic, or you grew up speaking Spanish. Your primary language shifts over time. So what's the language that you're most comfortable in? The statistic is basically the language that you dream in. So if you dream in one particular language, that's considered to be your essential language now. That kind of shifts and defines what your culture is going to be to an extent. So anyways, this concept of kafa'a or suitability exists. And I'm going to come back to it when we talk about the concept of a guardian or a wali that was a requirement for Muslim women to get married, and the role of kafa'a or suitability in overriding that guardian's decision. Okay, so just remember the connection between that. So culture does matter to an extent. Okay, so what I'm trying to basically say is that compatibility is something which all scholars across the board said is basically a requirement and you should consider in marriage. What is compatibility? Not clearly defined at all. It's defined all over the place, but if we had to narrow it down, it has to do with some type of level of profile compatibility between the two people in terms of their ability to connect, in terms of their social status, in terms of their family background, wealth status, and their just ability to have a relationship. So what I'm trying to say is that the parents who are, coming from a different generation, who are saying your bloodline is the most important thing, you need to make sure you marry within your same ethnicity bloodline, they're incorrect. And then the young Muslims who are coming and say bloodline has no value whatsoever as long as they're Muslim, that's all that matters, you're also incorrect. And the truth is, the Islamic law position is somewhere in the middle between these two things. Okay, so that's kind of what I wanted to get at. Okay, so we're unpacking both cultures. We're unpacking American culture misunderstandings, and we're packing, traditional culture misunderstandings as well. So that's that. And then there's some really good books. There's a lot of books on marriage, right? And there's some books on Islamic marriage. Now, some of these are good, some of these are bad, and they kind of talk about the concept of what is suitability and what you're supposed to look for in a spouse. So again, what do you look for in a spouse? Now there's a ton of books on the market. So you go to islamicbookstore.com, you go to Halalco. I don't even know if they're available anymore. I used to go like 15 years ago. But you could find books on Amazon, but I'm giving you Islamic websites because they're just going to have Islamic books. So you just type marriage, and all the books that they're going to have is pretty much something to do with Islamic marriage by Hidayah Hartford, or Marriage in Islam by Ruqayya Waris Maqsood, or any of the other dozens of marriage books out there. One by Lekovich, Munira Lekovich. It's like 100 questions to ask a Muslim spouse or something like that. Ahmed Saqar, he's got one on too. Oh, he's got like 5 on, mashallah. He's got a book on every subject, mashallah. Rahimahullah, may Allah bless him. Yeah, so Dr. Ahmed Saqar has books on that as well. So there's a lot of good books out there. But when the book has a title of Islamic in front of it, the assumption is that the content is Islamic, right? The content is not just written by a Muslim. And that's where some of these books become a problem, because Islamic means that the person has a good understanding of what Islamic values are and also what Islamic law is. There's a difference between Islamicate and Islamic, right? Islamicate is a term that was invented by, post-Orientalists that basically means something associated with Islamic culture and Islamic peoples, basically meaning Muslims. Islamic, when you use that term as Islamic, it's different because it means that there's an actual representation of mainstream Islamic values within that text. The problem becomes this, and I can't expand on this because it's a long topic, but when you have a Muslim who has some understanding of Islam, but not a very deep understanding of Islam, and then they're trained in psychology, many aspects of psychology will be from a very secular framework and not necessarily in line with the Islamic values that exist within the general framework and system of Islam. So sometimes you have to take these books with a grain of salt, right? And it's very important to understand that, look, it's like a Muslim doctor, right? Someone is a Muslim, there's so many Muslim doctors out there, right? If someone is a Muslim doctor, when they're performing surgery, is their surgery Islamic because they're Muslim? No, it's nothing Islamic about their surgery, okay? When they are asked to perform an abortion, okay, is their abortion going to be Islamic? Not necessarily. Do they even know anything about abortion in terms of the time limit and the time frame and what are the circumstances and all that? They may not know anything. So they're an expert in abortion, but they have no really understanding of that concept of how it relates to Islam. So same thing happens with many Muslim family therapists, Muslim counselors, that they're Muslims, they may be practicing, they're good people generally, but their knowledge and expertise is in counseling, not necessarily so much in Islam. So what's needed really, ideally, and it's a lot to ask, is someone who has really an expertise in both, so they can combine and overlap these two fields, which is something very, very rare. It's like saying we need to have lawyers who are specialists in Islam and specialists in law. Right? It's like the Jewish community has that. So when it comes to law, you have a ton of rabbis who are specialists in American law, and they have this beautiful conglomeration, this mix of these things, and they formed, this organization called the Beit Din of America. I'm going to come back to that when we talk about, divorce next week, in terms of divorce by tribunal and what the Jews do in the system and all that stuff. So that's ideal. So what you just need to do is basically understand, take some of this advice or some of those things with a grain of salt, and maybe ask some questions. Otherwise, these books are generally very valuable. if you've not read any books on marriage and you're thinking about getting married, you need to read some books. If you're already married and you've not read any books about marriage and what you're supposed to be doing, you need to read some books. If you're thinking about divorce, you need to read some books about that, because there's value in studying anything at a deeper level. But while you're reading them, just keep in the back of your mind that this may not be always advice that's 100% in line with Islamic values, because the person may be trained from a secular framework, and most of it's pretty good general advice, but some of it may be problematic. Okay, so enough on that. Let's move on. How do you approach a potential spouse? Well, yes. I wanted to go back and do read the latest 10 books, but I just didn't get the time. So I can't really recommend anything, unfortunately. I would just recommend, trial and error, and maybe write some notes down, and then just go and consult with your local scholar and say, hey, these are some of the concepts I came up with. I'm kind of wondering about these. Is this kind of clear cut in Islam about, this is how intimacy should be, or, this is how, there's advice on whether to live with your family or not live with your family. Is this generally in line with Islam? So ask some of those questions and they can clarify it for you. So I can't give you any specific books. I apologize. Yeah. All right. So what to look for, or how to approach a potential spouse. Very, very common question, because Islam has restrictions and guidelines. I mean, this is a normal question anyways, that people ask, non-Muslims ask it too. They're like, all these books, Dating for Dummies and all that. So people want to know how to go and approach someone, if that's just a general thing. But then you have these rules in Islam, and Islam comes and says, well, you got to approach in a specific way. And then on top of that, you have Muslims tend to be very cultural. Then you have these cultural regulations. You have to approach according to a specific culture, otherwise your opportunity is gone. You approach wrong and you're finished. You're out. This may have been the perfect match for you, 100% suitability. You had the wrong approach and you messed up the entire thing, because you went and you asked the girl instead of asking her father. Or you went and you asked the guy, and in their culture, the girl shouldn't be asking the guy, or whatever it may be, right? So this idea of how to approach is important, so you don't mess things up, number one. And two, people are very disconnected. They're becoming more and more disconnected from reality and social relationships due to reliance on technology and addiction to cell phones and all of that. So what ends up happening is it's very hard for them to even know how to even approach someone for marriage potential, right? So to start with, first of all, searching for a spouse in Islam, let me ask you this. Does Islam promote arranged marriages or not? Who says yes, it promotes arranged marriages? Okay. Raise your hand. Come on, it's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Promote meaning it kind of encourages the concept of an arranged marriage. Okay. Who says no, it does not? Okay, and so only had very few people voted. Okay. So what is the definition? That I wanted you to define that basically. Okay, so what does arranged marriage mean to the average person who hears arranged marriage? What do you understand when you hear arranged marriage? Somebody decides who you're going to marry for you. Okay? Does everyone agree with that definition in general? You don't. So the people who said yes, Islam promotes arranged marriage don't agree with that definition. So their hands would have changed anyways. So what else? What's a different definition? Okay, so you're saying arranged marriage is the general involvement of the parents, not making the decision, but being involved in the process. Okay, that's good. That's sufficient. That's a differentiation I wanted to have. Is that, does the first definition of arranged marriage exist in terms of someone makes the decision for you? Generally, your parents will make the decision for you. Does that exist in the world? Does or doesn't? It absolutely does. Absolutely does. Where does that exist? Huh? Pakistan? Okay, maybe Pakistan. In India, among the Hindu culture, it's very, very common. In Africa, it's very, very common. I had a couple one time in my office. They came, they said, you know what, I'm getting married, and I want to know if this type of marriage contract is permissible in Islam. I said, what's the contract? Basically, our parents are meeting up, and they're getting us married, but we're not going to be there. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. This is somewhere in Africa. I forgot which country it was. So I'm like, hold on. So you're getting married, but you're not going to show up, and your husband is not going to show up at the marriage. Like, that's correct. And I'm like, why? This is totally normal in our culture. So the parents get the kids married without the kids even being present. And that's part of their culture. And it's totally normal. And I'm like, you're on board with this? It's like, yeah, absolutely. I'm on board. And the other guy's on board. Other guy's on board. I'm like, okay. So the thing is, for us, like, you know, people who growing in America, it's like, what the heck? How could that even happen, right? How could that even exist? So if it's something by consent, that's a concept of arranged marriage which exists. Concept of arranged marriage in Hindu society, in Hindu culture, as far as I know, unless it's probably changing, but generally you don't get to see the person you're marrying until the day of the marriage, until the marriage is pretty much done. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that correct? Anyone who kind of knows Indian Hindu culture? No one knows Indian Hindu culture. It does, right? Yeah, so that happens in India, right? So they get married, there's a wedding thing, and the woman has like a cover on or something like that. And when the marriage is done and they're already married, then the cover is lifted, and this is the first time this guy will ever see his wife, ever. And there was like this, you know, parody, is a movie called East is East. I don't recommend you watch it. It's not a good movie, but I recommend you don't watch it still, but I'm going to tell you a scene from it, because basically it's like an English movie parodying Indian culture, because a lot of, you know, Indian Pakistanis in England. So basically they show this marriage, and then this guy gets married, and then they lift the cover, and the, you know, guy looks at the girl, and, you know, he runs away, and he's like, oh no, I married this woman, and then anyway he becomes gay and all this stuff happens, whatever. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's still not a good movie, so I wouldn't recommend watching. Some stuff I watched, you know, in my previous days prior to practicing Islam, so I wouldn't recommend you watch it. There's a lot of, you know, not good content in there. But anyway, so but that's the reality. So they're parodying reality because that's what actually happens, right? So that means that there are cultures where people do not even see each other, and they end up getting married. That's generally the understanding of arranged marriage, okay? Now, there's a different understanding of arranged marriage, and that is when there's parental involvement, right? That should kind of be there, right? Or has to be there or should be there. We'll come to that in a moment. But there needs to be a different term for that, because the concept of arranged marriage, where people don't have any say, even if they wanted to say something and they wanted to say, you know what, you know, mom, dad, I love you, you're my parents, but we don't see eye to eye in terms of what you want and what I want. And this is very, very, would you say it's very common among American Muslims? I would say it's the default, right, for the most part, because of the breakdown in the family system, and also the generation gap and how things change in different culture and all of that stuff. So if Islam promotes arranged marriage according to the first definition, that means that the children have no say whatsoever, and they have to do exactly what the parents are telling them to do. That's not the case. And it's important to differentiate that, because the term arranged marriage for most people means this idea of one of two things. You don't get to see your spouse before you marry them, which happens in the world, like very common in Hindu culture. Or number two, you can see them, but you don't really have any say in the matter, and the matter is decided for you, and your input is nice, but it doesn't matter. You really don't care what you think, and you can go ahead and tell us your opinion. Okay, thank you very much. We're just going to do it anyways, right? So that concept doesn't exist in Islam, and that's the opposite of arranged marriage. So what we need a different term. Okay, I don't know what that different term would be. Parental involved marriage or something, whatever you want to call it. Come up with some other term. There should be a differentiation between the two. Why? Because in Islamic law, there is no concept of being pressured or forced into a marriage, number one. and not seeing your spouse. I mean, if you agree to not seeing your spouse, that's fine. But the recommendation by the Prophet, peace be upon him, was that you should see your spouse, which means that that type of marriage existed during the time of the Prophet, and he specifically was saying you should see your spouse before you get married as a default rule. That should be the default. The exception is if you're like, you know what, I really don't care. I trust my parents. They know exactly my taste. We have a very good family relationship. Just handle it. I'm really busy. I have other things to deal with, and I'll be fine. Okay. Most people are not like that. Most Americans are definitely not like that. Maybe with few exceptions, because our culture is a very individualistic culture, right? That's the way we kind of grow up. But there are people like that in the world, and Islam did not come to force people. It's a very important thing for Americans to understand, or Westerners to understand. Islam did not come to force people to live a particular way just because we happen to have that taste and that desire. So that's my thing. Like, that's the way I am, and probably most of you are. It's like, look, someone's going to decide for me? Come on, what about my choice, right? Or I'm not going to see my spouse? That's ridiculous. I have to see my spouse. But you know what? There are people in the world who will openly tell you, I'm okay. I'm okay with not seeing my spouse. Now, does Islam as a religion come and say, no, you have to see your spouse? We don't care what you think. We don't care what you want or whether you're comfortable. You have to. Islam has never been like that. Islam is very accommodating to different cultures and different tastes. So if that's the taste, Islam doesn't say you have to, but it encourages you to, just in case you really are not in that line. Okay? Yeah, is it a clarification question? Mm. Yeah, that's a good point. So, yeah, yeah. Yes, a good point. Yeah, good point. So we do need this clarification, because what it does is it creates this dichotomy. It creates this two extremes. The parents are saying, we'd like to be involved in the marriage process, and automatically the assumption is my parents are automatically going to decide for me. This is arranged marriage. I have no say in this and that. So there needs to be this differentiation. So this is a good point, inshallah. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So yes, exactly. So the average American understands arranged marriage as that first definition of people not knowing, having a say. So how do you? So there's no arranged marriage, but at the same time, there's no concept of dating in Islam. So you don't have this, and you don't have that. So the concept of dating and going out on dates and stuff like that, especially privately on dates and stuff like that, that concept doesn't exist. So Islam is somewhere in the middle between those two concepts. Okay. So how do you approach a potential spouse? Number one, you can find your own spouse. Okay, so how do you do that? These are recommendations now. These are not clear-cut Islamic guidelines. But the recommendation is you should inform your family that you are searching for a spouse, or you're asking around, or that you're going to put your profile up somewhere or something like that. Is this an absolute requirement in Islam? No. Okay, so from a purely legal perspective, do you have to inform your parents that you're searching? No. Is it a good idea from just a general perspective? Usually yes, unless your parents are, really against you getting married and they're just going to cause problems or something like that. Then technically you don't have to, although you should in most cases. So if you're finding your own spouse, very simple list of things to do. If you're going to go find your own, you've informed your family or you haven't informed them, you can just go straight and ask directly. Okay, you can ask directly. It's okay for a man to approach a woman, and it's okay for a woman to approach a man. Now, according to one statistic, 93% of women prefer to be asked out on a date by a guy. That's American culture, given the egalitarian nature, very different cultural nature of America. So if that's still the case, generally that's going to be considered the default, which means that if many women are kind of hoping that the guy is supposed to approach, and that's part of the culture, then that means the guy has to take some initiative. Right? So I'm speaking to the guys, right? So if there's a a desire or there's a want to do that, and you're like, no, you know what? I love the story of how the Prophet ﷺ was approached by Khadija. So I'm waiting for my Khadija just to come and approach me, and this beautiful story, and his first wife, and Khadija is one of the women of Jannah. She's one of the 4 women promised paradise. What more can you want from that? I'm just waiting for that sister to come for me. That you're not understanding the general culture. So maybe you're not taking enough initiative. So that's number 1. Number 2, if you're not that type of person, or there's a danger of approaching directly. Now, what is the danger of approaching directly? I kind of mentioned it earlier, but someone else can tell me. Danger is rejection, or you feel bad. Okay, so that's one danger, okay? But what's another danger of approaching directly? What if they're married and engaged? Again, embarrassment, But beyond that, there's a greater danger than that. It may be offensive to the person. Okay, so that's kind of where I wanted to get. Yeah. So it may be the inappropriate way to approach to that person's culture. So what you could do is, if you approach someone directly, and according to that culture, that was not the right way to make your approach, you just broke your entire potential with that person. So let's take, for example, I'm not picking on any culture. I'm just throwing out randomly the last few cases I've dealt with. Palestinian family, okay? This guy came, and I apologize, any Palestinians in here? So Palestinian family. This guy comes, and he goes and approaches the sister, and she's Palestinian, okay? Approaches the sister directly. Sister goes and tells her parents. Parents, and these are real, I'm telling you real stories, okay? Sister goes and tells her parents. No, approaches her and say, Assalamu alaikum, I've seen you in the masjid, you seem like a really good sister. I saw you in the MSA, you seem like a really good sister. Would you consider are you considering marriage or something like that? And she's like, yeah, I guess I would, I can talk to my parents, are you serious? Well, I would like to consider maybe the possibility, whatever his approach was, right? So the sister goes and tells her parents. The parents are like, no, not gonna happen. But why, Dad? Why is it not gonna happen? Because he should have approached us. He should not have approached you directly. So I said, well, is there anything wrong with the guy? I said, well, they look at the guy. No, he seems like a really good guy, and probably everything would have been fine, but he messed up the approach. So, well, how about he comes to you now? No, too late. Done. The guy's done. He already messed up. This doesn't work in our culture. And that's it. And this guy was done. Now we will never accept this guy, no matter what you do. We don't care how good he is. He's out. Okay, struck out. 3 strikes in 1 shot. So he's finished. It's real stories. This is not one case. I'm talking about a lot of cases. So the danger now is approaching directly. You can be out directly with the family, and the family is going to put a lot of pressure. And again, we're going to talk about what's the family's role. When can the girl or the guy say, no, I'm going to go against my family, and you're unjustly rejecting all these suitors. We're going to get into that in a little bit. But this concept of asking directly, it's good in a way where you need to take initiative, right? But on the other side, it could mess up things for you. Okay. Flip side of that is there's technically, Islamically, nothing wrong with a woman going and approaching a guy. Okay. It was not the norm, but it was done. So there's nothing Islamically wrong with that. Okay. Culturally, again, we have so many different cultures. Not everyone is going to be like this or like that and all of that stuff. So there's no problem with that technically. Second option, okay, for people who are kind of like, I'm not going to ask directly because of cultural reasons or because I'm afraid of rejection reasons or whatever it is, you can simply go and ask through a friend or a family, which is technically what Khadija did. So Khadija didn't actually walk up to the Prophet, peace be upon him, okay? People misunderstand. They're like, oh, Khadija just walked up to the Prophet, be like, hey, you're a pretty good guy. You want to get married? She didn't do that. She did the second one. She went through her friend, okay, Nafisa or Nufaysa, and she approached and said, why don't you ask him for me? And she was smart. She asked in a very roundabout manner. So sometimes you'll want to ask your friend or your family member to go and ask for you to prevent either cultural awkwardness or to prevent rejection. Or to prevent rejection, they can ask in an indirect way. So what's an indirect way? They walk up, and I do this for a lot of people. So a lot of people say, can you ask so-and-so? Can you ask so-and-so? So I go and I say, look, if you're afraid of rejection, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to basically I'm going to mention your name only at the end. So I'll go and I'll talk to, let's say, for example, I'll talk to a guy. I'll be like, look, are you interested in marriage? And if the guy says, no, no, I still have like 5 years, I'll just go back, tell the sister who was interested in him, say, look, he says he's not really interested for 5 years. Are you interested in still pursuing this guy or no? And she's like, no, no, I need to get married within 2 years. So that guy's out. Name was not revealed. There's no awkwardness between their relationship now that, she proposed and the guy said no for whatever reason, good reason, bad reason. It's clear. The guy says, yeah, I'm interested in marriage. Okay. Second one is, okay, well, what are you looking for? Usually I'll ask, what is a absolute no for you, right? So if he'll say, I would just throw out some variables like, is it okay if a sister is older than you? He's like, no, no, she can't be older than me. And if the sister was asking who's older, I'd be like, oh, okay, just checking. Got your things. Go back to the sister and say, you know what? He said no because of the age and all that. Didn't have to disclose your name, so now there's no awkwardness, right? So again, you throw out some of those things, and if everything checks out and he's like, yeah, I'm okay with this, I'm okay with this, then say, okay, now it's time to mention the name. So-and-so sister is interested in maybe pursuing marriage with you. Would you consider it? This and that. The guy says either I'll think about it or he gives some weird answer or whatever it may be. It's all sorts of scenarios. And that's a way of asking through a friend or family, right? Eventually disclosing the name. So that's another way. Third way is to ask directly to the family. So you go straight, like I told you, Palestinian family example. You go straight and you ask the family and say, look, I'm interested in your daughter, or I'm interested in your son, or something like that. And you ask the family directly. Fourth way is to ask through a family or friend to the family. So you don't even send directly to the person, you send to the family. Now that's becomes, again, sometimes that's the cultural practice. So you send your parents to go speak to their parents. Or you send, mom to speak to the mom or something like that, okay? So these are 4 different ways if you're trying to find your own spouse. The second option is to have a friend or a matchmaker go and find someone for you, okay? So this is used to be very, very common that you have this very socially connected friend, or usually like a auntie, like a khala or something like that in the community who goes and does matchmaking. And then they collect, I guess what's called your bio data or something like that. It's like a weird term. It's like a security term or something like that. And they get a profile on you and they go and start searching around for different potentials in the community. Now this is dying out, unfortunately, due to a number of reasons. Why do you think this institution is dying out? Internet, social media, but what about these people who do this generally and kind of help people hook up and get married? Why is it kind of dying out besides just the internet? I mean, what's wrong with the strategy? Yes. So what happens is if there's a cultural disconnect between the matchmaker and what the person is looking for, they'll insist on their own criteria. And now, because there's a cultural disconnect between the matchmaking khala auntie and the person of what they're looking for. So that's going to start dying out automatically. So what's the solution for that? Right, so trying to change someone who's in their 50s or 60s is very difficult, right? So what you do, yeah, exactly. So now what happens is, because this is usually the role of an older person, we need to shift this into younger people who kind of have an understanding of the culture or the target culture of the people who are searching for that. And that would be a solution to that. So there's probably services that are coming out. The only service that I know that has started doing something like that is this website called Beyond Chai. Okay, so Beyond Chai is, they have a matchmaking service, and chai is like tea, and I guess there's some connection between drinking tea when you're talking about proposal or something like that. So they want to go beyond the chai, get married. So I guess that's probably where they came up with the idea. So they have a matchmaking service. And what they're basically trying to do is they're saying, look, we're going to take this not so relevant elder generation of what function they used to provide, and we're going to professionalize it, and we're going to charge for it. And a lot these aunties and khalas and stuff, they used to charge for it as well. Some of them just do it for free as a service, you know. But they're going to go say, we want to professionalize this, and we want to basically say, how can we help people to get matches made, rather than just sitting up there and putting their profile and searching for hours every single day. So they made this service. It was basically a young, more relevant, understanding person of what they're going to look for, and they do the matchmaking for you, and they do searching and all of that stuff, depending on what your criteria is. So they have a scale of fees. It could be somewhere between $100 a month up to like this corporate level $300 a month plan. Maybe they have like a VIP plan or something like that. These websites exist for non-Muslims as well. People are trying to find kind of matches, whether it's a dating or a marriage site. So this is a good example of someone who's trying to implement this service in our community. I think the theory is great. On a personal level, I think the theory is great. I don't know how well it's working, right? But the concept is this. If you have all these websites, you have people really struggling to go and find someone, and people are sitting there, and instead of chatting and getting all these different requests from, different countries, and getting people trolling you and people stalking you online and all the problems that come with this online matchmaking, someone comes, grabs all your data, is a professional, knows exactly what you're looking for, and they do all the searching for you. Then they'll go and they'll contact the people for you, they'll vet the people for you, and all of a sudden they'll pass off like, hey, we did all this vetting, and here's like a few potential people that we came across after all this work and effort. So it seems like, a good concept, at least in theory, if it's being done well in practice. So that's an option, and hopefully that becomes more and more common. Why am I saying this? Because one of the most common questions that I get, or one of the most common complaints that I get, is it's so hard to find a spouse. It's so hard to find a spouse. This is the same complaint that non-Muslims have, but the difference is that non-Muslims have a 99% larger pool than American Muslims, because we're 1% of the population. So if it's hard for them, it is 99 times harder for a Muslim, and that's why the complaints are very legitimate. They're like, it's so hard to find a spouse. And the common response is, you know what, you're just being too picky. Now, yes, they are too picky sometimes, but if they're not too picky, it's still hard for them to find a spouse because of so many different variables that are going on. So something like this is a great idea, and I'm hoping and I'm looking for more Muslims who are creative, and they come up with creative ideas to solve this problem and kind of help people to find matches easier and just make the whole thing easier, assuming that the problem is not exaggerated criteria, or like being too picky, basically. So if we remove the too pickiness thing, and people have good realistic expectations, and they're kind of worked on themselves, and they're everything checks out, all of that stuff is gone, and maybe no serious family issues or addiction issues or whatever, all of that's good, the person still has a problem finding a spouse. So we need creative solutions to get that done, and you can monetize that. Okay, like they're monetizing it. It's been covered in Wall Street Journal, it's been covered in New York Times, it's been covered in many different places. This is a great opportunity and a niche market for people who want to make some money and help the community at the same time. Okay, so that's option number 2. Have a friend or matchmaker find someone for you. Option number 3 is you go to halal speed dating events. And I said halal speed dating. Speed dating is, not the best term, but basically there's these events where you have these meetups. And people do these icebreakers, and we did one actually event here. Half Our Deen Offline is another one that does it. ISNA conference every year is one of the largest conferences in North America. They have this matrimonial thing, which a lot of people sign up for. I've heard very bad reviews about it, but it's a lot of people sign up for it. So probably it should be done a little bit better since it's the largest one. I don't even want to start to get into what I've heard about what happens there, but it's just not that productive. There's not that many matches coming out of it, maybe because the way that it's done. So someone, again, creative can come along and, help improve that whole process, and you can even monetize that, right? I mean, honestly, look, people are getting People are getting very desperate in terms of trying to find a spouse. They're waiting several years. It's very, very hard for them. And these are people who have money, and or their families have money, and they'll be willing to pay a lot of money, right? So I don't know what the entrance fee is to the ISNA conference. What is it? Does anyone know? Any idea at all? It's like maybe, I don't know, $50, $100, $200, something like that. You could double it. You could triple it. And I'm telling you, people will come if there's an awesome service there, right? Or if they somehow improve the process. So people are willing to pay for things which have quality. We need innovation, halal bid'ah, right? Innovation in this field. So halal speed dating events. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna okay. It's a good theory, but again, let me tell you something. Every time I hear someone say the masjid should do such and such thing, every masjid should have such and such thing, uh, I just basically say, don't hold your breath, okay? Because the reality is, okay, without sitting there criticizing masjid, just look at the reality. Who's gonna run the masjid? How are the majority of masjids run by volunteers? How are the volunteers, who usually tend to not even be culturally at the same level of the people who are looking for marriage? They're culturally, usually they're elder, and they're culturally at the level of the auntie khala who we're talking about being replaced. How do you expect them to somehow organize the entire event, make it awesome, and be in every single masjid? I think it's an unrealistic expectation. There are efforts, alhamdulillah. Yeah. You're trying to promote involvement and promote the event. I agree. I agree. I agree. So people should get involved. I agree with that. People should get involved in their local masjids. Should try to do something. What I'm just saying is that don't think it's going to be the solution. So IAOC has, alhamdulillah, they've been doing a few events like this. I just spoke with ICOI, Islamic Center of Irvine. Brother Amin, who works there, he's about to launch a matrimonial service over there as well. Sheikh Tariq, Mission Viejo, they have a matrimonial service as well, and they have kind of offline events taking place for several past few years. So there's some good efforts in that, and we should continue those efforts. But don't just assume that it's just going to all of a sudden pop up somewhere. That's just kind of my disclaimer or my advice. So let me tell you something about the database, okay? So the masjid that I'm with, Islamic Institute of Orange County, we've had a database for about more than 10 years, okay? The problem with that database, people come in all the time and they're registering and this and that. How is the database being managed? And how is the people who are viewing that data, how are they even making a determination of, oh, these two people would be a considered potential match, number one? How are they processing the data? Number two, how are they contacting the people to even set that up? So that process is generally broken, or it's not very well done. So you can sit there and you can have all this data on all these people, but if that process is not done, or there's no advice being given to the people as well, it's not going to work. So again, I've been imam for, over, I don't know, a decade or more, unofficially like 15, 20 years now. I've been collecting data on people. People come and they give me their profile, their bio data, basically, right? And they say, this is my picture, and this is my this is my that. Can you please, help make matches for me? So I used to do this in the past. I don't do it anymore because it's very time consuming. One of the biggest problems is, for me, to number one, process the data, to give advice to people on what kind of data they should be submitting, what type of expectations they should have, and then to see if those profiles actually match up. It's time consuming, number one. Many matches don't occur because of the amount of applicants that are coming in. So that type of data in one masjid is not going to suffice. Processing the data is a second problem, and then actually making the process of communication between the couples and facilitating is going to be a third problem. So another solution needs to be there. So the solution could be, potentially, the local masjids collect the data. There's a centralized system where the data is all conglomerated, it's all put together, right? And then you have a team and a system going and bringing this data together and then kind of forming these networks. So kind of like online, but everyone's registering through the masjid. There's a lot of people working in this field. So people have different solutions. One solution that one of our local sisters just came up with, she lives in Mission Viejo, she launched a site. The site is you get vetted by your local imam. So basically, what it's going to do is going to filter people who have some connection to their local masjid. And when you're registering, you're going to register on this website, and your local imam will basically meet with you once and at least vouch for you that you have an understanding of what marriage is going to be and all that. So that's one model. They're pioneering that, they're working on that. There's other models that are coming out to kind of get all this data together. Again, you just need a few computer people and a few socially savvy people. You need to get them together and, get them to do this. So it's doable. It's very doable. I'm just saying it requires some work. So these are all great ideas. We can come up with all these awesome ideas, but then just on the practical ground, getting someone to do it is it's a dua. We make dua, inshallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gets some people to do it. Okay. Next, you can approach a potential spouse online, okay, with one of these websites that you find over there. So just looking at some stats and some data, we'll take a break soon. Some stats and some data. Online dating users among non-Muslims, 47% are women, 54% are men, meaning that it's almost 50-50 split. So this idea that, only men use online dating or only women use online dating, that has changed now completely. So if that's the case in the dating community, it's probably somewhat representative in the Muslim community as well. So it's a good option for people. 17% of marriages in 2015 started with online dating. It's not a great high number, but it's probably, increasing. So there's a really good website called muslimmarriagesites.com. All that is, it's a list of the top Muslim marriage websites that are out there. So there's a bunch of them. Some of them are outdated. I don't even know if they exist, but there's Qiran, there's Shadi.com, there is Muslim Match, there is, somebody throw out some more names for me. Hafardeen, Minder, it's an app. Huh? Mawadda. Love Habibi. Love Habibi. Did you just make that up, or? Oh, it's a real, okay. Love Habibi. Anyone else? All right, so there's a lot of them out there, and you can find them. Probably one good way to start would be to check how many users are in each one and start with the one that has the most users. So that's one way you would look. Second way you would look, I'm just speaking as like my computer science background, what you would want to, how you'd approach this, is you would look at what the profile actually has, because different sites ask for different amounts of data and information. So you'll look at a website to see what kind of profile is going to be listed for you, and if those are the type of things that you're interested in. So for example, let's say health is something very important for you, like athleticism and exercise or whatever it may be. Or let's say smoking is something very, very important for you, and you're very, very concerned. Look, I don't want to be meeting these really good people, but then they happen to smoke. Everything else checks out, but they're smoking. Had I known that, I wouldn't have to ask that. So there are some sites that will ask you to filter those things. Do you drink? Do you smoke? What's your level of exercise, or that you have, or something like that? Maybe there's income, variable or something like that. So you find a place that has the variables that you're looking for, and then you can narrow down the site and say, this site may be better for me, because you can't be on all 20, 30, 40, 50 sites, right? It's going to be really hard to navigate through all of those. So these are just some suggestions, and you can come up with your own algorithm for determining which site you want to go on. Yes? Yeah. That's a good question. That's a very good question. So does it look bad to have your profile kind of out like that, that you're on the market for marriage or something like that? Okay, so your question. Okay, so I'm glad you clarified that. So you're asking, is it halal? Is it Islamic to have your profile out there? Of course. Why not? It's like you're gonna put a picture of yourself, eating a burger on Facebook or something like that, right? Technically, that's halal. So having your picture out there saying, look, I'm interested in marriage. Here's a picture of what I look like, and here's my information. I'm 6 feet tall, and my salary range is between this and this, and I don't smoke and I don't drink. Why would it be haram? Like, why would it be? Let me ask you this. What would lead you to think that it might be Islamically problematic? Okay, so there's two different things. So one of them is having your profile on the app, and the second one is the type of conversations that you're having. So the type of conversation that you're having can become very problematic, and that's the next section that we're going to be covering, okay? So we need to be very careful about that, and I'm going to explain the rules in terms of what are the guidelines for keeping things halal in an online search. I'm not going to say online relationship, because the relationship part, technically, it shouldn't be a relationship in the first place. It should be potential for a relationship, right? So online interaction. So I'll get into that in a moment. Let's finish this section, and then we'll break. Muslim marriage sites is one of those sites. Now there's this debate, okay? This debate over whether or not we should be promoting or giving into kind of the superficial culture of kind of Tinder. You know, Tinder is this app where everyone's got their picture there, and you swipe one side if you like them, and you swipe the other side if you don't like them. And the argument for Tinder is, look, people care about appearance, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, according to his hadith, said people search for four things. Search for deen, but you're allowed to consider appearance as one of the factors. So if you're allowed to consider it, why can't you do the whole swiping thing? So from Tinder, they made Minder, the Muslim Tinder, right? And it's there. And the argument of Minder is pretty interesting. So the argument is, they're saying, yeah, we're not encouraging you to be superficial and just look at people's profile pics or something like that. Just look at how they look. But at the same time, the profile pictures in reality is something what people look for. Forcing people to put their profile picture as the top thing, knowing that that's what people look for, will force people to put more time and effort into their profile picture. And if that's going to lead to more connections, and that's the way the culture is anyways, we're helping solve the problem, not intentionally trying to make people superficial, but we're actually improving the pictures that get up there, and the pictures will end up leading to more connections, right? That's almost like, let's take a flip argument. Okay, this purely hypothetical argument, but let's just say instead of the picture, the monetary amount of how much the person makes is listed at the front, and you're swiping right and you're swiping left, right? And you say, wait, how superficial is that? But you say, wait a minute, on the flip side, the Prophet ﷺ said you're allowed to technically consider wealth status. And for many traditional families, what they'll do is they'll be like, well, the person better be making X amount of money, or be a doctor, engineer, or lawyer, or whatever, some kind of high profession, in order for you to consider them, because your own background is that. You're a doctor, you better find a doctor. You're an engineer, you better find at least a lawyer or a dentist, or I don't know, something like, not like an English major or something like that. With all due respect to English and, Latino studies majors and, third world studies majors, right? There's just a different status that people have in their mind depending on the major and what the average income is going to be. So this is the flip side of the argument, okay? So, but the counter argument to that is, but you're just giving into that culture, and you're causing it to be even more superficial, okay? So now, whichever side you're on, okay, I'm personally divided, between both of these things, because I know what people look for, okay? And the reality is, whether people want to say it or not, and the statistics show that most men, one of the most things that they're looking for, technically after deen, is they're looking for looks. Okay, and most women, what they're looking for technically after deen is going to be not necessarily money. I wouldn't say money, but it's usually some type of stability. I was thinking of a different word, but stability is a good word. Like stability and potential for, you could say ambition that's likely to lead to some level of success in their life, right? That's what they're kind of looking for, right? Beauty is not the number one mark usually for women. No, for some it is. And for men, some it may be ambition. I want you to be like, found some amazing company or something. But again, this is what most people are looking for. So if that's what they're looking for, would that help solve the problem of people finding in this and that? That's that's an argument that could be made generally. The last thing on this point is, don't be cheap, okay? So if you're trying, really, don't be cheap. If you're doing this online service, or even if you're searching for marriage, or even if you're going, to taking someone out for a chaperoned marriage interview, whatever, we're going to get into that. Don't be cheap and try and like cut costs and save money and be like, oh, this service is free. This service, they want me to pay $7 a month for this service? That's too much, man. You could do that when it comes to, you know, your video subscriptions or your other subscriptions or whatever. This is the most important decision of your life, one of the most important decisions of your life. Don't be cheap. If there's a service that comes out and it costs money and someone's doing a really awesome job, be willing to pay for it. Okay, because I know a lot of people, they're just like, no, they want the free thing and they want everything free. And again, it's very hard for this to be free or for volunteers to kind of just do this thing. So try and get the best thing because this investment is going to affect you on a major level. Okay, so with that, what we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break, inshallah. So it's 11. We'll come back at 11:15. There's snacks and coffee inside the multi-purpose room. If you want to ask me questions during the break privately, you can. Otherwise, there'll be the extended Q&A session, inshallah. One more announcement. If you haven't registered yet, please go to the registration table, which is there, and make sure to register for the seminar. Again, it's honor system, so we're hoping and assuming that you have registered. Now remember, if you've registered once, that's for this week and for next week, so you don't need to register again. And we'll see how far we can get this week. If we can finish marriage, then next week will be divorce, and if not, then we'll finish the rest of marriage next week and finish divorce as well, inshallah. Also, before I begin, part of my beginning is a reminder that for legal purposes, all the websites that I'm mentioning and the services that I'm mentioning, neither California Islamic University nor IIOC are endorsing any of these websites. So, you know, you can use those websites and all the other services that we're mentioning at your own risk. We're not, is that right? Is that good? Okay, so I had a lawyer tell me I need to clarify that. So alhamdulillah, jazakumullah khairan. So that's just want to be clear on that. Okay, so let's continue. So this is one of the most misunderstood principles in courting, basically, or in the process of getting married, and that is what the interaction should be between you and your potential future spouse. Okay, so interaction in Islam, okay, so for some people this may sound obvious, and for some people this may sound like extreme, like it can't be like that difficult, but it's really not that bad. The interaction must be PPP. Okay, so the first P means that your interaction with anyone of the opposite gender who is a marriageable person, okay, meaning, you know, if you're a guy, you can't marry your mother, you can't marry your sister, you can't marry your if you're a woman, you can't marry your uncle, you can't marry your father, you can't marry your brother, you can't marry your milk brother. I'm going to explain what all that means. So basically, anyone outside of that is a potentially marriageable person. So your interaction with them, whether you're seeking marriage or not seeking marriage, okay, your guidelines has to be the 3 P's. The first P is that it needs to be purposeful. The second P, it needs to be public. And the third P, it needs to be professional. Okay, so that's your interaction. All 3 of those should take place. In the searching for marriage context, whether you're in person or whether you're talking on the phone or whether you're text messaging or whether you are messaging through one of the online websites, these 3 things should play out in the following manner. So number 1, what is purposeful interaction? So you're online, you swiped on Minder or something like that, and the person responded back with, I don't know how it works, but they responded back with, yes, I'm going to swipe as well. And then all of a sudden it puts you in some messaging app or something like that, I assume. And then you start texting, and the person starts texting and say, Salaam alaikum. Hey, I saw that you liked my picture as well, or something like that. Okay, so far that's purposeful, okay? Then, do you want to chat or whatever it may be? Then now your chat should start being purposeful, because what is the purpose behind you talking? The purpose is the intention of marriage. So the moment that surface chit chat, whether it's in person or it's online, gets to be not in the purpose of marriage, it starts to get out of these principles of the 3P. So an example, someone can help me with an example. What would be a good example of something derailing from the first P of being purposeful? Chat. I'm sure people get messages and some of you. Give me a practical example. Anyone? Yes. Right. So give me an example of some of the questions you're asking. Okay. Okay. Right. So what are your views on X, Y, and Z? Purposeful talk. Okay. I'm trying to. What would be an example of non-purposeful talk that's pretty clear cut? Yes. Perfect. Will you be my Valentine? Okay. Yes. So that's yeah. So stuff like that is definitely not purposeful. All right. Nor is it appropriate. But yeah, the example of something not being purposeful, right? Again, some level of surface questions like, hey, do you like coffee, like that, could be purposeful for the purpose of marriage, but doing that excessively now doesn't become purposeful anymore. So again, there's some ambiguity in the concept of purposeful, but try to understand that that's one of the P's that needs to be there. Okay. Number 2 is that the let's say let's focus on number 2 is professional. So number 2 is purposeful and professional. So what is professional? Professional means no, will you be my Valentine? Okay. No flirting. All right. No, hey, beautiful. No improper jokes. All right. So you know what most guys are looking for in a woman, and then you tell some kind of joke. I don't know a joke like that, but I'm sure there's some kind of joke, some pickup line or something like that. That is inappropriate because it's not considered to be professional. So it has to be purposeful. It has to be professional. Purposeful. Another example would be, hey, can we just get to know one another? But it's not for the purpose of marriage. So are you interested in getting married? Yeah, maybe. Okay, then your whole conversation with me is not purposeful because the purpose is supposed to be marriage. So you just got the 1P is gone, and now it's not a halal, technically, conversation. So no flirting, no improper jokes. All right, and then another example of a purposeful and professional would be if there's a lot of very casual joking around, going back and forth, right? Again, you're pretty much not in the purposeful and professional kind of thing. And the third one is public. Okay, so public becomes a problem when you talk about online interaction. So in person, it's kind of understanding. Where does this come from? It comes from the hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that says when man and a woman are alone together, the third person is shaitan, right? What does that mean? Does that mean shaitan is like standing there? Like, hey guys, I'm here. No, it means that shaitan is whispering things to you which are going to try to get you into an unlawful relationship, right? And or something that will potentially lead to an unlawful relationship in Islam. So that's why you have to have the third P, which is being public. Public interaction basically usually means that you're not going to be alone in a room, in any room together, such that there is no likelihood of anyone coming and being able to observe you. Okay, so let me give you an example of if there are two people right in the back, right there in that back room, and they're standing and they're alone, technically they are alone in a room, but from an Islamic perspective, are they alone in a room? No, because everyone can see them. So it's technically public, even though they're technically alone in a particular room. So one way to make that private area public would be if there's like a window or if the door is open or something like that, now it becomes public, an example of being public. A good practice, not 100% a required practice, but a good practice is having a friend or a family member kind of across the hall, kind of there with you when you're meeting for someone for the purpose of marriage. It's a good general practice. So how does that work? Okay, you reach out to someone, say we're interested in marriage. Can we meet up? Can we talk about to one another or whatever? Okay, let's do that. Let's go to a coffee shop. Okay, so you go to a coffee shop, go to Phil's Coffee down the street. Instead of promoting Starbucks, I'll just mention Phil's. Phil is Palestinian, so we try and support him. Even though he's Christian, he's still Palestinian. So anyways, you go to Phil's Coffee or a coffee shop, you sit down at a table, okay? Sitting at the table is technically halal as long as you're not touching each other, okay? Sitting at the table and there's a bunch of people around, technically it's public, technically. But if you don't have anyone there who's actually Muslim, understands why you're there, what you're doing, and you're sitting there chit-chatting, what does that look like? It almost looks like a date, right? So there's got to be some differentiation. So one of the good practices is, generally, if your family is involved or you have an elder friend or something like that, they can either sit at the table with you, or if that's too much, maybe in the first meeting or something like that, they can sit at a table like a few tables away. So you can kind of have a private conversation, but at the same time, the fact that your father is across the thing, or your mother, or your elder brother, or something like that, what that's going to do, it's going to keep the professional and purposeful in check. In a sense, if it starts getting very, very casual and loose, and you're just like, oh, that's so funny, and oh yes, you're so cute, and this and that, and that's going to keep that in check, because now you got either your best friend, maybe elder, hopefully, usually preferably married, right? Don't bring like a little 4-year-old child, be like, see, technically he's there watching. He's on his iPad, playing around. But someone who's actually gonna serve as some type of deterrent to kind of keep things purposeful and professional, that's a really good practice to engage in. And that's what happens to a lot of, that's a very common practice in the Muslim community, is you'll go, coffee shop, restaurant, you have dinner or something like that. What many families will do, the families will come, they'll have dinner together, and then afterwards they're like, okay, let's, both families are going to leave, let the couple stay at the table, dinner is done and everything, they're going to go and like chit-chat on themselves on the, on another table far away, and then they can have their own kind of, private time to kind of discuss and talk. They're still public, right, there, and the families kind of, they'll glance over once in a while to kind of see, what's going on, and maybe they'll stare and be like, oh, so cute, or something, or they'll be like, they don't look like they're getting along, whatever it may be. There's something to kind of keep that in check, okay? So the 3 Ps, try to follow them. Now, when it comes to email, right? So technically email is between 2 people. No one else is there. There's no public aspect to it. So that's where it becomes kind of a gray area, where is communication, digital communication, considered to be public or not public? So from one angle, you could say, you know what? Well, come on, physically, they're not physically in the same place. So how can shaitan come and whisper? And then on a purely practical level, you're like, wait a minute, these emails, if you look at most emails or text messages or messages, they've gotten completely out of hand. Complete romantic relationship has happened, and they've never even spoke to each other on the phone. And they're absolutely in love, and they're just, this is the person that I want to get into, and I want to meet them, and this is the person that for me. So there's an aspect of that whispering, or what you're trying to have a deterrent from, existing within the space of digital texting, other aspects of communication, even though you're physically not there, or the telephone, right? People will fall in love on the telephone. They'll start talking about, I wonder what marriage is. I'm telling you, real cases. I wonder what marriage is going to be like, this and that, and all of a sudden, they're showing some interest in each other, and then all of a sudden, later on, they're literally on the border of having virtual sex on the phone, like phone sex, or they're sexting, texting with, most of you know what sexting is, okay? You have an understanding of it, right, without me spelling it out. So that's happening, and you're like, wait a minute. The people had a good intention. They came in with the 3 Ps. they had the right intention. They're looking for Deen first. They attended the marriage seminar, and they're like, how did we get from here to here all of a sudden? So, well, because the reality is the 3Ps, or the aspect of public, you didn't really realize that there's an aspect which plays a role, even if it's digital communication. So you have to be very, very careful about that, because people with the best of intentions, but little bit naive in understanding what really ends up and how people quickly become emotionally attached, they have to take that into consideration. So, what are some options? Okay, some options are that if you're pursuing someone for the purpose of marriage, if you're emailing or even if you're texting, you can CC your family or your friend in that email or in that text. Just like the third person in the restaurant kind of across the table. Now you say, well, wait a minute, hold on, but I don't want them to be reading, how many children I want to have and, the details that I'm talking about this person, about my future life. I don't want them to read it. So how do you balance that? Well, a simple way to balance that is to just pick someone who generally will say, I'm not going to read every single one of your messages. Okay, they don't have to read it, but there's that aspect of public that if they needed to and if they wanted to, they could just open up one and just kind of look at the conversation and say, whoa, wait a minute. You just said, hey, can you take your shirt off for me or something like that? You're like, wait a minute, that is totally inappropriate, right? In a message. So you knowing that they're CC'd on that will automatically serve as a deterrent for that. Even though they're not going to be reading every message, you will be extra careful knowing that someone is there being CC'd. So maybe find someone who is not super nosy and is going to be like, look, I'm not going to read every message, but once in a while I'll just kind of like, glance, oh, they're talking about what city they would like to live in. Okay, that's good. Everything looks fine. So find someone like that. When you're talking on the phone, it's good to have a family member present in the room. They don't have to be listening to everything you're saying. But again, like I said, these intimate conversations that get to the point of, phone sex and sexting and all that stuff, even if the person is just sitting there with like their headphones on or something like that, you're talking to the person, your facial reactions while you're engaging in some type of inappropriate, Islamically inappropriate conduct, that person being in the room is going to act as some level of deterrent so that you don't get to that level. So what you can do is you can apply that principle in the same way. Okay, so that's kind of purposeful, public, and professional, and how it translates into the online scene as well as in the personal relationship scene. So do you have to, so then again, this comes down to the question of, okay, is dating, is it okay to date someone? So again, we come back to what is the definition of dating? What's the definition of dating? Guy and a girl go out and they're alone, but generally when you're dating, you're not alone. You end up alone maybe at the end of the day. Well, that's generally what people want at the end of the day among non-Muslims. But there's an intention of building a romantic relationship. Okay, good. And not necessarily leading to marriage. There's got to be another differentiating factor, because if that's the purpose, then technically dating is 100% halal. I'm asking you. So according to your definition, if it's to the purpose of building a romantic relationship, even if it's not currently a romantic relationship, then what makes dating haram? Right. The counter argument would be many people will date for the purpose of getting married. So where's the differentiation between Muslims doing that for a similar purpose and non-Muslims dating for the purpose of eventually getting married? Mm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Someone. Right. Ah, good. So that's a big differentiating factor. So professional, so purposeful, we were talking about purposeful. The professional part, dating is generally not a professional conversation, right? It's supposed to be unprofessional and casual And that's kind of the difference between dating. So perfect, you got it. So that's the difference. So technically, difference between Muslim dating or halal dating and non-halal dating, which is normal dating, is that the three P's are not being observed, particularly the professional part of the P. Okay, does that make sense? The differentiation between the two. Okay, all right. So the last thing comes to, okay, these three P's, man, this sounds really extreme, and how you supposed to find someone, how you supposed to get to know people, and all of that stuff. It's a common argument, right? How do you respond to that? The quick response is, look, what are you looking for in a person that you cannot find out while observing the three P's, right? What people will ask very shallow questions generally if they're not observing these guidelines. So you have to understand, if you are not asking the major questions and you're saying we're just going to see if our personalities match. Personality matching is important, okay? You see if our hobbies match. Do we both like caramel frappuccinos, or we don't, right? Okay, that's all beautiful, you have both of your favorite color is purple or something like that. That's awesome. But what's going to happen is when you get married, and there's normal problems that come with marriage, and there's going to be disagreements, and there's going to be demand for rights and demand for responsibilities and all that stuff, you're not going to be like, why are we fighting? We both love purple, right? It's not gonna really play a major role. So what happens is there's a big difference between when people say, if we can't be casual during the courting process, right, or the halal courting process, how can we really get to know the other person? Well, the thing is, what aspects are you trying to get to know? If you're trying to get to know aspects that are not going to play a major role in the marriage, like, we both have the same favorite song, that's not going to really play a major role in the success of your marriage. Okay, I mean, this is pretty clear cut across the board. The assumption is that it's going to play some role in establishing love and initial infatuation / love versus the two concepts and all that, but this is not going to make a major thing. People say, well, we're going to go to a movie together. Okay, you go watch a movie together, let's just say hypothetically in a cinema. Okay, what are you really going to learn about the person besides the way in which they chew their popcorn and they slurp their drink or something like that? To what extent? It's dark, you're watching a screen, you're just going to maybe get some of their reactions to if they laugh at a joke, or so the amount that you're going to get about their personality is so minimal. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I hear this all the time. They're like, these three P's, you can never get to know someone. Islam is putting restrictions on there. You will not get to understand their personality. I mean, come on, bring it back down to what is actually valuable of the person's personality when you're really considering marriage for them. These three P's do not inhibit your discovery of the things that you really need to know about someone for marriage. So the example that I like to give, I know it's not romantic and it's not cute and all that, but a job interview is a perfect example. And take a job interview at a company that values culture more than qualifications. Many companies, they care more about, do you fit in the culture of that company, right, than your qualifications. Even the companies that are very strict and they say, we're looking for like a team player who fits into our culture, do they take them out to the movies and say, let's go watch a 2-hour movie and we're going to figure out how you are? No, they don't do that. Because that's not going to be a determining factor. Do they take you out and just like chit chat for 10 hours about, random things and sports and all that? No. Will it be part of the conversation? Maybe, to determine what your personality is like. Is it going to be to a large extent? No. So just like a job interview, you're going to go and you can learn about a person's personality while being public. Other people are in the room, while having a purposeful conversation for that job interview or third interview, fourth interview, and while being professional, even though there's an aspect of casualness in there. You don't have to be firm and, okay, tell me, how many kids you want to have? Okay, I'm looking for the same amount, what kind of, how many bedrooms does your house have to be? Okay, I'm looking for the same thing. That's not what professional means. There's an aspect of casualness in there, but the casualness doesn't cross a certain threshold. So a good example would be like a casual job interview where the purpose is there, the professionalism is there, and the public nature of it plays some role as well, okay? So that's an example of what you can consider. Yes. Good question. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. Because it's a long answer, let's leave it for Q&A, inshallah. And just write it down and I'll answer it, inshallah. Okay, next thing, premarital consultation. Okay, so premarital consultation is something really important. I say consultation rather than counseling because counseling has a specific connotation to it. So counseling and counselors and people who have counseling degrees and all of that, that counseling process is a very strict, specific way of interaction, and premarital consultation is a little bit different. It's just like just general advice you're getting. So what is premarital consultation? Okay, first of all, basically, it means that before someone performs a marriage, like before I will perform a marriage or any of the well-known imams in this area will perform a marriage, they want to make sure that they've given some basic advice to people, or make sure that this couple has gotten good advice from responsible people. Okay, Islamic advice and general advice, assuming that they've consulted their parents, assuming that they've consulted someone who has wisdom, whether that's elders or some good friends or something like that. That should be there. Now, given the decline in family values, given the quickness, that's not even a word, but given the speed at which many marriages fail, because of reasons that could have easily been discovered, we should be more strict on this, okay? And what I mean by that is, so in our masjid, for example, we will not perform the marriage unless you've had a premarital consultation appointment of at least 20 to 30 minutes, either with myself or with someone else who who knows Islamic values and can tell you certain things and kind of check for certain things. So what I'll do, for example, and what the other, many sheikhs in the community will do, is they'll sit down with the couple or video conference, or they'll be there in person, and we'll just ask some very basic questions to make sure, how did you meet? What are you looking for in marriage? And make sure that they understand what is the engagement process, understand what is the marriage process. Sadly, but to tell them, even, look, worst case scenario, what is the divorce process? Okay, if you ever need to get divorced, don't make 3 pronouncements of divorce, because this common misconception among people that you're supposed to make 3 pronouncements of divorce, and we're going to cover that, next week. But there's no other opportunity to give this information to people. So just kind of give them some stuff that they hopefully will remember. But the most important part of a premarital consultation, it's only 20, 30 minutes, right? It's very, very short, is to basically check for red flags and to see if the people who are getting married have checked for red flags or not. Because it's very sad to see people getting married, you perform the marriage as an imam, and then you get a call 3 days later, and they got divorced. 3 days, I'm not exaggerating, right? Or 3 weeks. It's very, very common. You say, well, what happened? So I had no idea this guy had this, or this girl had this. I'm just like, didn't you even think about asking that? No, I didn't think about asking that. Didn't the parents think about asking that? No, parents didn't think about asking that. So this could have easily been avoided, right? It's almost like, an employer coming and, going and doing an interview, and all of a sudden, the guy's been in jail, for like, he's been in jail he just got out of jail. He's a drug dealer, and he's, testing for so many drugs and stuff like that. And then they hire him, and all of a sudden, oh man, this guy's dealing out of the back of the office or something like that. Okay, you're fired. Shouldn't you have kind of done some kind of preparation test for that to make sure it's not happening? Yeah, you probably should have. So that's what this premarital consultation is. Technically, ideally, it should be 6 to 10 hours of like a huge seminar everyone should be attending. The Catholic Church does. The Catholic Church has this long process and form of making both couples, before they get married, fill out this entire list of things and then sit them down for all these sessions, and they need to go through training sessions and all that before a priest will even, perform the marriage. Again, we're not the Catholic Church. We don't have clergy technically, and we don't have a pope, and we don't want to put all these restrictions on people. So there's this difference between putting some restrictions to prevent this harm and not making it so difficult for people. So the most important thing that we do right now is checking for red flags. Ideally, you should attend either a marriage seminar or read a marriage book beforehand so you have an understanding of what marriage is going to be if you're getting into it. But the check for red flags, what are the red flags that we're going to check for? Number one, and that you should be checking for, number one, especially if you're doing online, the reality is America is a place that a lot of people want to move to. Okay? So if the person you're marrying is coming from a country that a lot of people want to leave that country and come to America, that's a potential red flag. Now, a red flag doesn't mean don't marry this person, okay? There's beautiful people out there in the whole world. A red flag means this could be something, and it should be something that could really, affect your marriage, and you need to take it into serious consideration. So one of the red flags is if you're online, you have a profile, and you're getting all these people from different countries messaging you, you have to at least have in the back of your mind that this person could potentially be more interested in getting a visa to this country than actually marrying me. You have to understand that. Okay? If you don't understand that, whether you're a guy or a girl, you just needs to go in. It's a sad reality, but that's the reality. So that's one thing you need to take into consideration. So meaning you need to do much more due diligence if someone is requiring you to sponsor their visa when they're coming to this country. Knowing the background, okay? That's red flag number one. Red flag number two, and again, I'm not saying that you can't sponsor a visa for someone. Perfectly fine to do that. Maybe you prefer the Islamic values from someone who comes from a Muslim majority country, and you say, these Americans are all messed up, and they have so many problems. I would rather marry someone who has come from a quote unquote stable, Muslim family in a Muslim country, quote unquote Muslim country, right? Muslim majority country. That's all good for you. You want that, alhamdulillah, nothing wrong with that. But just keep in the back of your mind that maybe what's being presented to you is not the case. Now, that could be the same case that whoever's presenting to you is lying, but there's a high amount of people who are trying to get married, to come into this country, get the visa, and then boom, divorce takes place. It's very, very common. I see it all the time. So how do you make the determination? I can't get into the details, but you use your due diligence, but your due diligence escalates. And your investigation level is 2, it goes to 7. Okay, it just needs to go into more detail. So that's number one. Number two, mental illness or past mental illness. Okay, I'm not going to define what mental illness is. It's a long definition. But basically, if someone has mental illness or they've had a history of mental illness in their family, you should be aware of how that's going to affect the person or how it's affected the person. Okay. Number three, and this again doesn't mean that this is not curable, people cannot overcome it or something like that. It's not like people are off limits or something like that. I'm just saying it's just a red flag to further investigate a little bit more in detail. Number three, past addictions. Okay, someone who has had a past addiction or a current addiction, all right, is past addiction can maybe it's not got out of the person's system yet. So what addictions are we talking about? Talking about drug addiction, particularly drug addiction, and porn addiction. Okay, these are two of the most common or prominent problems that exist among people. Okay, probably porn addiction being even greater than that. So again, red flag doesn't mean you can't marry someone with that. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that the person this comes to disclosure, but you basically need to disclose, as a person, you have to disclose things which are likely to have an effect on the marriage. And what are things likely to have an effect on the marriage? Sexually transmitted disease, mental illness, whether you're a U.S. citizen and need a visa or you're not a U.S. citizen or something like that, this has an effect, right? You may not get the visa, right? Donald Trump and this and that. You need to disclose those things, and past addictions or current addictions, they have to be disclosed. Okay, they need to be disclosed. Do you need to disclose every relationship you've had in the past? Some people will do that, and this is not the right thing to do. You're not supposed to disclose that. So To be like, you know what, mashallah, person looks very practicing. You know, they say, yeah, I wasn't very practicing in my past, but I've changed my life. I've dedicated myself to Islam. Say, have you ever slept with someone before? Okay. You don't need to ask that, because if the person is not doing that behavior, something in their past, right? And they're like, you know, I want to know how many partners you've been with. I want to know how many girlfriends you've had in the past or something like that, or how many boyfriends you've had. Was there anyone in middle school that you ever had a crush on? I need to know. Now, people will ask these questions. You're not supposed to reveal your past sins if you've repented from them, because the likelihood of that affecting your marriage is not necessarily high, unless you're like, you know, you were like a player and, you know, you had like a bunch of people and you just got out of that like 2 months ago, and you're like, yeah, I just stopped being a player, and, you know, I don't visit the you know, the red light district anymore, and I stopped doing that. Okay, that's something that maybe you need to disclose, but you don't need to go and investigate or disclose every relationship that you've had in the past or everything that you've done in the past. Oh, did you ever cheat on any exams in high school? Come on, tell me the truth. Did you ever look at someone's paper? You don't need to disclose those things, because again, you can conceal your own faults. Allah has concealed those faults for you. You don't need to disclose them. So what do you need to disclose? You need to disclose any type of defect that's going to potentially harm the marriage, and anything else that's going to potentially affect the marriage. If it turns out that you were lying about one of those things which is serious enough, like STD or sexual dysfunction or mental illness or something along those lines, that marriage Islamically can be nullified, what's called fasakh. All right, and we'll talk about that in the divorce process. That can be nullified, and then that is basically grounds for not divorce, nullification of that marriage the moment that is discovered. Okay, so we're going to cover that you know, next week in terms of more detail. Yes. Disability that's going to affect the marriage or likely to affect the marriage, you need to disclose. Disability that's so small that's not likely going to affect the marriage, you don't need to disclose. Again, there's a gray area between that, but that's the general principle. Okay, so things that need to be disclosed that is likely going to affect the marriage, they should be disclosed. Yeah. Mm. No, no. Good question, though. Good question. So, can you ask, hey, have you ever been with anyone before in your life or this and that? Okay, so from one perspective, you say, oh, someone has controlled themselves, they've, you know, kept themselves pure, this is going to be the first love and the first relationship and all that. But what's happening on the flip side? The flip side is, look, our culture is many Muslims are not practicing, and then they start practicing. Many people are not Muslim, and then they convert and they start practicing. So what you're doing is you're actually forcing them to disclose the sins that they've done in the past, which have been forgiven by Allah, number one. Number two, if it's not have a very high likelihood to affect the marriage, why would the person be forced to disclose it when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has concealed it? Now, if this is something that they're putting on their Facebook profile, I was drinking, and they left it on their Facebook profile or whatever, you know, they have publicly put that out there, and they're not even like ashamed of what happened or something like that, you're going to find out anyways. Just look at their profile. Just go back a few years and see, oh, well, that's what you were doing, you know. So, but no, it's not appropriate to ask those things because people change, and if they change, you can't hold them to their past, and you don't have a right to demand that they reveal everything about their past. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is people find, especially women, they tend to have the concept that my partner has to be 100% transparent with me in order for me to trust him about everything that's ever happened. And, you know, that conflicts sometimes with people trying to conceal their sins and what they've done in the past and they regret for. And that's not gonna be revealed in the marriage. Now, if you're like, you know, I want to know, let's take a simple example, you know, that's more clear cut. So someone says, you know, I want to know if you've ever gotten a tattoo in your life. Okay. Now, if the person has a tattoo, they can disclose it because it's going to get disclosed anyways, right? But if they got a tattoo and they got lasered off and there's no marks left of that tattoo, why would they have to disclose it to you? If it was something that was done in the past, they've regretted that decision, they've gotten rid of it, they want to leave it in the past, and now you're like, no, I want you to reveal your past stuff that you've done for me. It's not fair and it's not right. It's no. First of all, you shouldn't be asking, right? So the thing is, people should not be asking. And if they're asked, you have a legitimate right to respond and say, look, let's not discuss things about the past. Whether I've been snorting cocaine or whether I got a tattoo in the past, I used to not be practicing Muslim 15 years ago, and I've been practicing for 15 years now, and alhamdulillah, I don't really do anything that's forbidden that's gonna affect this marriage. Now, if you keep pressing them, right, and then you push them to lie and be like, no, I need to know if you did this and that. Tell me if you did such and such thing. It's inappropriate for you to do that. So that's why I'm doing the seminar, to explain to people it is not appropriate for you to pressure someone to reveal their past if their past is not likely going to affect this marriage. No, it's not okay. It's not right, because you're forcing them to disclose. Look, you can do that. You can just say this. You can say, look, if you have a past that you've done some bad things like this, and this, and I'm not looking for someone who's done any of those things, then just tell me right now, we can stop talking. You can do that, and he'll be like, you know what? Okay, I've done some things in my past. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but if you're looking for someone who's got a complete clean track record or something like that, okay, then that's not me, and I've reformed, and alhamdulillah, you find whoever you're going to find. You can do that, but don't be so specific about it. You can kind of ask in a very general, roundabout way, and you want to eliminate that person, you eliminate that person, and swipe left. Yeah. But the thing is, what's going to happen is people are going to ask the question, and they're going to set up the person to have to answer that specific question, and then they've exposed themselves. So if you ask in such a generic way that it ends up getting what you want without having that person expose themselves, it's going to be okay. You can do that. That was the next thing I was going to. So this idea is a good point you brought up. This idea of blood tests for genetic disorders and for STDs and things like that, it's become very common in some Muslim majority countries. It's almost become standard. Some countries mandate it. So now, should this be a practice? My general answer is that, look, it might be a good idea to do that, but it's debatable whether that should be mandated on a societal level, right? Because some countries mandate it. America doesn't mandate that, right? And there's this aspect of freedom and not government imposing and stuff like that. So technically, Islam doesn't mandate it either. So I'll just leave it at it might be a good idea. So it wouldn't be inappropriate to ask for a blood test. I can just say that. And then you obviously provide a blood test as well. And there could be some benefit. But to mandate it and say everyone should be getting blood tests across the board, a little bit problematic, but I can understand the desire for that, okay? About their past relationships and the past sins that they've committed that are not likely going to have an effect. Now, if you ask, do you have any other children, right? That's a legitimate question, because that's going to have an effect. All of a sudden, you be like, got married, everything is good, and then guess what? 15-year-old child shows up and be like, by the way, hey, dad, is that the new wife? It's like, yeah, that's the new wife. There's no limit. Past becomes past. A reasonable period of time of when the past becomes past depends on what we're talking about. So if you were a drug dealer, right, or if you were in a gang, let's say Bloods and the Crips, and it takes you time to get out of there, and they're going to follow you along, then there's a certain time frame that you can't get out of that gang without being affected for a certain X amount of years, versus someone has been in a relationship 1 year ago, and then they converted to Islam, and they've been Muslim for a year, and they gave up that, they don't have any other relationships. There's a difference between all of them. So it just depends on a case-by-case basis. I can't give you a specific number. Past relationships include past marriages. You can ask about whether they were married. That's a legitimate question. The details, you can say, do you want to disclose about why this marriage didn't work out, why you got divorced or something? If they want to disclose it, they can. If they say, it's really tricky and this and that, and there were some issues, and they generically pass it off, don't pressure them. And if you don't like the answer, then, you can interpret that however you want. Okay? But yeah, in terms of revealing past marriages and in terms of revealing present marriages for guys who are doing more than one, that needs to be disclosed because that's going to significantly affect the marriage. Like, by the way, just got married. Oh, by the way, so second wife is moving to the city, as well. Just I forgot to tell you, no, it needs to be disclosed as well. Okay, so we're almost getting to questions. Let me finish this section and then we'll just open it up to questions, inshallah. So, blood tests we talked about, debatable, this and that. Premarital consultation. One of the most important things to discuss is marriage roles. Okay, your roles in a marriage. Why is that important? Because it's one of the leading causes of divorce and marriage breakdown, or at least marriage, if not divorce, it's one of the leading causes of marriage dissatisfaction. According to the Gottman Institute, 7 out of 10 people who are married are miserable. That's a horrible statistic, given the divorce rate being at 60%. So the people who didn't get divorced, 7 out of 10 are unhappy. This is a problem, right? Don't know how accurate this is, but again, he's a pretty well-known John Gottman marriage counselor and well-known person. So one of the big factors is marriage roles and expectations on what the marriage roles are going to look like. So what you got 2 main models. There's a bunch of models of how a marriage is going to be, but 2 main models that need to be discussed. One model is the egalitarian model. Those of you who attended my last talk about this, when I asked the audience, who's heard of egalitarian? Nobody knew what egalitarian was. So I defined it. Those of you who were not there, who has heard of egalitarian marriage before? Okay, so still very few, okay? Egalitarian marriage is basically the idea of everything being 50-50 equal across the board in terms of rights and responsibilities within the marriage, which basically means that both spouses are going to work. Both spouses are going to take care of the home equally. Both spouses are going to take care of the kids equally. Everything's going to be ideally equal power, equal responsibility, equal rights and privileges and all of that stuff across the board. Again, that's theory. It never works out that way, but the theory is going to be there, okay? So if you look at American culture, 64% of marriages in the United States which have children under the age of 18, both husband and wife are working. Okay, that was 2014, New York Times. So we're looking at 2020, probably much higher. Especially, and that includes like Midwest and the Bible Belt states and all of that. If you take more liberal states like California and New York, that number skyrockets in these particular states, which is why rent is so high and so hard to afford, rent and stuff, because the default assumption is you have to have a dual income family. Dual income family drives up rental prices and housing prices because the people who are dual income, they can afford more because they're living together. And the moment they separate, now it's single income or one of them decides to stop working, single income, everyone else can afford dual income, rent skyrockets, and only the real estate agents are making good money. No offense to you. All right, so this is what happens. So Stephanie Coontz, she's the author of a book called Marriage, A History. She says that having a partner, she says, according to many women, she did like a statistic survey, having a partner who does housework and childcare has become a bigger factor in women's marital satisfaction than the other factors which used to predict marital happiness, like the level of a man's income or shared religious beliefs. So let me rephrase that for you. In the past, until recently, the top 2 predictors of a woman's contentment with her husband was either his level of income or that they have shared religious beliefs or shared values and religious values and things like that. Now it's changed. The number one factor for whether a woman is going to be happy in that marriage or not in American society is whether the guy is doing housework and childcare and helping in that capacity. Which means what? Which means that the country is moved towards the egalitarian vision of marriage. So that's one vision of marriage. Okay. The other vision of marriage, and again, there's so many subdivisions of this, but I'm just giving you two. The second vision of marriage is the traditional division of labor marriage, where basically the male's responsibility is to make the money, take care of financial matters, to be responsible for safety, which means that if you're in a house and the alarm goes off or it seems like someone's breaking through the window, someone needs to walk downstairs and go check. The man is supposed to go and check. Okay, that's the traditional division of labor, and he can't be like, I'm scared. You go, because no, the man's gonna go. Okay, safety. All right. Third is management, general management of the household, and what are called masculine chores. Okay, masculine chores generally are understood to be things like taking out the trash, fixing the cars, mowing the lawn, things like that. So that's this idea of traditional division of labor, which is being displaced now with an egalitarian concept of marriage that, no, there's no differentiation. The labor is 50-50. So this week you take out the trash, this week I take out the trash, next week you take out the trash, next week I take out the trash. You mow the lawn, and then I'm going to mow the lawn, right? Now this doesn't always happen, but the concept is there. Everything is split equally. So you're going to cook breakfast today, I'm going to cook breakfast tomorrow. You're going to cook dinner today, I'm going to cook dinner tomorrow. 50-50 division of labor across the board. The traditional division of labor says there's certain things which have kind of the man is responsible for, certain things the woman is responsible for, and there's some gray area of overlap between that depending on, certain things. So for the female division of labor, usually like, okay, woman is responsible for cooking. Woman is responsible for laundry, for dishes, for dressing the kids if they're in school, taking them to school, picking them up from school, things like that. So that's that traditional division of labor marriage versus egalitarian marriage. Now, what's going to happen is in a premarital consultation, it's very important for people to have some understanding of what they're looking for. So if someone is looking for an egalitarian marriage, and the other person is looking for something more along the lines of a traditional division of labor marriage, we have a serious problem. And if they have not worked that out, that's a huge red flag, right? And the bigger problem with this is many times, people naturally, when they get married, they're going to start to evolve their ideas. They're going to evolve, they're going to switch from one madhab to the other, one school of thought to the other school of thought, whichever way they may switch, or they may have some more leniency in one way or the other way or something like that. But because this is one of the major causes of discontent within a marriage, and there's an evolution towards changing this, it's going to have it's something that needs to be considered, knowing that you're probably going to change later on anyways. So it's kind of one of those things like, you can talk about it, you can agree upon it, but you're probably going to change. So many people will have a conception and say, no, marriage is supposed to look like this. Let's say, I'll give you an example. Someone says, yeah, I want traditional division of labor. The guy comes in and says, I want traditional division of labor. I don't want my wife to work. I'm going to take care of the finances. I'm going to be a hardworking man. Everything's going to be good. I want my wife to, take care of the kids and raise the family and maybe do her own business at home. And, she can handle all of that stuff and she can do socializing, whatever she's going to do. But I'll be the sole breadwinner and she doesn't need to work at all. And then all of a sudden, she's like, yep, I'm on board too. We're all good. And then all of a sudden they get married. Everything's looking good. And then reality hits them. We live in Southern California, right? This rent is ridiculous. We can't get out of a one-bedroom apartment. Honey, I know, we wanted this whole traditional thing, but time for you to get a job because I want a luxury apartment, and they're like $500 more than the normal rent. You need to start working. So now what happened is, came in with the idea of traditional division of labor, and then switched all of a sudden and said, like, look, that's what I wanted, but look, the reality has changed, right? Take the flip side, okay? Flip side, a woman comes in and says, traditional division of labor, I'm good to go, everything is good, we get married, guy's making really good money, so I'll stay at home, take care of the kids, this and that. All of a sudden, she has her first child. She goes into, what is it called? Postpartum depression, right? She goes into postpartum depression, and she's like, oh my God, these kids are crazy. Like, taking care of these kids, and, I expected, something, hey, this is too much for me. Like, I need some help in this department, and you're not helping sufficiently. And, my parents just passed away. You need to cut down on your work, and you need to be helping me with these kids. Now, let's just say fourth kid. You're like, 4 kids? This is crazy. Who has 4 kids in America now? Now, you know what? I was on board for traditional division of labor, but no. We need to do this whole egalitarian thing. Let's start shifting away from that and move into a different model. So the problem is, understand the problem. The problem is, one, you need to discuss it and try to be on the same board. But the problem is, you're going to shift. There's going to be a shift that takes place. So knowing the reality, and when reality hits people, the shift takes place. This is where a lot of marital breakdown happens. And you're going to say, well, wait a minute. When we got married, we had agreed upon this model of marriage, and now you're trying to shift. So why would you even discuss it if it's going to shift anyways? Because when this causes marital breakdown, what you have agreed upon becomes like a default go-to model to say, hey, wait a minute, this is kind of the vision that we had for the future, but you have shifted that vision now, okay? So that's why, even though you're going to change, it's important to have some understanding. Look, 2 people, both practicing Muslims, they get married. One person, for whatever reason, Allah guides and misguides people. One person goes completely away from Islam. Okay, they're like, I don't even want to pray anymore. That's going to cause a major breakdown in the marriage. Okay, this can happen. Okay, when it happens, where do you go back to? You say, well, the default was, look, we both married, and we were both practicing, and we were both praying, and we were doing this, and that was our shared vision, was to move in this direction, but you moved in this direction, right, for whatever reasons. So, this is not about faulting and not faulting, but when you go for trying to rectify the problems in your marriage and this and that, you go back to the common vision which you kind of agreed upon, right? And that has basis to it. If you didn't discuss any of these things, it's just a free-for-all, we're going to go all over the place, we're just in love. We just love each other, and that's it. And you didn't discuss anything about what your vision was going to be like or something. There's no default to go back to. So you want to go back to one of these things. The default was, if you were discussing, yes, we'd like to have a large family. And then after the first child, woman's like, forget this, man. These kids are crazy, throwing the milk across the wall. And they said, no way, I'm done. And the guy's like, wait a minute. We had discussed and we had agreed that we would like to have a large family, and I really want to have a large family. This is something which is going to cause major marital discord. What do you go back to? You do have to go back to what you had actually originally planned. Now, the plan can be adjusted, right? But the plan is adjusted slightly, and it's adjusted by mutual consent. It's not just adjusted by one person saying, well, you know what? I changed my mind. You got to live with it. That's where big marital discord is going to happen. So discussing in advance is very important for these reasons, okay? I have some more statistics, but I won't get into them. Well, one statistic, 2011, 69% of women would want to stay at home with their children if money was not a problem, which is basically the argument against the egalitarian. And then 64% of women prefer a husband who earns more money than they do. That's a counter argument as well. So Stephanie Coontz, is making one argument and saying this is a cause of marital satisfaction from the woman's side. The flip side is that saying no, a lot of this has to do with people's perception of gender within the community. A lot of it has to do with economics. A lot of it has to do with social status. And that's why people tend to flip either this way or this way later on in their idea or conception of what marriage roles should be. Okay, so this is where the cons of a professional marriage counseling, whether it's by Muslims or non-Muslims, comes into play. Is that you have premarital consultation being done. Look, here the reality is this: a lot of imams, no imam is trained in giving marital advice. Okay, so if you go to many imams, just because they study Sharia, they know what breaks your wudu. they know how to perform the marriage contract, and maybe they know how witr prayer is done in the Shafi'i madhab and the Hanafi madhab, right? They know the difference of opinion on that. That doesn't somehow qualify them to become people who are giving marriage advice. But I said the flip side is you have the people who are giving marriage advice. Their training is generally a type of secular liberal training with certain values that come in that culture. A lot of it is good advice, but it also comes with certain caveats. So what needs to be done needs to be this, joining of these two things. So there's cons of going for a premarital consult with any imam, sheikh, or whatever it is, because they're not even trained in this, first of all. But they do know the general Islamic values of, what does marriage mean in Islam and how it works, and they kind of have some understanding of that, hopefully. And the professional marriage counselors have these good tips and advice, and they've been counseling people and all of that, but they don't always have the necessarily Islamic values. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Nothing is going to be perfect, okay? So we leave it at that, and the next sections, I'll tell you what the next sections are. We haven't even covered that much. We got a lot more to cover. But what we're going to cover next week, or if there's no questions and we continue, we're going to cover engagement. We're going to cover dowry and premarital agreements. We're going to cover the marriage contract and how it happens in terms of the proposal, the acceptance, the witnesses that are required, whether the guardian or wali is required and plays a role, invalid marriages that don't count, the walima, the wedding banquet. We're going to cover intercourse, what type of intercourse is lawful and how it's supposed to be done. We're going to cover maintenance and financial responsibility during marriage. Then we'll cover divorce, the status of divorce. We're going to cover the procedure of divorce. We're going to cover the procedure of khula for the women getting out of divorce. We're going to cover revocable divorce. We're going to cover invalid divorces, prohibited divorces, triple divorce. We're going to cover divorce by tribunal. We're going to cover, that's it, actually. That's not too much. All right, so, not too much. Okay, so, Q&A, inshallah. Questions time. Yes, bismillah. Okay. Good question. It is coming next week, but I'll give you the short answer. The short answer is that from a purely Islamic perspective, man is responsible for financial, well-being of the family. The woman is working; she's earning income. Income belongs to her, right? So she doesn't need to contribute anything. She optionally wants to contribute something. She's allowed to contribute to that thing. That's a short answer, but there's a longer answer. Okay, there is an important longer answer, but next week, inshallah. Yeah. Are you going to continue more on the section? If we run out of questions on the material that we've covered, I will continue, inshallah ta'ala. Yes. Go ahead. That's That's next week, inshallah. We'll talk about premarital contracts and premarital promises, and to what extent, when they're broken, what's going to happen. Yeah. Can you have a contract that whenever we want to move out from the family's house, we're able to move out? Right. So the short answer is yes. And the longer answer is that do you need to live with the family is a point we're going to discuss. Right? Okay. Yes. Okay, good question. No, there's no time. Like, how long do you keep pursuing them for? Something like courting them. Again, that's a good question. Okay, so you shouldn't keep pursuing someone for a very long time, and it shouldn't be a very short time. Okay, but again, you can meet with someone one time for 15 minutes. You're like, everything checks out, perfect. Let's get married. You can do that. Okay, again, depending on your background, what you're looking for, all of that stuff, that may work for you or may not work for you. If you're courting someone for a very, very, very long time, the only reason why it's a problem that you keep on going is you're probably going to violate one of the three P's. The longer that goes on and the longer your communication with them, you're going to violate that, because eventually how much you going to get from them, and being professional, purposeful, and public, right? How much how much can you get out of them? So my advice is to not continue that for a long time, because usually whenever it's more than 3 months or 6 months, it ends up breaking one of those things. And then the people become emotionally involved. Once they're emotional, I forgot to mention, this is really important. Once you're that premarital consultation needs to happen before engagement. Needs to happen before engagement. I know we haven't covered engagement, but before engagement, if you're already engaged, it's supposed to happen before being emotionally attached. If you're emotionally attached, this is exactly what's going to happen. You come to premarital consultation and you go, look, this looks like a red flag and this looks like a red flag. And you go, you know what? Red flag, red flag. I love this person. Forget the red flag. I'm continuing this anyways. That's exactly what happens. Okay? That's why you're supposed to do the consultation before you become emotionally attached. And it will come, it will happen, but you need to know about that first. Okay? Let me just give numbers and then I don't have to keep calling on you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go ahead. Remember your number, please. Number 1. Honestly, my suggestion is to simply straight up ask, do you watch pornography? Because it's going to have an effect, an impact on our marriage. And depending on how much they watch, and again, to be graphic, what they do when they watch it is going to affect whether it affects the marriage or not. Okay? So if someone, again, if you're watching it, it's haram, okay? But if you're watching a rated R movie, okay, and there's a sex scene in there, that is very different from masturbating to pornography or masturbating to the sex scene, and depending on how frequently it's being done. So asking that question is a legitimate question, which should be asked, okay? And that should be, I know guys will not disclose it, but here's the thing. When you lie about that and you've not overcome the addiction and you do it regularly or something, and then it shows up in your marriage that is having an effect on it, guess what? Grounds for nullification. Because you lied about something that's going to significantly impact the marriage. And guys don't understand how significantly it impacts it. Again, there's a lot of research coming out on that. Some really good books on that. The Porn Trap is one of the really good books that I recommend. There is a Reddit forum called NoFap, which is basically, there was a Vice article on this where a guy, masturbating to pornography is very, very common in society today. So there was a guy, non-Muslim guy, who's just like, I want to try this challenge and this and that. So all these users signed up to this Reddit forum called NoFap, and it's easier than like Candeo and all of these other, Purify Your Gaze by the brother from Mission Viejo. Forgot his name now. Ziad, right? Ziad Ramadan. Like those things are very good, but they're involved. So like things like NoFap and that they're very quick, they're very private, and they work very well. So people should get themselves into that program immediately and see if, hey, can I do this challenge? And I have a support community, and if I can go, I think they have a program of 4 months or 40 days, something like that. If you can go this much, they say you've detoxed your system and you've kind of rebooted your system. If you've done this much time, uh, now you're out of the danger range of that pornography, past pornography addiction affecting your marriage. So in that case, now you're clean. And when you get asked by the sister, do you do that? You're like, oh, I can answer no, right? And she doesn't have to ask, hey, have you done that in the past? I need a timeline. Within the last timeline, have you done this? If the person is very, very clear, you can disclose, look, no, I don't do that. And that's sufficient. Okay. Number two. Yeah, mm, absolutely. Absolutely. Go around that. Yeah. So again, so that you're right. That's a good point. It's a problem, especially among converts. There's this perception, whether or not it's reality. There's a perception that, oh, converts, they have this past. They've been dating. American culture is very loose and this and that. So they've done a lot of things in their past. So I need to put more pressure for them to disclose that. Well, number one, they should learn, like from a seminar like this, they should learn that they should not be doing that. If they keep on doing that, what do? Yeah, you bring them to Sheikh. We'll take care of them. Inshallah ta'ala. Put them in place. Inshallah ta'ala. She responds and says, look, this amount of pressure that you're putting on, it's not Islamically appropriate to be asking me, like, look, we all have past. You may have a past, and I have a past. And the guy's like, no, no, I don't have any past. I'm a clean Muslim and this and that. I say, mashallah, good. But you have a past of backbiting, or at least you have a present of asking inappropriate Islamic questions. So you have a present, you don't have a past, right? So you just put the person back in their place and say, look, this is not Islamically appropriate. I attended a seminar and this is what I was explained. If you want to bring your counter evidence to that, go ahead. Otherwise, we can ask the Sheikh if I need to answer that. But I just, you shouldn't be asking me that kind of question, and I shouldn't have to answer in details. Yeah, I've done some wrong things. You've done some wrong things, and we leave that up to Allah. It's not going to affect our marriage. That's it. There's a hadith about Allah cover all the hadith. There's so many. The hadith about how Allah covers people's sins. That falls in that category. Okay. Number three. Is that okay with everyone for her to ask more than one question? No, it's not okay. So so how about you just ask one and then you come back? They'll come back to you. Blood testing. Blood test. Blood test for genetic disorders. Okay. Again, it's not my field to answer that question about whether blood tests are 100% accurate or something like that. In terms of this, usually happens when if you're marrying your cousin or something like that, you may want to get a blood test done. Blood test for STDs. I guess I'm assuming that it can detect quite a few STDs, or maybe it can detect all. Anyone can answer medically? Yes. Every single one across the board? That's what I thought. It's not going to reveal every single one, right? Okay. Ah, okay, yeah. Right. All right. All right. Right. So you have to selectively kind of pick what's important for you. It's not like one random blood sample is going to test for every single possibility. You have to be specific in testing for something particular that you actually have a very concern about. You can't be like, look, I want you to do 7 blood tests for all of these things. That's, maybe not that reasonable. Right. So that, yeah, again, that's good. Thank you for the clarification. Number 4. Okay. Right, that's a good question. You see so many unsuccessful marriages. How do you kind of get excited for marriage when people are complaining and making jokes, and they see like a movie, 4 weddings and a funeral, and then they say, "Oh, isn't that like 5 of the same thing?" So it's like so those kind of jokes and stuff like that. People make those jokes, and it discourages people from thinking that they can have a happy marriage. Right, so how do you kind of get beyond that? Well, for the first thing is to understand that a lot of the discontent in marriage is general discontent, which is part of our culture, and it's not just discontent in a marriage, it's discontent in all different aspects of life, right? So there's discontent in people's jobs, right? So if you flip, for example, the concept of marriage and discontent in marriage, the concept of work and discontent in work, or the concept of friendships and discontent in friendships has changed, and all of them seem to move in a similar direction. So one way to kind of get beyond this is to understand that this is a product of our culture and our reaction to just having different expectations, and how we're affected by those expectations, right? So that's like, let me say what I mean. Like 50 years ago, if you were to survey the amount of people who are unhappy in their marriage, the numbers are going to be less than half. But at the same time, 50 years ago, if you survey the number of people who are unhappy in their work, in their career, it's also going to be less than half. 50 years ago, you're going to survey people who are content in their friendships, it's also going to be less than half. So why are they all moving in a similar direction? Something has changed about our culture. It's not marriage in and of itself. So I think that's one way to start to work around it, and that is to say, look, this is a cultural problem that we have. This doesn't mean that my marriage is going to be doomed per se because of such and such reason. So that's one. Number 2 is just look on the bright side. Look at the positive people who have good marriages and have good relationships, and say, look, this is a model for me, and I want to try my best to, emulate them. It's just like, so many people are unemployed. So many people can't hold jobs. And there's a lot of them, right? If we sit there and look at them and say, man, these people, how am I going to ever get a job? I'm not going to pursue a job. No, you look at the people who are very successful and you're like, you know what? I want to try and be like those people. Even if they happen to be, let's say, less than the majority, you still aim for that. So I think that's a motivation. I'm sure there's 100 other answers, but hopefully that helps a little bit, inshallah. Mm. Yeah, so you look at the marriages of the past as well, of the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, his loving marriages and all of that. But again, when we get to divorce next week, we're gonna also realize that many of the companions got divorced, and the reality was the Prophet, peace be upon him, almost divorced his wives as well. So it's not perfect, but the concept and the system of marriage is something that has a purpose, like we talked about, and it is not. I'm not saying this is the way to look at it, but it's the only way to have a lawful relationship Islamically. So when we go back and we understand, hey, there's a purpose behind it, and even though it seems daunting and it seems like sometimes there's a lot of negativity in there, it's something that I need to move forward with, and I know I can look at good examples and good couples, and I can hope and make dua for the best. And at the worst situation, the worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out in Islam, divorce is allowed and remarriage is allowed, and you continue. So like those people are not like doomed for life. They're like absolute failure stamped, and you can never move on, right? So that is always something to keep in the back of your mind, inshallah. Number 5, year 5. That's a good. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, okay, that's a good question. So yeah, the two models of marriage, is one considered to be more kind of in line with Islamic values or not? Yeah. So technically, the traditional division of labor is considered to be more in line with Islamic values when it's implemented fully across the board. So what that means is, well, the question is why. So why? Because from purely from an Islamic law perspective, the man is responsible for the financial responsibility of the marriage and financial management and all of that, then and the woman is not, that kind of puts you into the model of a traditional marriage. In terms of why that is, going back all the way to, depending on your conception of whether you view this as accurate or not accurate history, the hunter-gatherer model, primitive societies before industrial revolution, all of that stuff, there had to be a division of labor within society because people could not, they could not function without that division of labor. So the division of labor naturally tended to be this way. So when Islam made these rules, it made these rules in line with people's natural fitra, inclinations, the natural disposition, and the practical realities that most societies will be encountering in their day-to-day lives, which we can talk about, well, in our modern day society with technology and robots and this and that, we can override that. But if you look at the majority of the world's population, even within those societies, there's still that tendency that still exists, either on the fitra or even on a practical level when things are not 100% balanced. So that's kind of the reason. The flip side of that is, by the way, these masculine and feminine chores that are there, they were not fixed across the board. So I just defined to you what is the American traditional model. So these chores kind of had a lot of overlapping that could happen. So that part is not within the Islamic system. Sometimes it tends kind of along those lines, but it's not fixed across the board. Okay, so there's that concept. Who's next? I don't know, 5 or 6? 6. Bismillah. Right. Okay. So you're saying what should the different wording be for arranged marriage with parental involvement? Let's let's call it parental involvement marriage. A configured marriage. So a customized configured marriage with I don't know about that term, but I tell you, we can make a competition, next week. Someone come up with like different ideas and we can vote on what's going to be the ideal word or term for a family involved marriage. I mean, look, my suggestion is just don't use the term arranged marriage. And again, look, this assumption that Americans, okay, the average American, that their family has absolutely no involvement at all in their marriage, that's not always true. I mean, many American families, they give some level of input. They tend to have a lot more freedom, like, find whoever you want, I'm okay with everything. That's generally the case, but it's not like they have no input whatsoever. So I think sometimes we exaggerate, this idea that so minder arrange your marriage. So, yeah. No. So here, so here's my suggestion. My suggestion is let's just leave the term arranged marriage because there is such thing as an arranged marriage which negates the agency of the person who's getting married and they don't have any say whatsoever. So instead, since it's associated with that term legitimately in some parts of the world, let's just dump that term and call it a new term. So kids will dump it. Here's the thing: if we don't use the word, where the kids get the word from? so so the kids need to dump it, and the adults need to the parents need to dump it, right? Okay, inshallah. Next week, everyone, please help me come up with some word to put Brother Salim's concerns to rest. Inshallah ta'ala. Next. Okay. Okay. I got you. I got you. I hear you, but I'm gonna be answering that next week in detail in terms of marrying non-Muslims for men and for women both. So because I'm gonna go in a lot of detail, let's just leave that for next week. Okay, you get another question. Go ahead. Basically, the question is, do you need a marriage license when you're doing nikah or when you're gonna do nikah? That's also gonna be next week. Do you have a third question? It's gonna be in detail next week. Do you have a third question? Okay. Okay, I'll come back to you, inshallah. Who's next? Give me an example. Give me some practical examples and I'll answer you. Okay, so let's say uh, you ask the friend of the person you're considering, say, hey, by the way, you know this person really well. Do you have any dirt that I need to know about them? Can they tell you that they're a drug addict? Absolutely. Should they tell you? Yes. Is it an exception to the rule of backbiting? Yes. Yes, because that's going to significantly affect the marriage. Right? Now, if you ask their friend, look, I know you've been friends for like 15 years. Just tell me, just have they ever smoked weed one time, even 15, 12 years ago? Has he ever smoked one cigarette in his life? Just tell me. You're not supposed to reveal that. It's not going to have a significant effect on the marriage. Now, if he smoked yesterday, could have a significant effect on the marriage, right? But something long time ago, no. So you don't need to reveal those things. But if he was drug addict, yes, you need to reveal that. If he's a drug dealer, you need to reveal that. Right? If he's out on parole, you need to reveal that. Right? Should have investigated that anyways, but you know. Okay. You want to come back to you? Okay, you got one. Got it. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, I think I understand your question. So you're basically saying, as a man, you're looking for traditional conception of marriage. You're supposed to be kind of leading the household, but if you are inferior in your practice and understanding of the religion, how can you be responsible for leading if that's the case? So the thing is, a man leading doesn't mean that he's more pious, doesn't mean that he's more knowledgeable per se. That is not, so leading requires a certain amount of knowledge, certain amount of understanding of Islam and this and that. But that doesn't mean that, you're praying 5 times a day, your wife is praying tahajjud and you're not, and you're sleeping during that time. That doesn't mean that you're not able to kind of lead the general management of the household. That's leading doesn't mean leading on the religious front. Okay, it means leading on the household, financial management, family protection, security front, which is different. You're leading by example, but again, look, if look, simple, just clear cut example would be, woman is fasting on Mondays and Thursdays, and you're not. Okay, this does not undermine your role as a man taking care of the family. Okay, so the two of them are separate. The religious part is not the religious leading. Leading prayer is totally different than trying to do more good deeds than the other person. Now you compete in good deeds, that's beautiful, all that stuff, but there's no connection between the other two. The management, leading household, and doing more good deeds, or having more knowledge, or reading more books, or having more Quran memorized, or having more hadith memorized, or understanding whatever, that is not the two are not are separable. Okay. Yes. Okay, good question. Observing the 3 Ps while you're courting someone, quote unquote, how do you kind of see how they deal with their temper and their reaction and things like that? Marriage has uncomfortable situations, yes. Um, well, you may experience it during the courting process if you bring up certain views, or I don't know, political views or something like that, and all of a sudden they're like, "What?" You can see their response, or you can just ask them, "What do you think about this situation?" and throw out like a hypothetical. In this case, this person did such and such thing. What do you think about that? You can see their reaction. There's one option. Second option is if there's like a group setting where you're traveling, right? It's like Umar ibn al-Khattab. He said, you don't really know someone until you travel with them, or you're their neighbor, or you've done business with them, right? So assuming you're not doing business with the person, you're not their neighbor, maybe like if there's some travel opportunity and you kind of, happen to be in the same Umrah group or something like that, you may see what happens when they're delayed at the airport and start getting upset or something like that. So again, if you can't do that, in the absence of that, which is usually not the case, you can just get the best. You can ask their friends, how do they deal with stressful situations? You can ask them directly, has there been a situation where you've really been stressed out, something happened, how did you deal with that situation? You can ask them, and again, look, here's the reality. The reality is you can try your best to kind of know someone. You will never know someone fully until you're actually married with them. And then once you're married 5 years with them, you start to know them even more. And then every 5 years you get to know them more and more and more, and that's just the way it happens. And the reality is we don't even know ourselves sometimes, right? So you get to know yourself through marriage as well, and you realize who you really are and what you really are, and what kind of real personality you have, and what people only reveal their true selves when they're being tested. That's the reality of things, right? So if you're not being tested in some difficult situation, you may not know who you really are, and other people may not know who you are. So again, as they say, marriage has some aspect of being a gamble, halal gamble, right? And there's an aspect where you do your due diligence. So you can never do so much due diligence. You're like, I'm going to researched the heck out of this, and this has to work out because everything checked out. You may not check out, and that's just the reality. So, and that's with everything in life. That's with any relationship in life. That's with any job in life. That's just the way it is. So you going in knowing due diligence, but there is some aspect of gamble, right? Okay. 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 So we gamble basically. To make people frustrated basically and see how they get when they're frustrated. Why don't we just make an escape room instead? Just like, when they're stuck and they can't get out, we'll see what their reaction is. Or just play Mafia, and then, all of a sudden people will be like, oh, they're playing Mafia, and you get frustrated and see how good of a liar they are. I think you're supposed to do that in most. That's it. That's an interesting idea. I think it's a good idea, actually. That would be interesting. Who was was there someone next, or is restart the whole thing? Okay, again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I know. I was by 7, 8. We gotta do that again. Okay, let's do it again. Ready? Start with the guys this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay. Go ahead. Who was over? Go ahead. Yeah. Labor is easy to do. Oh, dividing labor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tasks. Okay. Good question. Good question. Obviously, people don't like the answer. The short answer, the super short answer is shura must be made. Okay. Shura means consultation. Okay. Shura needs to be made. People need to be consulted. You try your best at a compromise. When it comes to general issues dealing with the family, if there's no compromise possible, generally the man is considered head of the household. His view will generally take place. Now, that some people are just really bothered by that. They're like, how can that be the case? And this is not fair. And it should be. What other system is there going to be? There's two people. There's going to be a vote. There has to be someone making a decision. But again, a lot of guys, and the caveat and the disclaimer is a lot of guys will take that and they'll abuse that power. So where is the checks and balances on that abuse of power? Okay, there is a check and balance system. So when people don't understand that whole system and how it plays, they say, well, there's no checks and balances. It's going to destroy, cause like a dictatorship or despotism or whatever. The check and balances is that's where family, counselors, other people serve as the checks and balances. So if they come to, this is kind of half of what my job is. People come in for a consultation and they're like, we have this dispute and, she's saying this and he's saying this and which one of us should be doing right. It's not, ideally, you go to your family and you kind of get them to make compromises because marriage is about making compromises. If you can't make a compromise and the guy's making a decision and the decision is very, very unjust, then she can take that to either a family, her family or his family or some trusted people to try to help override that decision. And if it's a decision that actually affects something legally in terms of the marriage, then that can be overridden by a Muslim judge, which is called a qadi. Now we're going to cover this next week, but I was talking about the Jews, how they have rabbis with law and rabbis, and they made this Beit Din of America, what's called a rabbinical court, right? There's this concept of tribunal or Sharia court, even though Sharia court is a very politically loaded term, but that's the place where there's recourse to undo the abuse of power that would take place in a decision like that in a real situation, like a situation that's very serious. Okay, so that's the short answer. Okay, next. That's hoped. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're old school. Sorry, I'm sorry to say it, but a lot of guys are, unfortunately, the trend is they don't want to move out of their parents' home, and they're not becoming independent, and that's one of the reasons for the delay in marriage as well in this society. But yeah, go ahead. Yes. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm. You're asking about the sister in particular, or you're asking about the brother? You're asking about the sister? Then it's gonna be next week, because the concept of wali and having a guardian, that all plays a role in this. So if you asked about the brother, I could answer, but the sister, there's it's different. So I have to discuss that in more detail next week, inshallah. Ta'ala. Number three. Yeah, yeah. Good question. Yeah. Good. Not really. Yep. So good. Istikhara and proceeding with marriage. So istikhara is the prayer that's done when you're kind of deciding between two things and which way to go. So you pray two rakas of prayer and you do the istikhara dua. You can find it on I think I put it on my website, askthescholars.com, or you can go to makedua.com if it's still functional. So you can find that. So when do you do that? So istikhara is oftentimes misunderstood by a lot of people. The way istikhara in a nutshell works is you are supposed to do your due diligence. You're supposed to consult regarding a decision that you're going to make. And right before you're making the decision, you do the istikhara prayer. Once you make the istikhara prayer, you proceed with the decision that you had decided on. And if it was bad for you, Allah is going to stop it from happening. It's not like a gamble between 50-50. Oh, well, istikhara, I'm going to do this, and I need to see some sign. If this guy comes in my dream, then I'm marrying him, and if he doesn't come, going to keep doing istikhara until he shows up. And if he doesn't show up, sorry man, you're out, because istikhara didn't come. This is a misunderstanding of istikhara. So istikhara number one, you need to consult with people. Never rely on istikhara before you have consulted. So consultation is important. Do your due diligence and talk to the person and all that. So like, for example, you see a guy's profile picture and you're like, you know what? He seems okay. Let me do istikhara now. No. You reach out and you start the process before you do istikhara. So right when you're about to take an important step, let's say in a step of engagement or something like that, you go and you make istikhara. If you want to do it earlier, right before you meet the person, you can do istikhara. You're not sure how the meeting is going to go and this and that. Maybe you want that meeting to be cancelled if it's not good for you. You can do istikhara. Istikhara is more for canceling something bad that was going to happen to you rather than it is of guiding you to make a decision. So I know that's kind of flip of what people generally understand. So hopefully that understanding helps you flip it and understand istikhara in a different light. Okay. No, you don't just keep on doing it again and again. No, you can do it simply once. It's more than sufficient. And if you become really, really confused and you're like, I thought everything was good, but now I'm really confused. He hasn't contacted me for 3 months and I don't know what's going on. Now everything seemed good, but now I'm really confused. You can do that again. So you can do it again, but you don't just keep doing it again and again, just nonstop for no reason. There should be like some reason why you're doing it. So again, so the interpretation of istikhara is sometimes too much looked into. You go with the decision that you're inclining towards, right? Because usually decisions are never 50-50, right? So if you're like 60-40, start moving on the 60 and make your istikhara, and it'll start moving up in the percentages if it was supposed to be, and it's going to move down. So that's, people kind of assume that they're 50-50 and the istikhara is going to push them to 51% or something like that. That's not the way istikhara normally is supposed to work. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit, inshallah. Next question. I don't- in the driver's seat. Yeah. Nice, very nice. Next week we're gonna cover it in detail next week. I sorry, because we have a whole section on that, so we're gonna cover that in detail. If you want to ask another question, you can. No, okay. Next. Yeah. Okay, premarital consultation can happen anytime before the engagement, preferably somewhere in the beginning. So you have to figure out how long are you planning on, you know, talking to, potential spouse before you consider engagement. Some people are like, yeah, 1 week and I'm ready to get engaged. Some people are like, no, 6 months, right? So somewhere either in the beginning or in the middle of that time frame that you've set for yourself, you should come in for a premarital consultation. So you don't end up getting emotionally attached for no reason and then stuff gets discovered. Again, this doesn't even have to be with the sheikh per se. The family used to provide this service, quote unquote, naturally. But with the breakdown of the family, there needs to be another alternative. So that's the only reason why it's happening. Otherwise, there's no need for this. Families would come along and be like, you know what, this guy's just after the visa. It's not going to happen. And there is a clear cut understanding between parents and their children, or the grandparents, the wise elder of the village or something like that will kind of clarify this for you. But now there's a distrust between the generations, the distrust within family. Sometimes family will not even do what's good for their own children, and they'll do what's good for their own reputation and social status. I guess that's a historical problem anyways, but that all of that is the reason why this type of thing is taking place. So when should it be? It should be either at the beginning or the middle period of whatever that period is prior to engagement. So here's the thing: if you courting the person, you ask all the questions, you get all the red flags out, you do a great job, then alhamdulillah, we don't even need anything. We're just gonna come in there. I'm gonna come in and be like, did you ask about this? Did you ask about your marriage role? Did you ask about children? Did you ask about this? Oh, you asked about everything. Great, really nice to see you. I'll see you at the marriage contract. You want the 60-second one or you want the 5-minute one? And we're done. There's nothing else to do. This is just like a check and balance to make sure you have done some due diligence, because I see people all the time just making the most ridiculous decisions, and nobody has given them that advice. And I just feel like, you feel kind of sad and personally accountable, like, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to do this marriage, and I know if I would have just sat with you for 10 minutes, I could have said this is going to be an absolutely miserable marriage now, like not like 5 years later. Now, someone should play that role. Parents didn't play the role, your friends didn't play the role, your acquaintances didn't play the role. Okay, I'll play that role, in my little 20-minute time slot that I'm going to give you, and that's all you get pretty much, of course. So, next. Yes. Potentially nullified. Mm. That's a really good question. It's a difficult question to answer. We literally just handled this case last week. Uh, I'll tell you the story, just because it's a shocking story and keep you entertained. But it's a sad story at the same time. So basically, a woman was pressured into marriage at gunpoint by her father. I'm not going to answer that question for legal reasons, okay? And the first thing I have to do, right, is to investigate to see if the story is true, because it may not be true. So when I investigated and I talked to the father's like, you know, I didn't actually point it at her. And I'm like, okay, so the story is true. That clarifies that part for me. The problem is, that was 13 years ago, okay? 13 years and 2 children ago. So I'm like, well, why didn't you bring this up to someone and before? So now it becomes a challenge. So we had a tribunal and we had a convening of some scholars and we discussed this issue. And according to one person who has expertise in Islamic judicial proceedings, he said it's one of the factors which you'll consider among the other factors in nullifying this marriage, even if it's 13 years later. So it plays a role, but it plays a much bigger role early on in the period, not after trying to make it work out and you let everything go and then you have 2 children and all this stuff happens. So it plays a bigger role early on. There's no set time. So I would say there's no set time. It plays a much bigger role early on than it plays later on. Just put it that way. Does that answer that a little bit? Yeah. I will. I will. I will. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, I will. Inshallah. Next. Who was next? Mm-hmm. To expand your family, meaning getting more kids? Okay. So it's not a verse in the Quran, but there's a hadith about it that the Prophet, peace be upon him, is going to be very proud of his community when he sees how many followers he has, and that's one of the purposes behind marriage. So I guess your question is, if someone doesn't want that part, but they want the companionship part. Okay, so, and since you're mentioning Quran and stuff, so the Quran mentions the companionship part of marriage, right? Mawadda and rahma, love and mercy is one of the reasons of the creation and this and that. And then the hadith clarifies that also there's another purpose of having children and all that. So there's an encouragement of having children. But if someone already, like you said, in the context that you mentioned, someone already has children, they don't want to have more children, but they do want to have companionship. You're asking if there's anything wrong with that? No, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's recommended, but it doesn't have to be done. No, it's like fasting on Mondays. You don't have to do it, but if you can do it, great. If you can't do it, you don't do it. Alhamdulillah. Huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have sakina. Yes, yes. Yeah, to have tranquility, peace, and tranquility in your life. Okay. Was somebody next? We're done again. Yes, you're next. Okay. So yeah, if you can't come next week, yes, we are recording it, and the reason why we didn't live stream it is people just don't come in person then, and then they really miss out on the benefit of in-person class. So we are recording it. It will be released, and if you already attended, we'll just give you the recordings, inshallah, of both sessions. Inshallah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you know when you're being too picky and you're having too many sessions and okay? It's really on a case by case basis. So a lot of it, there's no one answer for it. So some people need one session, and some people need 10 sessions, and some people need 20 sessions. But there's obviously a number that it's becoming too many. If I had to throw a random number, I would say something above 10 is too many. Right? It's just a random number I'm just throwing. But again, it's on a case by case, and it's like, are there things that need to be investigated, or you just couldn't feel out the person's personality? What's going on, and what's the issue? And if someone came to me and consulted with me and kept on saying, well, I have these meetings, but then I'm feeling it out, and then I'm feeling that their personality is not matching mine, usually within the fifth meeting, and I say, well, what are you looking for in personality? And then you have a very difficult time defining what that is, and you kind of have some criteria, and the criteria is very vague. It means that probably that person is not really fleshed it out and have an understanding. They're just thinking like there needs to be some kind of click happening, but that click is not happening. Maybe there's unrealistic expectations of marriage or a relationship or something like that. That's when someone needs to redefine kind of what they're looking for. But again, it's on a case by case basis, but that's just something I can say. Okay. Are we back to 0 again? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 3. So technically we're done. So if anyone wants to leave, you're welcome to leave, but I'll stay as long as people have questions, inshallah. Okay, go ahead. Good question. So it's similar to kind of what we were talking about. Are you allowed to ask whether someone is a virgin or not? No, you should not. You should not, generally. Unless it's the roundabout way about, have you done stuff in the past and this and that, and they kind of like, yeah, I've been non-practicing and I've done some stuff without having to disclose it. And if you're like, well, that's not what I was looking for someone without a past. Okay, you are entitled to that, but to ask specifically those kind of questions, I don't think it's appropriate. And Islamically, it's basically revealing sins, because you're going to have to reveal your marriage anyways. Now, let's take us another scenario. If you got married and you didn't consummate the marriage, and then you're telling them that you got married, and then they ask you, are you a virgin? Have you slept with that person before when you were married? And you say, no, I have not. Saying that you didn't consummate the marriage is appropriate to ask. Asking the other question is not appropriate. It was a general statement in terms of the assumption that someone who has not been married in that society is generally not going to have an illicit relationship. That's it. So that was the assumption. The assumption is not you go and ask, or you go and check or something. I mean, when we talk about intercourse, I'm gonna talk about hymen and blood and things like that. We'll get to that, but that hadith was not intended in its literal meaning. It was just basically someone who's not been previously married, without checking, okay, without asking specifically. What was the second person? Maybe. You're saying don't cut down. Huh? Okay. I mean, if I have to extend it, and if I can, and everyone is okay with that, we can extend another. I, yeah. I agree. So here's the challenge. The challenge is that originally I wanted this to be like an 8-hour seminar, but then my board is telling me 8-hour seminar, people are not going to come for 8 hours. They're going to get scared. They're going to run away, make it 2 4-hour seminars. And I said, let's make it 2 8-hour seminars. They said, no, that's too much time commitment. And so it's very hard to balance between attendance, getting people, marketing, all of that stuff versus giving the content, Yeah. Inshallah. Inshallah. So we'll take the vote next week, inshallah. Inshallah. Take the vote next week during the break time, halfway through the session, inshallah. Responsibility we'll be covering as well, to some extent. But again, responsibilities, keep in mind, the details of responsibilities, the details of like akhlaq, how do you be nice to your spouse, and, how often should you get them a gift and all of that stuff. That doesn't technically come into like the law aspect of Islam. So we could do a whole bunch of seminars, there's a lot of seminars on that and stuff like that. But we're not going to cover that in a lot of detail. So we're going to cover it just in generic parts where the law kind of kicks in. There's no law about, you need to get a gift once a month or something like that, or anniversaries and what you do. And that's kind of separated from this subject that we're trying to talk about. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, so is it sunnah to have multiple? Some people argue multiple wives sunnah. So we're gonna cover that next week. But the short answer is, no, it's not sunnah. It falls in. Remember the 5 categories that I gave you in the beginning? I think you came a little bit later, right? But you took Islamic Law 1 anyways, right? Yeah. So remember the 5 categories. It falls in the permissible category, the jaiz category. So it's neither recommended nor is it disliked. It just falls in the permissible category. Okay. Okay. Any questions? Yes. Mhm. How about the 10 questions that we mentioned? You were here for that, right? How do you discover that? Okay. So let's go back through those 10, if you can remember those 10. So you can ask about the prayer. Uh, what was the second one? What were the other 10? Did anyone write the questions down? We all forgot all the 10 questions. Family. So we talked about how we can find out about family, right? So you can ask their family. You can ask their friends about how they deal with their family. So that would be an example. What was the other ones that we talked about? Right. That's where you check references, right? So again, it's almost like a job interview. You can't really know, but what you can do is you check previous employers and you call them, and you're supposed to go and the 3 references that are there. So what you do is you check with their friends, and it's a good practice to ask for references, right? Say, you know what? Who are 3 of your best friends? Can I call them and just ask them about you? I think that's a great practice to implement. Very similar to, maybe I'm being too overly structured here, but that's exactly why I'm suggesting this, because in a small based community, small town community, everyone knows what's going on, right? In a community where they're out of town, you don't know who they are, this and that, you get basic references and you contact those references. That would be a great thing. And I think that's what the Beyond Chai matchmaker does. They like contact these references or something. I'm assuming they should be doing something like that. No, but you ask targeted questions. You ask targeted, specific questions. Again, there's a lot of books out there. So Munira Lekovic, she's got a whole book on, I think it's called 100 Questions to Ask a Potential Muslim Spouse or something like that. So she's got a list. There's a bunch of lists on the internet. They're pretty good. Some of the questions are ridiculous, but filter out the ridiculous ones and ask the good ones. So let's say you have 100, you can get 30 or 40 really, really good ones and ask. Again, the problem is you can't know for sure. How do you test moral care? How do you test if they've been lying or not? There's no easy way to figure that out. they are really important, but how do you figure them out? I don't know of a solution. If someone comes up with like a solution, we give them a lie detector test, like that's there was some movie where they did that. But anyways, that's taking it too far. So you do your best and your due diligence in your capacity, and probably if you're concerned, you do a little extra due diligence as much as you can, whatever that translates into. You have a PDF? Oh, that we covered here? Oh, okay. Oh, Munira's. Okay. It's her whole book, though? Okay, good, good. And she's okay with sharing it. If it's copyrighted material, we don't want to share it then. Yeah, so just if you can double check to make sure it's not copyrighted, yeah, because we don't want to be distributing copyrighted material. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's like people watch movies online, but they're copyrighted, right? You go to Put Locker or something like that. I'm not trying to teach you, but anyways, yeah. Spy on social media. Right. Right. Which is what companies do. The first thing they do is they check social media profiles, and yeah, and not everyone is public as well. So they may have private, things. Yeah. So you try whatever options you can without going to the extent of spying and hacking into their account and putting a tracker on their car and seeing where where they're going or something like that. It's super shady. But something beyond that, yeah, it should be the case. Inshallah, try your best due diligence, whatever that is. Inshallah. Okay. Any other questions? Or we're good? Inshallah. Okay, we'll take last question for you. Islamic view on wedding ring. Short answer is it's fine. You can do it, but there's no requirement for it. It could serve a function of marking that you're married, so that the proposals that we talked about, people won't be coming and proposing to someone who's already married. Could serve that purpose. And in terms of the finger that you're wearing on, the Christian association and this and that, it's become standard. It's been de-Christianized, and the origin of whether it's Christian and locking in the ring being a circle and you being bound for life and all that stuff, the most scholars have said it's permissible to have wedding rings, and there's no problem with that. Okay. All right, so we'll leave it at that. We'll see you next week at 9 o'clock, inshallah ta'ala. And if you'd like to pray, we're going to get the prayer room ready, and we can do prayer here, inshallah. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, nastaghfirukallahu wa natubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. So, welcome to the continuation of our seminar. We're going to get right into it. So, when it comes to engagement, we left off at engagement, right? Yeah, I believe so. Okay. So, engagement, it is recommended to look at each other before marriage. So, I think we covered that part, right? And look, there's some cultures where they don't even look at each other. It's recommended. You're supposed to look at each other, but when it's recommended, doesn't mean that it's required. So like I said, there's some cultures in the world that they simply don't care. It's not a big deal. Some cultures you're not allowed to look. So in Islam, you're allowed to look, number one, and you're technically supposed to look. But if you don't, and you don't want to, that's fine. Islam has left that open. So that's kind of the, it's not so relevant to us, but it's important to know the general rule. I can imagine somebody just getting fed up with the whole process of marriage, and they have a good relationship with their parents, and they're like, you know what, Mom, Dad, I just don't even care anymore. You handle it, okay? I want you to just take care of it, and all of a sudden, just let me know when it's done. I'm gonna show up, and I'm married, right? So I can imagine someone doing that. Someone comes along and says, you know what, but you didn't follow the sunnah. You're supposed to look at the person. Like, you know what? No, It's recommended, but it's lowly recommended. It's not like highly, highly recommended. Just, if you're fine with that, that's fine. Probably most Americans would never allow something like that, but some people would. Okay, but when it comes to looking, now we need to define what that is. So what does it mean that you look? You're not allowed to look at your potential spouse lustfully because they're your potential spouse. They're not your spouse. You're not married yet. Once you're married, you can look at your spouse all you want, lustfully, with, daydreaming about them, fantasizing about them, but you're not allowed to do that during the engagement process because you're not married, or even after engagement, which I'll mention. So the first thing is you cannot lustfully look at them. So some people, what they'll do is they'll be like, during the courting process, I want to imagine if I can really be with this person, and then they start lustfully thinking about them or daydreaming about them. That's not supposed to be happening. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, what does it mean to look at your spouse? Okay, so to look at your spouse means to look at normally what you're allowed to look at in the first place. So general guidelines for dress code in Islam is that a man has to cover between the navel and the knee, minimum. A woman has to cover everything but the hands, the face, the hands, and the feet. So that means that you cannot actually ask a woman to reveal more, and she should not be revealing any more than the bare minimum of what she's going to display in front of other people anyways. So the reason why I mention that is there's a lot of people who would like to see, especially a lot of guys would like to see, let's say, sisters wearing hijab. They're like, you know what, well, I'm really interested in you, but I want to see what your hair looks like. It's really, really important to me. They cannot ask for that. And a woman does not have to, or should not actually agree to that, because it's not allowed in Islam. But there is some difference of opinion on this issue. So Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal from the Hanbali school and Imam Ibn Hazm, they took a different stance, and they said, no, you are actually allowed to look at a little bit more when you're considering someone for the purpose of marriage. So guys love this opinion. They're like, you know what, that's perfect for me because that's exactly what I was looking for. But again, this is a minority opinion. And the vast majority of scholars have said that it's not allowed and not permissible to do that. And the evidence that they're using is one or two hadith, but it's not properly contextualized. So I think the evidence is very weak on that, and most scholars agree with that. But you will come across someone saying, look, in the Hanbali school of thought, it's technically allowed for me to look at more than than what a woman is actually, covered up with her hijab and all that stuff. So so I want to make this comment. I think comment is more to the guys, okay? And that is that most guys cannot differentiate between when a woman is wearing makeup and when she's not wearing makeup, or how much makeup she's wearing, or what even foundation is, and all of these mascara and different things. So the thing is, and so that's problem number one. They can't tell. So what's going to happen is that oftentimes, let's just say there's a guy going and he's looking into different girls, and he ends up meeting different girls, and he finds one of them to just be much more attractive than the other. Is that necessarily because of their natural beauty that he's inclined towards them, or is it because of the fact that they just know how to wear makeup better, or they spend more money on makeup? Many guys cannot tell the difference between that. So I'm just speaking to like the younger guys who don't understand that, maybe someone just didn't have a good day and they weren't wearing makeup that day, or they wear it differently, or something along those lines, or I don't know, a woman had acne or something that day and she was going through a stressful period in an exam or something. You don't make such a quick judgment because people can dress differently, they can change their hairstyle differently and all that. So there's a lot of, like I said, beauty should not be everything. Beauty is a consideration that people take into consideration. But again, it's important to understand that those styles of beauty can be kind of enhanced depending on the type of clothing, depending on the type of makeup, depending on the type of this and that and all that stuff. Okay, so it's important to understand that when you're trying to insist and saying, you know what, I can't, I can't take this next step because I don't know what the girl looks like, without her hijab on, or I can't see a little bit more. And there was one of my friends, he was a convert, Belgian guy from Belgium, and he had been with a lot of women in his life. Okay, he's an elderly guy. He's been with a lot of women before he became Muslim. So he goes, look, now I'm Muslim and I'm trying to look for a spouse and all that stuff, and he's like, all these women, they're just so covered up and I can't tell, like what they look like. And I've been with so many women in my life, I have like a little bit of a pickiness there. And it was bothering him. So it was important for him to kind of understand this principle. And, in fact, it's been like 15 years. He's still not married, but inshallah, he'll get married. He's a good guy. But this is a problem. So guys need to understand that, number one. Number two, the flip side of the problem is there's too much emphasis on beauty because there's unrealistic standards. The thing is, pictures that you look at, oftentimes they're photoshopped. So people don't actually look like that. Oftentimes what you see in movies and stuff, you don't realize how much makeup is actually on an actress or even an actor for women and stuff like that. So oftentimes people don't understand that, look, what I'm saying is that if, there are standards of beauty, and there's I don't know the right term, but there's some customization of beauty that can happen, and therefore you should always keep that in mind, right? So basically, let's say a guy meets a girl and it's like, you know what, I'm just not attracted to this guy, and you can't figure out what it is, why you're not attracted to him, and it turns out, you know what, it's his hairstyle. His hairstyle just bothers me. The thing is, the guy's hairstyle can change, right? He can get a makeover done, right? And then all of a sudden, maybe you're going to start being attracted to him. The only thing that was bothering you was maybe the shirt that he was wearing that day, or his hairstyle, or, the fact that he didn't, I don't know, trim or something like that. And you're like, I don't know, I'm just not clicking. It's not feeling it. But again, you have to understand there's that customization within that beauty as well, that, just take the guy to a makeover place, and, he could be like a totally different person. Like you had judged him prior to that makeover, you'd be making a wrong judgment. So it's very important for both sides to understand this, okay? So that is looking at a recommendation of looking at a potential spouse during the engagement process and what parts you can technically look at, okay? Next thing on this is that girls should not wear so much makeup that it becomes deceptive, okay? So the Prophet, peace be upon him, he prohibited hair extensions for women during his lifetime. So does that mean that hair extensions are prohibited? No. So why did he prohibit hair extensions? There's a clear-cut hadith, it's an authentic hadith. So why are hair extensions prohibited during the Prophet's lifetime? Because people were wearing them as a sense of deception, like almost like wearing a wig to kind of show that this is what my hair looks like or something like that. So he prohibited that, and he cursed women who do that because it's a type of deception. Now, if you're not doing it as deception and it's clear that this is a hair extension, because some people are into that, it's a common question I get asked all the time, then yes, it's going to be allowed. So taking that principle, applying analogy, anything else that's going to result in some type of deception, that you're giving off an impression that this is what you actually look like, but it is not what you look like at all, then that would not be permissible. So wearing colored contacts. There's nothing wrong with wearing colored contacts, but if you are giving the impression that this is exactly what the color of my eyes are, it can potentially, it's like a gray area, it could lead to potential deception. Now again, the flip side is, why be so shallow and judge people based on their eye color? Okay, so there's a shallowness to that, but then there's a legitimacy to that, because some people, that's just part of the standard of beauty, and you cannot just sit there and ask everyone to modify their standards of beauty to a great extent. To some extent, yes. To a great extent, not necessarily, okay? So, yeah, one last comment on this, by the way. This is some of my just general advice, is that a lot of people who are very religiously inclined, what they'll do is they'll say, beauty, there's too much emphasis on beauty, and people should not be so interested in focusing on beauty, and those are shallow people. Therefore, I'm not going to focus on beauty at all. I'm not going to take care of myself. I'm not going to wear, I don't know, moisturizer. I'm not going to wear any type of makeup. I'm not going to worry if my clothes are ironed or not. I'm not going to make sure I do a little exercise or something like that. And then what ends up happening is it's very hard for them to kind of get proposals, and they're like, oh, all these people are shallow. The thing is, look, there's a balance between not being overly materialistic and overly concerned about these type of things where it gets to excessive superficiality, and there's another balance between generally trying to take care of yourself and understanding that humans are humans. People are people at the end of the day. So it is important when someone is considering the engagement process or courting process that they do take care of themselves at some level, especially given the fact that we live in a culture which is emphasizing these things. So it's important to have that balance, because I get this all the time. They're like, I'm looking for a religious guy and a guy who has absolutely no interest in me except my personality and my character, and he should not care at all what I look like. And the same thing with sisters. Sisters looking for, a guy is looking for the same thing in a sister. Girls shouldn't look at me. She shouldn't care how much money I have in the bank. She shouldn't care about any of my achievements in life and all that. Again, that's not a realistic thing to be asking for, because naturally people look at those things. All right, the next thing is, what is an engagement in the first place? What is actually an engagement? Engagement is simply this in Islam. Engagement is a verbal agreement that two people intend to get married. That's it. It's a verbal agreement. It's not a party. It's not a ring. It's not a promise. It's an intention. It's not a promise, because you're not supposed to break your promises. Okay? So if it is just an intention, that means breaking an engagement is not sinful in any way, shape, or form. Okay, number one. Number two, you say, okay, well, what's the purpose of engagement if you can break it? The main purpose of engagement is one main thing, and that is to prevent other people from proposing to someone who's engaged. So this comes to the issue of, let me write this down in my notes. Okay, so it comes to the issue of courting more than one person, or courting kind of signifies looking into, more than looking into. So looking into more than one person at a time. So a lot of people have an issue with this. They're like, you can't be talking to one person for the purpose of marriage and then go and talk to another person for the purpose of marriage. Okay? Who feels kind of uncomfortable with that? They would be bothered that that's happening. Anyone? Anyone else? Come on, just raise your hand. It's okay. It's okay if you feel bad about that. You feel bad? Okay, you would feel bad. The reality is, from an Islamic perspective, you may feel bad, but there's nothing wrong with that. So look, it's very similar to a job interview, right? Like I mentioned, I was kind of making a comparison with job interviews and marriage interviews. Anyone have a problem with someone going and interviewing with more than one company at the same time? Is it unethical to go and interview at one company at the same time you're interviewing with another company, and you feel like, what, there's something wrong with that? No, unless if you've reached a stage and a status where you're very seriously considering that company, or in this case the spouse, and then you're going and pursuing someone else, it becomes a different issue. We're talking about initial meetings with people for the first time, or maybe the second time, or something like that. So technically it's not wrong. Now culturally it may be seen as something that, people they see it as doesn't feel good, they should focus on one person at a time or something like that. That's fine. If you have that feeling, that's fine. But from an Islamic perspective, is there anything sinful or wrong with someone going and meeting up with different people or multiple people at the same time? No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with that Islamically. So what engagement does is engagement shifts that from the status of not being a problem to being a problem. So once a person has made the verbal intention that they intend to get married, and that verbal intention has no clear wording, it's just like, things are looking good, and I think we should proceed. Let's think about a date later on, or, that we should set for the wedding. That's kind of like an engagement. Now you want to do the ring, you want to do a Fatiha ceremony where people recite Surah Al-Fatiha and they do a party or something like that. You can do all those things. All those things are fine. And if you don't do them, they're fine. And if you don't even do an engagement, it's also fine. So you don't even need the intention. All of a sudden, you're just like, you know what? Okay, let's get married after your third meeting. We'll make the promise right now. And you know what? Yeah, I have an extra hour. We're not going to have a big party or something. Let me just call my parents. Parents come down. You get married right there on the spot. No engagement happened. Perfectly fine. There's no issue with that. Okay? So what engagement will do is, one, it'll prevent other people from proposing, and it'll basically stop the process of you cannot be seeing other candidates after the engagement is done because you made the intention that you are getting married. So what that does is that blocks that off, and it stops that from happening. That means that you've reached a level of seriousness. Now again, in some capacity, you don't even need the verbal agreement may not even be verbal. Sometimes it may just be customary, built into the culture. So Imam Malik, one of the scholars, well-known scholars in the Maliki school of thought, he had this concept that the wording is not needed. In fact, there's a cultural definition that a marriage reaches the state of what's known as rukun, which means that it's becoming like solidified, that there's a clear-cut intention that these two people are wanting to get married. Therefore, they've reached like the engagement level where no one else can propose, and then none of them should be going in, contacting somebody else for the purpose of marriage. The key for engagement here is that, actually, I just thought of one more point before I forget. The key for engagement here is when you are engaged, after you get engaged, which is just that verbal intention, not even a promise, right? But verbal intention of wanting to get married, nothing else changes, which means the PPP that we talked about still has to be observed. All the rules of hijab still have to be observed. You still can't go to a movie theater together. You still can't go, you can't hold hands, walk around the mall together, okay? If you couldn't do it before engagement, you can't do it after engagement. Nothing changes in the sense that you are not married. This is not a half marriage, it's not a quarter marriage, it's not a 10% marriage. Nothing else changes except other people's inability to propose and your inability to go and try to court other people during this time. And again, engagement can be broken at any time, and there shouldn't be such a big social stigma behind it. There's little social implications, obviously, cultural implications, but it shouldn't be there. Next thing on that is the duration of the engagement. How long between the engagement and the marriage contract should there be? What do you think? How long should there be from an Islamic perspective? You say right away? Okay, anyone else? A month? Say a month. Shorter the better. Okay. All right, so from Islamic perspective, you don't need engagement. So there is no timeline. It was a trick question. Yeah, I do that a lot. You probably haven't attended my other classes. Yeah, so you're gonna get used to that soon. You should join the university, and then you get used to it more. So the thing is, there is no time frame. So some people, what they'll do is the time frame will be very short. They'll get engaged, and the next day they'll get married. Some people do 1 month. Some people do 3 months. Some families, they'll do 3 years. Okay. Now the problem with long engagements is that one, you are so technically you could do a long engagement. Okay, let's say you want to quote unquote reserve someone, right? Whatever, people use funny language when they do that. So you reserve someone from a families get together or whatever it is. Engagement can be broken, but this will prevent someone from proposing to the other person. So let's say you're like, look, someone is very young. This happens in very traditional communities. Someone is like 12 years old. The families come together and they go, look, we're going to get these two people engaged, and by the time they hit 14 or 16, whatever the age of marriage is in that country, we're going to get them married, right? So why do they do the engagement? Because they want to make sure no other family comes in and like tries to take this opportunity. Like we don't want to reserve it in advance, right? So it's done. Okay, that's totally understandable. So that would be a good reason to have a prolonged engagement. Okay, and in a society where there's close-knit family ties and maybe tribal village community, that works very well, and that's fine. What doesn't work in our present context, in the urban context where families are not so strong, and there's a lot of temptation, is that prolonged engagements are generally going to lead to what? What do you think? Zina, okay, yes. Zina or anything that is getting close to zina. Zina meaning adultery, fornication. Basically is getting into unlawful relationship. So what's going to happen is when people are engaged, they're going to keep on talking. They're going to want to, obviously, you're engaged for 3 years, for example. You're going to keep on wanting to talk to the person you're engaged to. But the thing is, you have to follow the 3 Ps. And what happens is, when you're following the 3 Ps while you're engaged, you kind of want to start to let your guard down because now you're almost kind of committed. You have the intention to marry this person. So you start to develop a closer and closer attachment. That closer and closer attachment becomes text messages back and forth every day, phone calls coming back and forth all the time, and then romantic, emotional attachment begins, romantic relationship begins, and then you've crossed all the boundaries that you were not supposed to be crossing. And that's the problem with prolonged engagement. So prolonged engagement has a lot of problems with it in our context. Even though it's not technically wrong, it's becoming wrong because of the way in which parents do stuff like this, or families do things like this, or maybe individuals do this. So I am not a fan of prolonged engagements because of the results that I see happening in our society. So people need to understand that. They need to understand the negative results and the negative consequences. Either don't do the engagement, or do the engagement right near the marriage. Right? That's the way it should be, unless you are protected from all of these other issues. And if you are, then great. You can do engagement for 10 years if you want, but if you're not, and most people are not, be very careful about it, okay? So here's the thing, okay? Good question. So, this idea of being emotionally attached, good, look, love develops between people, and it's unplanned, right? It's not something that you plan out. You'd be like, you know what? Okay, now that the engagement has happened, I'm not going to become emotionally attached. And then right after the day after the wedding, now I'm going to start becoming emotionally attached. It's not something you can really control, right? But at the same time, the 3 Ps generally are going to try to keep you a little bit in check from getting too attached. So there's going to be some attachment, and that's not from your own doing, right? So anything that's not from your own doing, it's fine. The problem is getting too emotionally attached, or as they say, either infatuation versus love, the difference between infatuation and love and puppy love and all that stuff, all these, gray areas across the board. If it starts to prevent you from making a proper decision before you've gotten into marriage, it's a problem. It's not sinful per se, because it's usually not something, as long as you followed all the rules, it's not something that you could control, right? This is something that human beings are not in control of. It just happens naturally. But what you should try to do is not to become too attached, or try to, get so close that you start becoming too attached. So it becomes a problem, okay? Now, so you got to follow hijab rules still. You got to follow the PPP rules, even when you're meeting, when you're talking, when you're texting, after engagement, doesn't matter. One day before the marriage, can we let our guard down a little bit? It's like the marriage is the next day. No, you can't. Okay, technically, you got to follow the rules still. So, I was actually going to cover that. So love builds during this stage. During the engagement, love will start to build, but becoming too emotionally attached can be bad. That's why the premarital consultation that I mentioned, it's supposed to be done before this stage. So this idea of, we talked about why do premarital consultation and come in and discuss those things. If you do it after engagement, usually there's some level of attachment that is much more than prior to that. And, you're not supposed to get engaged and then come in and say, oh, well, now we want to, do the premarital consultation. You can, it's still not too late, but it should have been done prior to that, okay? All right, next is dowry and premarital agreements. By the way, this today, again, like we're going to do questions at the end, but there's an app we're going to use today if you want to ask anonymous questions. So the app is called Slido, Slido. You can download it during the break and write your questions down, and then if you want to ask anonymously, what you're going to do is you're going to put it in the app. I'm going to give you the join code, and you're going to put your question in the app. And what's going to happen is people are going to upvote your question or downvote your question, and the questions which have the highest votes are going to be given priority. Okay, so you can do that. So I'm going to take one question from Slido and one question live, whoever wants to raise their hand, and we'll keep going back and forth, one and one like that. Okay. All right. Dowry and premarital agreements. So dowry is called mahr, or it's called sadaq, or it's called, there's a bunch of different names for it, but generally it's known as mahr, all right, M-A-H-R. So dowry basically is something which is necessary in Islam. It's a requirement. It has to be done. It's not an optional thing. What dowry is, it's a gift from the husband to the bride upon marriage when they're getting married. Okay? It is, so look at the definition very carefully. A gift from the husband to the bride of significant monetary value. So it is not a gift from the husband to the bride's family. It is not a gift from the husband's family to the bride's family. It is not a gift from the husband's family to the bride. And it is definitely not vice versa from the wife's family to the husband's family, as it is in Hindu culture. So what ends up happening is many Muslims are coming from, they're influenced by different cultures where they have different concepts of dowry or dower or whatever you want to call it, and they will adopt a completely different model of dowry, thinking that that's part of Islam. And it's not part of Islam. So for example, in India, many families will follow the Hindu culture because they watch too many Bollywood films or Bollywood dramas or something like that, where they think that the wife's family, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really watch this stuff, but the wife's family is supposed to give a large amount of money to the husband or the husband's family, I think husband's family, in order for this marriage to take place. Is that, anyone can confirm that? Yeah, it's something like that, right? But that's the exact opposite way it's supposed to be. So in Islam, that is purely, not only is it culture, it's a culture which contradicts Islam. So what Islam says, it is necessary for a man who's going to get married to give a gift to his wife, and this is called the dowry or the mahr. It's a requirement, okay? And has to go to her, and her family cannot take it from her or something like that, and she has to agree to the amount. She could obviously get input and decision, from family and all that stuff, but it's going to her. So this is very clear cut in the Quran. We're not going to get into the details of the verses. What is the minimum dowry that has to be given? It has to be something of significant value. Okay. What is significant value? It's not a candy bar. Here I bought you a Hershey's candy bar. This is going to be your dowry. No, that doesn't work. There are some people, and I see this a lot. Some people, they go, well, you know what? I read that there's this hadith, and the hadith is authentic, that, there was a companion who taught some Quran to his wife, and that served as her dowry, therefore it's allowed. Or there's another hadith about someone gave an iron ring to his wife, and that's sufficient for a dowry, and the hadith is considered to be, well, that one hadith is weak, but the other one is authentic. So they say, see, and then the Prophet, peace be upon him, said that the lower the dowry, the better, more blessed your marriage is going to be, and et cetera, and all of those things. Muslim scholars looked at all of those reports together, all the hadith talking about dowry, all the verses talking about dowry, and across the board they concluded that no, this is not the way it works. The way it works is that it has to be something of some significant value, not something like teaching verses of the Quran or something. That was an exception to the rule for a particular person. All right, so you find some brothers in the community. They're like, and I got married, and the sister comes to me. I'm like, so what was your dowry? Oh, he taught me, Surah Al-Ikhlas. I was a convert, and he taught me Qul Huwa Allahu Ahad, and it was really romantic, and it was really nice. And I'm like, that's not a valid dowry. That doesn't count as an actual dowry. He goes, no, but he quoted, there's a hadith, and the hadith is authentic, and blah blah blah. This is not the way it works. Okay, so it has to be something of significant value. Number one, that's the minimum. Okay, but again, it doesn't have to be something so high. So culturally, it's very different across the board, but it's considered to be a gift. Now, what is the maximum that should be set? There is no maximum. Okay, so there is no maximum. You could set any amount you want, but if you set it obviously way too high, $1 million, probably going to be pretty hard for you to get married, right? If a woman that wants, that much money. And Umar ibn al-Khattab, second Khalifa of Islam, when he was Khalifa, he saw that it was becoming a problem that some women were demanding too high of a dowry. So he tried to set a limit to it. And he was mentioning this in one of his speeches, and one old woman stood up and she interrupted him and she said, "You know what? How can you do that when the Quran mentions that even if someone has given a qintar, meaning a whole treasure, that you cannot take it?" So there's a clear-cut verse in the Quran that indicates that even if the dowry was extremely high, you cannot take it, therefore you have no right to put restrictions on the maximum amount. So Umar admitted his mistake and he goes, "Yes, this woman is correct." And he retracted from his opinion. So technically, there is no maximum. So scholars took that and said, "You know what? That's true. The woman was right. There is no maximum, but there is a minimum. The minimum is something of value. Something of value is like $50, $100, something like that. And the maximum, there is no maximum. But again, you shouldn't exaggerate. So sometimes a dowry becomes so exaggerated that either it prevents a woman from getting married in the first place, or it just puts a really big financial burden on a guy who cannot afford something like that, even though everything was going good, courting process went well, premarital consultation went well, engagement went well, everything went well, and all of a sudden she's like, "But no, I want 100,000." And the guy, he doesn't make that much money, so it becomes a problem. So here's the issue here. The issue is that dowry was not intended to be financial security for a woman. It was intended to be a gift. Now, we have a problem with many women not having financial security with the breakdown of the family system. So what they want to do is they want to achieve some level of financial security so they don't get stuck in this marriage. They can never get out. They can never become independent on their own. They feel like they're stuck in this marriage no matter what happens. The guy is a horrible guy and he's doing really bad things, and she's just stuck. She doesn't have a family system that she can go back to, so it becomes a problem. So what people have done now is they said, well, what we can do is we can use high amounts of dowry to become financial security for the woman. The problem with that is that was not what the original intention of dowry was supposed to be. Dowry was supposed to be just a gift to the wife. It could be a very expensive gift, could be a little bit cheap gift, but it's still a gift. It's not a giant long-term financial security backup plan for the woman in case something happens. Now, is there legitimacy for a woman wanting financial security? Absolutely. So how do you accomplish both? Maintaining the original purpose of what dowry was supposed to be while maintaining financial security at the same time? Well, what you can do is you can make a separate written, or perhaps verbal, written maybe better, agreement for the financial protection or financial security. So you can make some kind of, again, I'm giving you a theoretical framework. This is not always applied, but I have a feeling it's going to start to be applied in about maybe the next 10, 20 years, next 2 decades or so. But this conceptual model is the dowry itself should remain what its original purpose was supposed to be, and at the same time you have a separate contract which is going to provide for the financial security of the spouse in different events and scenarios and stuff like that. Okay, I'll take questions at the end, and I'm going to address a lot of stuff, all right? So inshallah, but make sure write it down so you don't forget. Okay, all right. So the next concept is what's called deferred dowry. Okay, so this is known as mahar al-mu'ajjal, which basically means that can you ask for a dowry that is not going to be paid right now. So let's say a woman comes along and says, "I want $10,000 in dowry." Guy wants to get married. They plan the marriage. Everything's good. The guy goes, "I only have $6,000 right now, and I need to pay some bills. I can't afford that. I can pay you $5,000 now, and I can pay you $5,000 later, at some future point in time." Is this allowed to do? Technically, yes, it's allowed. Was this normally done among the Sahaba and the companions? No, it was not done. So then why is it allowed? It's allowed because dowry comes in the category of a financial contract. Why? Because it's a transfer of money from one person to another, so it goes under the regulations of a financial contract. So it works the same way. So if you have a financial contract, you can say, well, okay, my dowry, I'm asking for 10,000. You say, I'm agreeing to 10,000, but I'm agreeing to it, but I can only pay 5,000 now. I'm going to pay the 5,000 later. So you're allowed to do that. It's not recommended. It's not necessarily disliked. Remember the 5 categories we talked about? So which category does it come in? 5 categories. Required, recommended, permissible, disliked, forbidden. Which category does this fall in? Permissible, right? It's in the middle category. So it's permissible. If you want to do it, you can do it. All right? It's not recommended, nor is it disliked. All right? So deferred dowry can happen. But what cannot happen, and this is a very big misconception in the community, is that you set a deferred dowry that's conditional upon divorce only. So it's become very common in many cultures. Egyptian culture, Moroccan culture, Afghani culture. What they'll do is they'll be like, you know what? Okay, you're going to give $5,000 mahar now, and you're going to give $1 million mahar deferred, and the guy's salary is like 40,000. Like, wait a minute. How is he going to pay $1 million? No, $1 million is only payable in the event of divorce. So if he ever tries to divorce her, he has to pay $1 million. So he's stuck for the rest of his life because he'll never be able to afford divorce. This is a horrible concept. There's no basis for this in Islam whatsoever, because dowry, by definition, is the gift from the husband to the wife, the part that's required. It's a financial contract. The moment you make it conditional only upon divorce, it's not dowry anymore. You've just changed the definition. That's not what dowry is anymore. It's not mahar anymore. So this idea, number one, it's not the same thing as, it's not even dowry. It's a completely different contract. And the second thing is, to make this contract is extremely unjust, because what it's going to do, it's going to cause a lot of problems, because divorce is allowed in Islam. So what this is going to do is basically going to prevent divorce under any circumstance whatsoever, because he goes, if you want to divorce my daughter, a lot of fathers will do this, you want to divorce my daughter, okay, it's going to cost you $1 million. Oh, you don't have $1 million, by the way. So you're never going to divorce my daughter, no matter what happens, no matter how bad things get. We talk about divorce, we'll talk about, reasons and all that, but this is not allowed. So what people will do is they'll make an agreement, and they'll say, well, and they'll ask the question in this specific way. They say, is it allowed, is dowry allowed to be deferred? And you ask an imam, you ask a sheikh, and they'll say, yes, it's allowed. Say, good, see, I knew it. I told you the answer was that. But what they didn't ask was, is that deferred dowry payable whether or not there's divorce, or only in the instance of divorce? No, it's payable. If you agree to deferred dowry and it's real deferred dowry, it's not conditional upon divorce. So what does that mean? That means the guy has to pay it. So if he signed up for $1 million, which probably shouldn't have done anyways, but if he signed up for $1 million and he dies, it's still payable. He never divorced her, but it's still payable because it remains a debt. So what's going to happen is his inheritance, whatever he leaves behind, his estate that's going to be distributed, that's going to be distributed primarily to the wife, because it's still a debt that has to be paid. His children, his heir, they're all going to be excluded from everything else, because that's the way it works in inheritance law in Islam, and that's the way it works in basically financial contracts in Islam. So this concept, this idea, this new invention of setting this ridiculously high amount of dowry, deferred dowry, that a person's never going to be able to pay, or is going to be so scared to pay, and it's only conditional in the event of a conditional, it triggers in the event of a divorce, that has no basis in Islam. That's what's called innovation. It's a bid'ah, and it should be in the category of being prohibited. Okay, so this is clear cut across the board. All scholars agree. There is no difference of opinion on this at all. All right, so but what if someone does have a large amount? They specify a large amount, and they do it the right way. It's a deferred dowry. A woman says, no, I want $25,000. Guy can only pay $5,000. He's going to pay $20,000 later. She comes from upper class family, I don't know, high society, whatever you want to call it, and $25,000 is reasonable for her to demand, but the guy doesn't have that money right now. How is it going to work? Well, it's going to work that he has to pay this money at some point in time. It's a debt. And like any debt, there's different type of debts you can have. You can have a debt that has a time period, and you can have a debt that has no time period. So when you have a debt that has a time period, it's probably better, so at least you know when you're getting your money. But when you demand your money, it's kind of like a demand note. Like, I'm not asking for it now, but whenever I decide that I'm going to declare that I want my money to be paid, now it becomes payable immediately by the guy. So it works like a financial contract. So if you have a large amount of money, it is a good idea to get it documented as a debt instrument. So what a debt instrument is basically a document that is legally binding in whichever country you're going to be in. Some people say, oh, well, what if we go to the masjid, we write it down, and the imam is there as a witness? You know what? The imam will say if it's a large amount, we don't even write down dowry anymore. Why? Because if there's a dowry dispute, guess what? Imam has to go to court and has to testify to the fact that, hey, I saw this and this and that, and we just don't have time to be going to court for things like this. We have other priorities. So it becomes a problem. Are there dowry disputes? Absolutely. The guy will come and say, you know what? Well, no, I promised this much. He goes, no, you didn't. My father talked to you and we negotiated this and you promised this much. And usually this is going to happen in the event of, breakdown of the marriage, which can happen very fast. So what you want to do is, if you have dowry, number one, you should write it down. Do you have to? No. Should you? Yes. Number two, if you write it down, some people say, well, go get it notarized. You can go to a notary public, it costs you like $10, $15, you get it notarized. Does that mean it's going to be legally binding? Not necessarily, right? So you can dispute something. So the notary doesn't mean anything unless you get it notarized after structuring it as a debt instrument in the country that you live in. Say it's in America. So you take any type of debt instrument, whether it's a demand note, whether it's a promissory note, you figure out what is a good model for you. There's many different debt instruments out there. And then you document it, get it signed, and then you get it notarized. It's probably going to be upheld in court in case there's a dispute, and you wanted to, demand that. You check with your lawyer, if you have a lawyer, or check with a lawyer to make sure that this is a good enforceable thing. Now I know this is not romantic at all. This is not what you want to be looking at. You're like, I'm planning for marriage. I'm thinking about what kind of flowers should be on the table. Okay, but at the same time, these are things which you should at least somewhat think about, because people don't like to look in the future and be like, well, what if the marriage breaks down? How is that going to impact me? I'd rather just focus on the color of the flowers right now. I understand that, but if you look at what people go through when the marriage breaks down, in retrospect, everyone goes back and says, you should really consider this. You should really take this into consideration. And most people are like, who've never been through that, they're like, I can worry about it later. Inshallah, it's not going to happen to me. But it can happen to anyone. So learn from the experience of other people and who have experience, and professionals who deal with this on a regular basis. So now that is dowry. Now, if a couple gets married and they get divorced before consummation of the marriage, according to the Quran, it's very clear cut, only half the dowry is going to be due. So basically you agreed upon $10,000, got married, contract is done, and then, 1 week later, divorce happens. And you did not consummate the marriage. Consummating the marriage basically means having sex. But there's two definitions. One is technically consummating, meaning having intercourse. Second meaning of consummating the marriage is being in a state of privacy where intercourse could have taken place. So what does that mean? That means if you get married and you're living in separate homes and you meet up every single day in the coffee shop, okay, intercourse can't happen in the coffee shop because you're not in privacy, okay? You get married, for 6 months, every day you're going to the movies, halal movies, okay? And you're there, you're holding hands, you're eating popcorn together, or maybe some healthy alternative to popcorn or something like that, and your arm around and you're kind of, kissing and stuff like that a little bit, but you're still not in private. And then divorce happens. So you kind of been halal dating post-marriage prior to consummation, but in a public setting. Consummation hasn't happened. Divorce takes place, guess what? The $10,000 now goes down to $5,000, becomes half, okay? So this is clear cut, and you can kind of reflect on your own reason why the wisdom behind that would be, because there's a difference between, kind of like the question I was asked yesterday, there's a difference between someone who had been previously married and had actually been in privacy, right? The question you had, right, yesterday. There's a difference between someone who's been divorced and has consummated the marriage, and someone who's been divorced and has not consummated the marriage, especially when they're getting remarried, and there's just a different perception of that in society, and naturally. Not necessarily stigma, but there's obviously it plays a role if you're alone with the person or not alone with the person. So that is the general rule. So if the marriage is consummated / potential, the circumstances of potential consummation have been set up due to privacy, right? What they say is the curtains have been drawn. That's the term in Islamic law. The curtains have been drawn. There's privacy where it could have happened, but nothing happened. Right? You go in a hotel room and you just sit down, you stare at each other, you're drinking coffee, and you're like, you know what? This marriage is not going to work out. Well, our personalities just don't click. You know what? Guy just lost $10,000 because he divorces her right there, which doesn't work. But you know what? They were alone in a hotel room. Consummation could have taken place. Therefore, due to the privacy, entire dowry is going to be due. All right. So that is that. And if she already received the money, okay, then she has to pay back half of it. And if she didn't receive the money, she's going to get only half of it, which means two things. Number one, do you have to pay the dowry on the day of the marriage? Technically, no. Okay, because you wouldn't be able to give back, or you wouldn't be able to half the dowry technically by default if you had to pay it on the day of. Is it due the day of? Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Potential concept. Yeah, absolutely. 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 Okay. So potential consummation, yes. Majority, if not consensus. Yeah. All right. So yeah, think about that after you get married. All right. Anyways, so I have to. Okay. So if no dowry, what was the point I was making? Yeah. If on the day of the marriage the dowry is due, technically, but like any other contract, like you go to a store, like especially like old stores in like villages and stuff. You go to a store, you buy groceries and stuff. You be like, you know what? Put it on my tab. The money is due, but it's not due now. But you still have to pay it. So it's kind of like that. That's how dowry is. You don't have to give it on the day of the marriage, but it becomes due on the day of the marriage. You give it the next day, you give it the next week, you give it the next month, but it's still due, right? So better not die in that time because it's a debt. If it's a debt, it needs to be transferred over. If you were to die, right, hopefully not due to the marriage, but you were to die for whatever reason, that money is due, which means you get married, you haven't paid the dowry yet, you die the next day. Before your inheritance is distributed to your heirs, the $10,000 will be transferred to your wife, and then on top of that, she'll take another 1/4 as part of her inheritance, and then the rest of the inheritance gets distributed to your heirs. It's important to understand how this plays out in terms of financial contracts and all that stuff in Islamic law. So, yeah, again, so you look, yeah, that's a good question about dowry. Can your wife forgive the dowry and just kind of pardon it and say, you know what, I don't want it anymore? Yes, she can. Just like any financial contract. You go to a store, you buy a bunch of merchandise, you buy a bunch of stuff, and you're like, I'm going to pay you, your bill is like $1,000. You've been buying groceries from them for a month. And then all of a sudden the guy's like, I like you very much. You don't have to pay me any of the things. But again, there can be no pressure whatsoever. So this cannot be forced. So what a lot of guys will do is they'll really pressure it and they'll force it, and then they'll be like, come on, and I'll give you such and such thing, and I'll take you for a honeymoon here and there, and you forgive this dowry. There cannot be any pressure at all. Oh, if the guy dies, can she? I mean, again, it's like any financial contract. Can anyone forgive the money that they're owed? Yeah, they can just give it up. Like, I just don't want it. But again, there should be no force in that whatsoever. Okay? All right. If no dowry is specified, so many people, they get married and they're like, I've been married for like 10 years and I never got any mahar. Like nobody knew, no one told me that, there's supposed to be a dowry. Sometimes the guy comes and be like, in our culture, we didn't know about this concept of dowry and all that. And sometimes the woman comes and says, I didn't know that I'm supposed to get a dowry. So what happens? Is she not entitled to any dowry? No. Is the marriage valid? Or it's an invalid marriage because remember we said dowry is required. And if you did something you didn't meet one of the requirements of marriage, then is your marriage invalid? If your marriage is invalid, you had children, that means that they're illegitimate children and you've been living in zina for the last several years. Correct. No. No, it's not. So where's the difference? That would be horrible, right? So what's the difference? The difference is that there are two types of conditions, or there's a difference between a condition and a requirement, or a prerequisite in a requirement in Islamic law. A requirement is something that you need to do, but it's not going to break the contract if you don't do it. Whereas a prerequisite to a contract or a condition to the contract will not be valid unless this condition is met in the first place. So when it comes to dowry or mahar, is it a requirement or is it a precondition? It's a requirement, right? So it's a requirement. So the marriage contract is still valid, but the dowry is still due. But now all of a sudden you're like, you know what, we got married and we just totally forgot to talk about dowry and everything is good. And now all of a sudden, woman comes and she's like, and I want 10,000. And the guy's like, whoa, I thought we were in love and, I thought $100 would have been sufficient. And now they're already married. So what happens? Now you're going to potentially have a dispute. So what is the default rule? Again, not all scholars, but most scholars say the default rule is she gets what's called mahr al-mithl. Mahr al-mithl means customary dowry of anyone from her same social status. So what used to happen in many societies in the past, and in some, traditional societies or family-based societies, is that people have different social statuses and the dowry or the mahr is determined by their social status. So if you look at some of these princesses in Islamic history, like the daughter of the Khalifa, their mahr was like in the millions of dinars or something like that. It's ridiculous amounts of mahr, but everyone's like, well, that's because she's the princess, and not like the Aladdin princess, but like, like princess, whatever. So that concept exists in many cultures. And Islam came and looked and said, okay, that's the way people deal with things. We recognize that process. So the default should be that a woman is going to get the exact same thing as her peers from a similar social status. So what does that mean? That means that, okay, she has X amount of education, she comes from this type of family, she has this kind of background, this and that. Most women with those qualifications, whatever you want to call it, they usually get, $20,000. Someone else from a different social qualification or something like that, different education level, background, whatever it is, they get 5,000. So she's going to get 5,000. That's the default rule of what someone gets when no dowry has been specified. Now, what do you do in an American context where we have all these cultures jammed together and it's everywhere across the board, right? There's no such thing as mahr like her peers. So you just have to come up with some reasonable formula that works. So what do? You ask your sisters, you ask your friends, your close friends, your acquaintances, kind of who have a similar background to you. How much did you get? How much did you get? How much did you get? Kind of, do an average between there, and you get an approximation of what kind of mahr is going to be determined if no dowry was specified in the first place. Okay? So that is mahr. Now, when it comes to premarital agreements, or what we sometimes call prenuptial agreements, so we have to understand, remember we talked about egalitarian marriage, right? What was the definition of egalitarian marriage? All equal. A little bit more spelled out. Equal what? That's good. No, that's good. Just give me a little bit longer, but not too long. Same responsibilities and the same opposite of responsibilities? Right. So rights and responsibilities. So everyone has the same responsibilities and the same rights in marriage, husband and wife, pretty much. That's the concept, right? So California law, again, California law and probably UK law and Canada law and other kind of states that lean more towards like the liberal spectrum, is the law itself is built on the concept that egalitarian marriage is supposed to be the default. So what's going to happen is different states in America have different laws, and I know there's going to be people watching this, different countries, so I'm explaining a little bit for different countries. But California law is built on the concept that egalitarian marriage is the ideal, and this is generally the way it's supposed to be. So what ends up happening in California law is the concept of property division or property sharing in marriage becomes this idea of community property. So there's about, I forgot to write down, I think it's 9 states that have community property laws, or 12 or 6, somewhere between 6 and 12. Does anyone know? Any lawyers? No? No, not in this field. What's your area? Corporate law? Okay. So it's something where 6 to 12 states have like community property law. California happens to be one of them. Texas happens to be another one of them. And I think maybe New York or something like that. So what happens here is it's built on the concept of egalitarian marriage being the default ideal model of marriage. So what this basically means is that a man and a woman are entitled to any property that is accrued, meaning any income that you get during the marriage is considered to be joint property. It's community property. The community is the marriage. So community property basically means that they're sharing 50-50 in a sense. The issue with this is that it's not a fully developed model. So what does that mean? It's not a fully developed model. So take this idea. The idea is guy has a job. He makes $100,000 a year. Woman doesn't work at all. When he gets his paycheck from his company, is the paycheck in the name of both husband and wife, or just only in his name? Only in his name. If he goes to a bank in California, opens a bank account, does he have to put the wife's name on the bank account or no? No, he doesn't. So he can go, take the paycheck, he can independently either cash that paycheck, go to the local casino or something. I'm just saying if he's not Muslim, just hypothetically. Go to local casino and gamble all of that away. Or he could go put it in his bank, his own bank account, and hoard up all this money, and then all of a sudden be like, you know what, I'm just going on a super vacation 3 years later and like blow $50,000 on like some kind of massive cruise vacation or whatever it is by himself with his buddies. And there's really not that much that woman can do about it. And so the concept is that, well, where's the 50-50, right? He shouldn't be allowed to spend all this money because this is supposed to be 50% hers. Well, the concept generally works is that you get entitled to that 50%. The rules of community property basically kick in, and there's something called the community property presumption, meaning backdating, looking back at it, all of that income was community property, even though the rest of the rules were not enforced in terms of getting your paycheck in both names, in terms of opening a bank account in both names. But the only way to kick in that community property presumption is through 2 things, either through death or divorce. So basically, if a woman's like, man, this guy keeps spending all his money, all of our money, technically according to the community property law, and I want some of that money. And he's like, no, you're not getting any of that money. That money belongs to me. I'm going to blow it on my friends and spend it all on myself. He goes and does something really expensive for himself. I don't know, whatever he does. And how can she make sure that she gets that 50% of the money? How can she demand that money? 2 ways. What's one way? File for divorce. What's the second way? Help kill him somehow, somewhat. Basically, if the guy dies, right? So the problem with this model is that it's 50-50 in the event of generally these 2 events in terms of enforcement. Not in terms of theory, but in terms of practical application and enforcement. So what effect does that have on families when they're trying to get recourse to their property? you can obviously imagine that it's not necessarily the best effect on families. And I'm going to show you a video right now of why and how people are recognizing that that has become a problem. So this becomes an issue. So in order to override that law, you can't, there's some parts of the law you cannot override, and there's some parts of the law that you can override. So parts of the law that you can override are with what's called a premarital agreement. And the premarital agreement is basically an agreement where you say we're going to have a different type of property distribution between us. Particularly, usually prenuptial agreement means a bunch of rich people get married, and they want to make sure that the spouse cannot take the money that they had prior to marriage. Technically, you can do more than that with the prenuptial agreement or premarital agreement, and you can even do it postmarital, right? Probably, you know, whichever spouse is going to be on the short end of the stick is probably not going to sign that, so they're not going to agree to it. So it may not work, but it's potentially is doable. Some of this stuff can get overridden in court, but basically the reason why people would do something like this is because they're saying the way in which property is being distributed and handled and all of those things in a community property state like California or in any other place that has property laws that are going to lead to major conflict in the future, well, we want to get around that somehow. We want to override that somehow. Are you legally allowed to override that? Absolutely. It's like inheritance. In California, like in many countries and many states, you can if you don't have a will, California is going to decide how your assets are going to be distributed to your heirs according to a formula that they have. Are you allowed to override that and say, I don't want California law to decide how my inheritance gets distributed? I want to select who I want to distribute inheritance to. Can you legally do that? Absolutely. You can do that. And that's what you're supposed to do by writing a will. So if you say, I want to override some of the rules of California in the event of death/divorce when it comes to my property and other certain rights that you're allowed to override, can you do that legally? Absolutely. Would that maybe be a good idea? It definitely might be a good idea. Is it a standard among the Muslim community? No. Is it unromantic? Yes. Is it a standard in the Orthodox Jewish community? Absolutely. Okay, so let's watch this video, and then I'm going to come back to the Jewish community. So here's just a preview of a video that came out pretty recently, 2015, and it'll explain to us what the situation kind of is. Go ahead.
I think death would be easier than a divorce.
It's very frustrating to have gone for help and then come out with your family destroyed.
We have serious problems in our family law court system.
Getting divorced is far from easy.
Litigation lasted for over a year.
I was married only 4 months, and my divorce has lasted over 6.5 years.
Close to 8 years.
8 years.
Why is divorce so difficult?
People can get as much justice as they can afford. Most people cannot afford any justice at all.
What's wrong with that? This is a business.
The more you charge, the more people are willing to pay.
They didn't give me a lawyer, pay this $11,000 or go to jail. It really got to the end of the line for me.
I said to the litigants, I want you to know, after 2 hours, we will have spent more than most people in this courthouse make in a year.
Your home, your valuables are all going to be sold to pay the lawyers and people like me.
Even though I was acquitted, he still made a decision to take my son away from me. His birthday was last week, and I didn't get to see him.
What you have is a tinderbox, and the lawyers are throwing gasoline on that fire.
The system is designed to create conflict.
I received a phone call for another $25,000. He'd be able to give us what we wanted. Extortion?
Family court results in more violence than any other area of law.
Deaths, suicide, murder.
No jury, just the one biased judge.
The judge says, even if you win, you have to pay.
The whole thing is just insane.
Follow the money.
All right, so that's a movie, came out about 2015. You can watch it, it's a good documentary. So here's some stats. You know, it's a sad fact, but many children go into poverty after divorce because the money that used to be used to support one household is now going to support two households. And if you look at, we talked about dual income families, California, rise of property, rent, New York, all of that stuff. An interesting stat is the biggest cause of poverty among single-parent families is actually divorce in America. So there's an issue with kind of the model that exists. So the only reason I'm bringing this up is that the premarital agreement can potentially be designed for a number of reasons, but one reason is because the laws in a state or country which you may live in may be either encouraging or can potentially lead to something very, very bad. And what you want to do is you want to override that so that you don't have to end up going through the whole family court system. And there's different court systems that exist. Very similar to inheritance law, where you can write a will, but your will, when you're distributing your assets, you'll still go through probate, which is basically you're going to go to court. When you go to court, and if it goes through probate, if there's a dispute, you're still going to lose about half, or maybe somewhere between 20 to 60% of your entire money that was going to be distributed to your heirs, just because it went to court. So what people who have a little bit more money do is they make a what? A trust. So they're going to make a trust, and a trust is going to avoid probate. So what a trust is just it's a legal vehicle that's designed to transfer your money into like this container which you've legally made. It's a legal container, and it's going to get you around probate, meaning you don't have to go to court. So what a premarital agreement can potentially do is it's going to be structured in a particular way where it can get you around the divorce court or the family court system, especially when the family court system has a lot of problems, like you saw in this documentary preview. And that could be a very good model. So there is, let me tell you two stories, and then I will tell you about the Jewish court. I'll remind me, inshallah, if I forget. So first story is Barry Bonds. Okay, I mentioned this in the other seminar. Who knows who Barry Bonds is? Okay, Barry Bonds, baseball player, very famous baseball player in the 90s. Barry Bonds, in a nutshell, okay, I'm modifying the story slightly, just for entertainment value and to shorten it. But basically, Barry Bonds falls in love with this woman. He wants to marry her. He gets married. He's about to get married. He's making about $100,000 a year. So he's just becoming popular as a baseball player. So he says, he calls up his agent and he goes, you know what? I'm on my way to Vegas and I'm getting married to the love of my life and everything's going to be good. The agent panics and he goes, what the heck are you doing? I'm your agent. I'm here to protect you. You can't do this. And he goes, no, I'm not waiting any longer. This is the woman I want to marry. He says, okay, the agent is a smart agent. He's a good agent. So what he does is he goes, okay. He gets a notary public. Notary is those people who testify to documents. He gets a premarital agreement or prenuptial agreement made between Barry Bonds and his future wife. Puts the notary guy in the limousine that's on its way to Las Vegas for the marriage. And basically, they kind of review the documents a little bit, and everything gets signed, and the woman signs a prenuptial agreement and everything. Okay, 6 years later, Barry Bonds is making $13 million a year, approximately, whatever the number. I think it was $13 million a year, and marriage breaks down, and they're getting divorced. So what happens is, Barry Bonds goes, well, prenuptial agreement, you're not entitled to the income that I had all this time. You're not going to get half of $13 million every single year that I was making all this money. And he goes, look, prenuptial agreement, because according to California law, she's supposed to get half of all of that income. But he's like, but I'm the baseball player and I'm earning this. And, we had all these problems in our marriage, and prenuptial agreement. My agent was, smart. And the woman goes, no, I was coerced into it. So you forced me into it. I didn't understand what I was signing, and you made me sign this document, and I didn't understand what the legal wording was and all that stuff. Very similar to California education system. Many people signed up for schools. They signed these loan documents. They're $40,000 in debt. The school shuts down because it was like a fake school. It was a degree mill. And guess what? You still owe the money to these companies. And the students go, well, I didn't understand what I was signing. Well, you're supposed to read the document that you're signing, right? So legally, where do you draw the line between I was coerced and I didn't understand what I was signing versus I understood what I was signing, right? Like you can't walk into an electronics store and like buy a phone and sign a document and be like, I'll pay this. And you're like, oh, I didn't read the document properly. So in law, there's this concept of, you agreed to the contract versus, well, if you were actually coerced, someone put a gun to your head, or they forced you in some capacity and manipulated you in such a way that you cannot be held accountable, then you can claim coercion. So she claimed coercion. Barry Bonds says, no coercion. So they go to the family court in California. The state of California rules in whose favor? The lady's favor. Okay, the woman's favor. You get half of everything that he earned. What happens? Barry Bonds has a bunch of lawyers. He's a rich guy. He goes, we're going to the Supreme Court of California to overturn this ruling. They go to the Supreme Court of California. They look at the case, and the Supreme Court of California rules in whose favor? Barry Bonds. So woman gets nothing, zero. So she was not coerced into this. So this had happened in the late 90s or early 2000s. The case finalized. Right? Again, cases last years. Woman in the video, for example, she was married only 4 months, 6 years in family court to get divorced, which means she can't get remarried, which means, imagine the lawyer's fees that are going through and all of that stuff. So anyways, after this is done, lawmakers go to Sacramento and they say, hey, we're not going to allow this to happen to anyone ever again. So they put pressure on the state of California, and California passes a law which basically says, along the lines of prenuptial agreements, premarital agreements are completely invalid in the state of California unless there was a lawyer representing each side, there was X amount of days that it was presented, and there was this many days that they had to review the documents and all of that stuff, and a bunch of other stipulations. So and this is the only state in the entire country. So 49 other states, prenuptial agreement is valid. California, it's not valid. So this law has passed, which makes it much more difficult to even get a valid premarital agreement made, which means you have to have lawyers now. So imagine you're young, you're getting married, and you're like, no, I got to get a lawyer, and the other side has to get a lawyer in order to sign a premarital agreement that's going to have a validity to it. So it becomes very tricky and very complicated, but that's the way law evolves and the way that law changes. So even if you say this divorce corp, as they said in the video, or this family court system has a lot of problems associated with it, and we want to somehow get around it, right? You can quickly make a trust for inheritance. Not that difficult to do. You could even do it with software, if you know what you're doing. You don't even need a lawyer per se, and it'll be valid and recognized, and you'll avoid probate in inheritance. But when it comes to premarital agreements and postmarital agreements, the presumption now is coercion. It's a presumption, unless both sides are being represented by attorneys and all the other things. So what happens now is this can lead to a lot of problems. So for Muslims who are trying to avoid these problems, they need to be aware of what the law is and how the law changes and how things are supposed to kind of function. So let me give you another. So that's one story. Second story is, I'll come back to the other point. Second story is, a woman comes to me on Thursday, 2 days ago, and this is quite common. More common for men, but somewhat common for women. So a woman comes to me on Thursday. She's been in contact with me for, about 2 months now, but she finally comes to me, and her case is this. She married a guy, and this guy was lazy. He didn't work. She worked. She took care of the children. He was abusive in an objective manner of abusive. If you hear the details of the story, you'll understand it's like a real case of abuse, not just some kind of made up emotional, spiritual abuse, which is relative, but real abuse. They went to another country. He abandoned her, abandoned the kids. All of this stuff happened. They were left in a war zone, a country that recently had war. I don't want to reveal her identity, but a country that was recently at war. She, was left there, and she went to the court system. So she married in that country, in her home country, but she's been residing in the state of California for a while now. So what happens here is that she tried to apply for divorce in that country, but because that country was going through war, the court system is massively backed up because there's actually a war there, right? So how do you process a divorce? So because her lawyer presented the case in a wrong manner or this and that, whatever happened, she was denied divorce after 14 months. And it's a very bad situation. She got a restraining order against the guy and for her kids and so many other things. Anyways, the situation now is she's in California, he's in California, he's not working, he doesn't want to work, he doesn't want to have a job. She's been working this whole time. She has property saved up. She has money saved up. So she comes and says, I want an Islamic divorce. Okay? Islamic divorce, what she means by that is that, and we're going to cover this in divorce in more detail, but what she means is I want to keep my property that I worked for and this guy didn't, for 10 years or 12 years or whatever term, he didn't work at all. She supported the entire family this whole time. And we said the default is the guy is supposed to work, Islamically. She goes, I want an Islamic divorce so I can keep all my property. He doesn't take my house and my property from me, but he wants to go to the California court so he can take half of my money and take half of my property. Because once you reside in a state for 6 months, you become a resident of that state, you have to file for divorce in that state. And because the other country denied her, the other country, divorce. So situation becomes a problem because the presumption in California is what? Community property, right? So she's trying to somehow get out of this and try to file in another country so that she can keep her home and not have to share this money that she earned with the other guy who didn't want to work. So this happens in cases like this, and it happens in cases with men where they say, look, either way, we shouldn't have a community property presumption because it becomes an issue when there's not an equal contribution to the marriage, financially, or you can say emotionally, or you can say time-wise, or you can say whatever equal contribution means. But community property laws are built on the presumption of egalitarian marriage being the ideal. Therefore, it kicks in. So you can see why there would be people who want to somehow either get around or override the presumption of community property, whereas in Islam, what is the default assumption of property? What do you think it is? What do you mean applies to both? Yeah, so whatever's in your name is yours, whatever's in her name is hers, whatever's in your kid's name is theirs. That's the default assumption from an Islamic perspective and from a historical perspective. Whatever's in your name is yours, right? But laws are shifting and changing in terms of if you own a property and someone dies, is jointly owned, that whole property is going to shift over to the other person. So the concept of property ownership is shifting. And if it's shifting and it shifts to a point where it's causing injustice to take place, how do you remedy that injustice? Premarital agreement may be a way to remedy that injustice. So there's this organization known as the Beth Din of America. They are spelled Beth, B-E-T-H, Din of America. It's a Jewish organization that has been in existence for over 50 years. B-E-T-H-D-I-N of America. So recently, I found out about this because an academic, non-Muslim scholar, wrote an article saying Muslims in America could look to the Beth Din of America as a model to implement their own Sharia laws or Sharia court within America from a legal perspective. Now, the moment people hear Sharia court or Sharia law or something, they start freaking out. They're like, oh my God, they're trying to take over America and this and that. And what happens is many Muslims, they become so scared of even using the word Sharia or the word Sharia court or something like that. They're like, no, it's going to cause too many problems and stigma and this and that. The reality is, let me read to you the mission statement of the Beit Din of America. I have it here somewhere. Let's see, where is it? Anyways, it's coming later. I'll come back to it. But the Beit Din of America basically has this binding agreement, which is a prenuptial agreement or premarital agreement, which talks about arbitration. It talks about property division. It talks about these things. And they say, if you're an Orthodox Jew, you must sign this agreement to get around the court system and go to a halakha court, or what's called a Beit Din, a Jewish court, in the event of family breakdown, in the event of divorce, in the event of this, whatever they have jurisdiction over. So anyways, that's a really good model that Muslims can follow and should follow, but we're not there yet. So just throwing it out there without getting into details. And when we get to divorce, we'll cover a little bit more details about that. Okay, so that's pretty much what a premarital agreement is. So someone may want to do that. Okay, moving on. See how much time we have. Okay, we'll give you a break in about half an hour. So next thing is the marriage contract itself. Okay, so how does a marriage contract work in Islam? I think I mentioned it's like 30 seconds, right? It's very quick. Shouldn't take long. Write your questions down, please. It's very quick. It shouldn't take long. So marriage requires pretty much a few things. The first one is a proposal and an acceptance. So part of the marriage contract, when we say contract doesn't even mean it's written. Okay? Islamically, a contract is between two people. It's a verbal promise between two people. Maybe you should write it down, but technically it's actually something verbal. So if you lived in some village somewhere randomly in the desert somewhere, if the two of you have a verbal contract, it's considered a valid marriage. Prior to that, you're not allowed to have a relationship. After that, you can have a relationship. Okay? So in Islam, you need proposal and acceptance. So proposal and acceptance, known as ijab and qabul, needs to be in unequivocal wording. So what does unequivocal wording basically mean? It means that the wording should be clear. So if a guy comes and says to, like, two people are standing there, and the guy says, marry me. And the woman says, I have married you, in the past tense. Marriage is done. If there's two witnesses there, she's going to be entitled to a dowry, even if they didn't set a dowry. They're married now. All right, so don't accidentally do this, on college campus or something like that. You go joking and be like, hey, marry me. He's like, okay, I married you. It's done. You're married. Islamically, you're married. So don't accidentally get married or something like that, when there's witnesses there, because this counts, okay? But if she says, I will marry you, all right? So he says, marry me. He goes, I will marry you. The wording is not clear. What if she meant, I'll marry you maybe someday, right? She didn't mean now. So wording should be very, very clear in contracts. That's why contract law has very strict wording. That's what lawyers are for. So you need proposal and acceptance, number one. Number two, you need witnesses. What you need is witnesses. You need 2 adult male Muslim witnesses, or 1 male and 2 female witnesses, which is an analogy based upon financial contract witnesses mentioned in the Quran. Now, 2 witnesses is pretty easy to procure. It's not a difficult thing. So what you need is a proposal and acceptance, which can be done in 5 seconds. You need 2 friends or witnesses technically to be there, and that's it. The marriage could literally be done like that. Okay. Now this is something that we don't like to promote, but technically, you don't need an imam to be there to perform the marriage. Okay. The reason why you would want an imam is either one, just for public reasons, and it's nice to get a lecture or something like that. And number 2, if someone does the contract wrong or makes a mistake or somewhere, then you need someone who kind of knows what they're doing. That would be the only other reason why someone would be there. Otherwise, technically, it's not a requirement of the marriage. Okay. So you need 2 witnesses. Now, what if you are, let me ask you this. What is the purpose of having 2 witnesses? Yeah. In the afterlife? Okay, to test. Allah already knows in the afterlife. Allah knows that you're married. So it can't be that. It's got to be something else. Yeah. Okay, so two things. One, to testify in terms of dispute, in case of guys like, I never married you. Like, well, we had two witnesses who can testify that, yeah, you did get married, and to make it public. Okay, so there's two reasons behind it. Reason number one is in the event of dispute, to have a witness testify. And the underlying wisdom behind that is to make it public. The opposite of public is a secret marriage. So a secret marriage is where you are not telling anyone that you're married, but you're having a relationship with that person. Imagine people walking around society, and in front of everyone, it just looks like, oh, these two people, they don't even talk to each other. Just randomly, they're both of them are unmarried, and then guess what? They're meeting in a hotel room every single night, and they're having a relationship, and they're saying, but it's halal because we got the marriage done. So what's the purpose of the witnesses? The purpose of the witnesses is because marriage is supposed to be something which is public. In order to make it not too difficult and restrictive, Allah made the requirement very minimal to 2. Now he could have said 10, he could have said 20. Some people, it would have been burdensome to be getting that many witnesses. He said, okay, 2 is the minimum, but the underlying purpose of the witness, in addition to testifying in the event of a marital problem, is for the reasons of publicity. Which means what? It means that if you are getting into a marriage and you're having only 2 witnesses, and you're telling the 2 witnesses, or the 5 witnesses that are like your friends, or even 10 witnesses, okay, that are, you bring your little friend circle, and you swear all of them to secrecy, and you say, you know what, don't tell anyone that we got married. So technically, I fulfilled the minimum Islamic requirement of 2 witnesses, but don't tell anyone. Don't tell my family. Don't tell anyone in the masjid. Don't tell anyone around here. And we're just going to walk around society, people who see us. We're just going to pretend like we're not married. But we fulfilled the technical requirement of having the witness. So we're Islamically married, but in the eyes of everyone else, we're really not a couple and we're not really married. What's the problem with that? You've defeated the purpose of marriage. Right, so what you've done is you've basically tried to go around the real purpose of the Islamic law by saying, I'm going to fulfill the literal requirements, but not fulfill the underlying, the whole idea of letter of the law versus spirit of the law. I fulfilled the letter of the law by having the minimum required witnesses. I did the proposal and acceptance, but I'm actually trying to keep this marriage a secret. Okay, so the whole point of witnesses and part of marriage is so that it's a way for society to recognize a relationship between 2 people and they're starting a family. So the idea of a secret marriage is not allowed in Islam. You can't have a secret marriage. So if you have a secret marriage, even though you met the requirement of the witnesses, technically, you are kind of playing around with Islamic law and trying to kind of like what happens in a lot of Islamic finance contracts. You're trying to fit a contract in with the letter of the law, but you're not really fulfilling the underlying spirit of the law. So the short answer is secret marriages are not allowed, okay, in Islam. Even if there's witnesses, it's not allowed. Does that mean you have to publicize your marriage to every single person? Like, what if you're just a very private person? What if there's some people who are just giving you a problem? Let's say there's an ex-spouse, you got divorced, you're getting remarried, you're like, look, this ex-spouse kept me in court for 6 years, like that video, right? I've been sitting in court, I don't want to keep going through legal battles, I don't want to inform them. So does public marriage mean that you have to inform every single person and publicize it, to the entire world? No. Let's say you have some uncle who's like a gangster or something like that, and you're like, look, I'm going to tell my parents I'm getting married, I'm going to tell everyone, but like this uncle, I'm giving an exaggerated scenario, right? I actually have an uncle in South Africa who is a gangster, but I just but you can imagine, right? Like this uncle, he's like really bad guy, he's powerful, he's like, I want you to marry my daughter, and if you don't, then I'm going to hate you, and I'm going to assassinate you or kill you or something like that. So you can find scenarios like that where you may want to hide from, some people that you got married, right? Yeah, good thing this uncle didn't want me to marry his daughter, so I'm safe. But you can imagine, there's some people you want to keep this marriage completely private from. If they find out, but you really don't want them to find out. What if they're your family member and you don't want them to find out? Are you in the category of secret marriage? Because you have to publicize the whole marriage? The answer is no. It's somewhere in between. So basically, you're not allowed to have a secret marriage, but you don't have to have a public marriage where every single person needs to know. So what's kind of the bare minimum? There's no real bare minimum, but if I had to say kind of what a minimum between secret versus public would be, at least like your family should know, right? At least your immediate family, or at least your parents, with some exceptions. Maybe your parent is the gangster who's gonna, try and do something to you or something like that. Maybe it's a different scenario. So the general rule is this. You need the witnesses. Witnesses are for the purpose of preventing secret marriages and publicizing the marriage. You need to have some level of publicity, but it doesn't need to be public to each and every single person, that everyone has to know that you are married. You don't have to change your Facebook status to being married. It's not deception if you just leave it whatever it was or something like that. So that's the general rule between public and private. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because there's a huge problem. Huge problem is a lot of people are getting these private marriages done, and they are keeping it secret, and people don't know that they're married. It's not allowed. They say, we had 2 witnesses. Still not allowed. They go to Brookhurst, and Brookhurst has all these Arab shops and stuff like that. It happens especially to converts. So they come in, they go to buy an abaya, or they go to buy a hijab in a clothing store, and they're like, by the way, I'm telling you real stories, okay? Not just one instance. Go into a clothing store, and I won't mention their name, but they need to stop doing it. And they're like, hey, sister, mashallah, you're a convert. How long you been Muslim? Yeah, 2 weeks, Oh, you really should get married. And all of a sudden, within the next 15 minutes, they're in the back room getting married to a guy, no sheikh present, which, again, it's not a requirement, but there's just 2 witnesses back there, and there's like a backroom marriage taking place without premarital consultation, without understanding what are the ramifications of marriage, and oftentimes, let's just keep it secret between us for a while. This is not a good practice. This needs to stop. Okay, so the idea of secret marriage is a problem. So when guys are trying to do it, should be a problem. When girls are saying, I don't want other people to know, I don't want my parents to know and my family to know or something like that, it's also a problem. So no secret marriages, not allowed, even if you have the 2 witnesses. Next thing is consent is required in the marriage contract. So generally this is not such a problem, but consent is an absolute requirement of marriage. So forced marriages are not allowed. Where's the definition of force versus pressure? Well, what you got is you got 2 problems. Problem number 1, many traditional societies, there's too much pressure put on children, usually by their parents, to get married to a specific person. You go, you're going to disgrace our family, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. And they kind of cave into that pressure, and it almost becomes to the point of them being forced into the marriage. There's extreme cases of literally someone pointing a gun and getting forced, okay? That marriage is considered to be a type of, either it's invalid or it's a marriage which can be nullified, and I'll explain nullification of marriage in divorce when we cover it. So this was prohibited in Islam, clear cut. Forced marriages are not allowed. Pressure has a gray area. So you have a dual problem. Number 1, parents oftentimes pressure their children to marry a specific person too much, and they're like, I don't really want to marry that person. The flip side is you have a lot of kids or a lot of people who are very, very picky, and they're not getting married at all. So the parents are like, well, I cannot force you, I cannot force you, I cannot force you. So they apply no pressure at all. And what happens is they're not getting married. So 1 person comes, 2 people come, no, his hair wasn't good. No, she didn't wear her hijab properly. Oh, no, color-coded. Oh, I didn't like his pants. This and that. The salary's not good enough. Everyone's rejected. So they go on for years and years, and the parents are like, well, we cannot force you because Islam says we can't force you. Sometimes a little healthy, gentle pressure may be a good thing in a society where people are very hesitant to get married. At the same time, a little too much pressure where it becomes to the point of force is against Islam. So you need that healthy balance depending on where we are in our culture. And our problem with our culture really is it's this dual culture, because most Muslims in America are either people who are older, they immigrated to this country, you know. So there's kind of this dual culture even among second and third generation. The original home culture is on the side of putting a lot of pressure to the point of force to get people married. And the American culture is not putting any pressure at all to the point of, you know, hey, if you're going to wait till you're 50 to get married, that's just, it's okay. Whatever you want, I cannot apply any pressure whatsoever. So again, we have this dual identity for many Muslims, you know, in this country. And there needs to be that fine line balance given the fact that we have this dual identity and sometimes this, what do they call that when you have like internal contradiction? The term eludes me. Cognitive dissonance. Yes, exactly. Right. So there's that issue. So just keep that in mind. That's the rule, and then that's how the rule kind of applies. All right. Next thing is the idea of a guardian. Okay, what's called a wali. So this is a common misunderstanding and question as well. So what is a guardian? What is a wali? So the Prophet, peace be upon him, he said, "La nikaha illa bi wali," which basically means there is no marriage without a guardian. So what a guardian or a wali is generally for a woman is considered to be someone who's going to ensure that the woman is not going to be manipulated into getting into a bad marriage. Now, the guardian or wali is a requirement according to all Muslim scholars, or according to most Muslim scholars, except Imam Abu Hanifa. Imam Abu Hanifa just happens to be one of the most prominent Muslim scholars in Islamic law. The Hanafi school of law is the most followed school of Islamic law in Islamic history, followed by the Ottoman Empire, followed by many of the Abbasid period, followed in India, followed in many different places under the Mughals and all that stuff. So what you have is you kind of have almost, you can't put a number on it, but you have like a 30, 70, 40, 60 split between whether a wali, a guardian, is required or not required. And you say, well, how can that be? There's an authentic hadith about it, and you know, this and that. How could he say something like that? You know, you need to take the principles of Islamic law class to understand why Imam Abu Hanifa didn't take this hadith. He didn't accept this hadith as being valid because his understanding, it's much more nuanced than this, but his understanding is that if a woman can get into a financial contract on her own, she's able to transact all other transactions on her own, why would she not be able to transact a marriage contract on her own? So his understanding was that is not required. Okay, so there's no need for a wali. So anyone generally who follows the Hanafi school of thought, most people in America don't follow a school of thought. Some of them don't even know what a school of thought is, right? But just in the world, people who do follow the Hanafi school of thought, there's no concept of needing a wali or requirement. Anyone who follows any other school of thought, or anyone who just randomly reads a hadith and they go, oh, well, the hadith is there, so therefore I got to follow it, and they take it as literal meaning, they're going to say you absolutely need a wali. So either way, there's a difference of opinion on this issue. What is a wali? For the people who say that a wali is required, what is a wali? A wali or a guardian is the woman's nearest mature male blood Muslim relative. Okay, so it's a technical definition. Basically, it's her father. And if her father is not there and he's passed away or he is disqualified, and I'll explain, let's say he's not Muslim, okay? Then the next one will be her brother. And if her brother is disqualified, let's just say her brother is a little kid, so he's not mature. He's going to be disqualified, then it's going to be the grandfather. If her grandfather is not alive, it's going to be her paternal uncle. If it's not her paternal uncle, it's going to be her paternal cousin. If he has no paternal uncle, no paternal cousin, then it's going to be her mother. After her mother, her sister, then her aunt will take the place, and it continues. And if she has absolutely no wali, for example, she's a convert, she has no Muslim family, they're going to be disqualified as being the wali or the guardian. Then what's going to happen is that the Muslim leader, the Khalifa, will become her wali. Problem is, there's no Khalifa. So who's going to represent the Khalifa? Either the Khalifa or a governor on behalf of the Khalifa. There's no governor on behalf of the Khalifa. So who's going to represent her in the state where you need a wali but she has no wali? It's going to be someone who represents the governor of the Khalifa in the absence of having a Khalifa, which is who? Basically, it's gonna be your local imam. Okay, so that's how it kind of gets from here to here. Okay, so that's what basically ends up happening. Now, the guardian, basically, according to those scholars who say it's required, they have to consent to the marriage of this woman. The ones who say it's not required, you know, they don't have to consent anyways, for either side. No, would you want to consult them anyways? Of course you consult them anyways. Do you want to go against your parents? Is Imam Abu Hanifa saying, hey, don't listen to your parents at all. What they say doesn't matter. That's not what he's saying. But he's saying that they cannot necessarily stop you. And actually, Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was, they cannot stop you, but if the woman marries someone who is not, how did I define suitable? Remember suitability, and that's it. So if a woman marries someone who is not suitable, he says the guardian has the right to petition for annulment of the marriage. And I'm going to explain what annulment of the marriage is later on. So anyways, there is either way, there's some importance to the guardian. Now, here's the problem that happens. Problem that happens is, for all the people who say guardian is required, or guardian could petition for annulment. Most people don't even know that. But assuming that they knew it, having a wali is important for most people. Now, the wali will come along and be like, I don't consent to this marriage. A woman comes, says, I want to get married to this guy. No, he's out. Why? Looks lazy. Okay, he's out. Next person comes. No, he's out too. So if some fathers, they're too picky, or maybe uncle or brother or whatever, and they keep rejecting everyone, and then the women don't get married. And she goes, no, I'm stuck now. I have this, I have to get consent of my wali, according to Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali school, and other things. So women sometimes will get stuck because their wali keeps rejecting everyone, and actually, he's either rejecting everyone because he wants someone from a particular village, maybe, or he has someone particular in mind, or he just, doesn't want his daughter to get married, and he's like, you're just going to live with me forever, and I just love you so much, and I don't want to be alone, and my wife already passed away, and, you're the only thing I have left. This will happen. It's very, very common. People want to keep their children with them for like their own company, and they're afraid they're going to lose their daughter. Their daughter's gone somewhere else, and it's like you're not going to see them anymore. So this becomes a type of oppression because it prevents people from getting married. So what do you do if you follow the opinion that a wali is required, and there is a wali, but your wali is stopping every single proposal that is coming your way? Well, first of all, the guardian should not be rejecting suitable proposals. Okay? If they do, what should a woman do? Well, either she can Hanafize, become Hanafi, right? Start following a different school of thought, or another option, simply, she can go and petition a Muslim tribunal or a quote-unquote Sharia court to overrule the guardian if they're being too picky. So how would that work? Just like I gave the example of Beit Din of America, Jewish court technically applying halakha law. Someone will come to them, Sharia court in this case, and there's like Muslim judge in the past, and they'll come, petition the case. A woman will go, look, my dad is being way too picky, and he keeps rejecting all these guys, and it's been 2 years, and look, I'll give you the profile. His 7 guys, all of them are suitable, nothing major wrong with them, and he rejected all of them. The judge or the tribunal, the scholars that are there, have a good understanding of Islamic law, and beyond Islamic law, they have an understanding of kind of how to deal with cases like this. They'll look into the case, and they say, okay, either your petition is correct or it's not correct. If it turns out, you know what, no, you were all 7 guys, he's going to call in the father, ask what's the reason. Turns out, well, the first 3 guys were drug addicts and the other 4 guys were gangsters. You failed to disclose that when you came and petitioned to override your wali. And she goes, yeah, but that's not a big deal. I really love them and this and that. No, they're not suitable for you, okay? But if they see, hey, this is suitable, they talk to the father, or the father says, I don't want to talk to you. Who do you think you are? They will override the guardian, and then that guardian is disqualified. The next guardian comes in. in the order that I presented. So you can be very well overridden for the people who do follow guardians. This is a very common problem, and there is a solution. So sometimes people think that there's no solution. There's no way around it. No, there is a way around it, and there's a process to go around it. What you do is there's a way to get this checked by a third party, a responsible party, which is technically a Sharia court, and they can override the guardian. And this was happening in Islamic history throughout. This is what Muslim courts or Islamic courts have been doing for the last 1400 years. People will come with their dispute and say, my guardian is unsuitable. My wali, let's say father is a drunk. He's Muslim, but he drinks alcohol, and he is not even suitable to be my guardian in deciding what's best for me for my marriage. Go to a Muslim court investigates, oh yeah, this guy is a drunk. He hangs out at the local bar or something like that, disqualified. It's not a difficult, thing to do. So sometimes people think they're stuck, but they're not really stuck. All right. Okay, so here's the definition of the Beit Din of America. So Beit Din of America is basically saying, we are an organization that is arbitrating disputes through the Deen Torah process, obtaining Jewish divorces, and confirming Jewish personal status issues. So basically what that means is some people are going to panic and they're like, look, you can't do that. You're trying to apply Sharia inside of America, or we're going to get in trouble if we do something like this. Two things. Number one, this idea of Muslim or any religion having their own personal family status law being applied in a secular country or another country has a historical precedent. When Muslims were in control of non-Muslim minorities living under them, they would allow Jews, Christians, even Magians to have their own courts, and they can try their own cases in their own courts under their own religious rules. So Muslims used to give that freedom when they were in power and they were controlled. They would not say, you have to follow the Sharia requirements. So much so that Magians, Majus, like Zoroastrians and stuff, they used to have incestuous marriages. So Muslims were like, wait a minute, should we stop them from having an incestuous marriage, or should we allow them? And should we let them adjudicate these cases on their own or not? And they said, yeah, no, we can't stop them unless they come to us. So they can apply to either their own court, or they can come and apply to our court, the Sharia court, the Muslim court. Or they can go to their own Jewish court or their own Christian court and decide according to their own law. So Muslims have always allowed this to other people. Now when it comes to this country, when it comes to other countries, they have had the conceptual framework of this. So when the British were occupying India, Muslims used to rule India for a long time. So what happened was they maintained their autonomy of determining their own personal law cases in terms of family disputes and divorce and marriage and all of that stuff. They had that under the British. Recently, it's been overridden with all the problems in India and stuff like that. In about 1990s or early 2000s, in England, in the UK, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Rowan Williams, I believe his name was, he's like one of the highest ranking people in the church in the UK, in England. He wrote an article saying that it's perfectly fine and legal and in line with British values for Muslims to have their own Sharia courts for personal status law issues, and for Jews to have their own rabbinic courts within England, and there's nothing wrong with that, and he's one of the top guys making this statement. His article was taken down afterwards. But anyways, the conceptual framework exists for that, and the Jews have been doing this for 50 years. So my thing is that Muslims need to stop being so scared of developing this system within the system, because it's legally done. It's already being done by Jews. It's being done by other people. And there's a legal way to go about it. And the Beit Din of America is a perfect example. So they reached out to the Muslim community and says, we would love to support you guys in imitating exactly what we've been doing for 50 years. We have the lawyers, we have the research, we have the documents, we have everything ready to go. We've been doing this, and basically every single one of our cases has been approved by secular court. We can show you how to do it, and we want to help you do it. Now, why would the Jews reach out to the Muslim community and say, we want to help you guys do it? Why would they do something like that? To secure themselves. And they said, look, we are under threat as well, because the idea of like militant or hardcore secularism, like kind of a French-style secularism, which bans hijab and all that, it's different from pluralism. It's like secularism, no religion, and you guys should, the less religion, the better. Pluralism, pluralistic liberal secularism, is more like, yeah, you can do your own little things as long as it's not going to interfere with the state. So the Jews are basically saying, Orthodox Jews are saying, the more religions apply their own little courts, the more likely we're going to maintain our own rights to have our own separate rabbinic courts, or Beit Din in America as well. So they're trying to help the Muslim community. Muslim community needs to develop something like this. It's a big project. It requires legal expertise. It requires time and effort, but it's something that's needed. So the two people we had 6 people working on it. They all got super busy and they have no time anymore. Then we had another 5 people who are working on it, and guess what happened? The exact same thing. They all got super busy and they don't have time to work on it. So no one is working on this. Someone needs to work on it. Everyone who says, hey, I'm going to work on it, guess what? They all fall in the first category, and they go, oh, I'm super busy now, I can't work on it anymore, and they dump it and it stops. So again, this is something that needs to, number one, it needs to fund itself. Like the Beit Din of America, it is self-funding. But if you look at the amount of money that it's costing in the family court system, you lower the amount, the cost, whatever they're going to be charging to settle these disputes and get these divorces processed, what's called a get Jewish divorce, it's being processed for much cheaper than is what's going to happen in the court system. And by charging that money and not just being voluntary, it's going to feed back into the system and be able to perpetuate the system and make sure it's professional and it's being done right and all that stuff, right? So again, it's an opportunity, could be monetized potentially, but the intention is not for just monetization, it's for good service to the community. So I imagine, inshallah, somewhere between in the next 10 to 40 years, we're going to have one of those, right? I would hope in the next 2 years, but realistically, 10 to 40 years, hopefully it's going to be established. So that's what they do, and that's what we need to do. So that's the marriage contract itself, okay? Next thing is, guardian. I did that already. Invalid marriages, okay? And then we'll take a break right after this. So an invalid marriage basically means it's a marriage that doesn't count in Islam. Either a prohibited marriage or it's not even counting as a marriage at all. So invalid and prohibited marriages, I put them in the same category. So number one, you cannot marry any close relatives. It's pretty obvious. You can't marry your parents, you can't marry your children, you can't marry your sibling, you can't marry your uncle or aunt, you can't marry your nephew or your nieces. Number two, anyone who has a close family relationship to you, but they're not necessarily your blood. You cannot marry your step-parents, you cannot marry your parents-in-law, you cannot marry your stepchild, and you cannot marry your children-in-law. Okay? Next category, through a milk relationship. So what is a milk relationship? Basically, someone who is breastfeeding someone establishes a type of family relationship that prevents marriage. So you cannot marry your milk mother. So what's your milk mother? The woman who you breastfed with. Even though she has no blood with you, but you fed from her milk, whether it was direct or whether it was through a bottle and she was pumping. You cannot marry that woman. Now here's the problem, huge problem, is that there's a trend in like the health conscious community of people going and sharing breast milk with everyone across the board and not keeping track of who's drinking that breast milk. There's even a trend of, adults drinking breast milk and stuff like that. And there was some episode of Friends where I think Joey or one of these guys, I don't know, a long time ago, and he started drinking breast milk and it started becoming popular because of the episode, and he was like, just try the breast milk, and he drinks it or whatever happens. I forgot the guy's names, whatever. Chandler or something like that. So anyways, what's happening is society is shifting in its views on the concept of breast milk. This is a problem because if someone is drinking breast milk, they end up getting into a relationship with that person when they grow up. They cannot marry their milk mother. That's not going to be a problem. Little kid's not going to end up marrying the woman who gave milk. You can't marry your milk sibling. So milk sibling basically means if you are pumping breast milk and all of a sudden you're at a party and you're at a picnic in a park or something like that, and you're like, oh, you're giving breast milk to your child, like, oh, baby's crying. Okay, let me calm the baby down. Here, have some milk, right? The baby's drinking the breast milk from that woman. Guess what? These two people grow up and they're not allowed to marry each other. But if you don't keep track of that, you don't keep a record of that, what's going to happen? It becomes a problem now. Huge problem. It even happened during the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Two people got married. Marriage is looking good. Everything's going fine. And all of a sudden, someone comes along like, what? You two got married? Don't you remember way back in the days? You both drank from the same person. They went to the Prophet ﷺ, Messenger of Allah, we got a big problem here. We love each other. This and that. And he's like, need to separate. They had to separate. Okay? So it's very important to keep track of this. Sharing breast milk, who you're selling it to, whatever it is. It's a big industry now because you can freeze it and then moves around all over the place. So milk relationship is an invalid marriage. You cannot marry someone who have a milk relationship, milk sibling basically, and some people connected to that. Next one is religion. So you cannot marry someone who is, the short answer is, a Muslim woman is not allowed to get married to any non-Muslim, and a Muslim man is not allowed to marry a non-Muslim woman unless she's a Jew or Christian, but, big but, if if he is living in an area where Islam is not the dominant religion, like in any minority place, then it is considered to be, number 4, disliked or makruh for him to marry that person. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. So what does that mean? That means that basically in America, it's disliked for a man to marry a Jew or Christian woman, okay, according to the majority of scholars. It's not forbidden, but it's disliked. For a woman, for her to marry anyone who's non-Muslim, even if the guy is a Christian man, it's not allowed. For a Muslim man to marry a Hindu, not allowed. To marry a Buddhist, not allowed. To marry an atheist, not allowed. Only Jew or Christian, and in a minority community, is considered to be disliked in that capacity as well. Now, a lot of people have an issue with this, and I understand the issue. Okay, so I'm telling you what is clear-cut in Islam. Clear-cut meaning 100% of every single Muslim scholar that ever lived for 1400 years says this. Okay, now if someone has an issue with it, I understand and sympathize or empathize or whatever you want to put it with the issue. The issue is this, 2 problems. Problem number 1, Muslim men go marry these Jewish and Christian women, and then there's technically permissibility despite the dislike for it, and they say, well, all these Muslim women are left unmarried, and now it becomes a problem in society, and it's not fair to Muslim women. I agree. Problem. Then you say, well, these Muslim women are like, you know what, man, these Muslim men just suck, and they're not mature, or they don't take care of themselves, they don't look good, or whatever. There's all these problems about Muslim men, and the population size is 1%. So it's an epidemic. It's hard enough to get married, and then the men who are out there, they suck anyways. So why shouldn't I be allowed to have an exception to the rule and just marry like a Christian guy? What if he's a practicing Christian guy? And then oftentimes the argument is, these Muslim men, they have all these male chauvinist, background and all that. I'd rather marry a nice, good, practicing, Jewish man or a Christian man or something like that. So it should apply across the board or something like that. So I sympathize with that, and I hope it's not true. I hope the statement is not true. All the guys are that bad. And if they are, basically, it's a problem. But the guys, inshallah, will get better. And the complaint is from both sides. Okay, the rule is the rule, and understand Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, when He puts a rule in place, He has a greater wisdom for it. And unless there's some circumstance that is so necessitates an exception, then an exception is not going to be made. So exception is like, when you're starving in the desert and there's only pork there, yeah, you're allowed to eat the pork. And you're like, yeah, it's like I'm starving here and I need to marry and all the guys are just so bad that, I should be able to be in the same exception to the rule and be able to marry a Christian guy. I think that's an exaggerated claim. All right. I think the problem is the population that you're choosing from, let's say in America, is very restricted and limited. But America is not the only place to get married. Remember, I told you the red flags. Be careful of that. But at the same time, you can get married in any other country. There's so many, 2 billion Muslims in the world. Okay, there's a good pool to choose from. It's obviously a lot more difficult to kind of understand different cultures and investigate and figure that out. But people do it and they're fine, and the marriages go fine. So that's number one. And number two, I forgot what my number 2 was. But anyway, there was a number 2. But again, the claim I think is exaggerated, so it shouldn't be an exception to the rule. So this is the general rule. So that would be considered to be an invalid marriage. Okay, anyone who's gonna perform that marriage, any marriage that's invalid, shouldn't be doing it. So I know there's a few people who perform that marriage, and they will perform a marriage for a Muslim woman marrying a Christian guy. And they say, well, my opinion is such and such and such thing. The only person who's ever made this statement, historically, is a recent scholar, kind of semi-scholar. I respect him as an academic. His name is Dr. Khalid Abul Fadl. He's a very interesting figure. He's definitely knowledgeable. He's got a lot of books. Someone I respect as an academic, as a researcher. So he wrote this article, and the irony of his article is that he says, theoretically, I believe that the same conditions apply for a Muslim woman to a man, that she's allowed to marry a Jewish or Christian man, in theory, but he says, in practice, I will never sanction it at all because of the importance of Muslim identity. And then he goes on this long thing about how Muslims need to protect their identity and these marriages should never take place. So the irony is, this is the only guy who ever published an opinion recently, very recently, and he's saying, this is my opinion on the issue, but no one should ever practice it. So there's a few people came along and they're like, oh, great, I finally found one person in the whole history of Islam who said it's okay, even though at the end he's saying don't ever do it. Theoretically he's saying it's okay, but don't ever do it. And they're like, oh, great, well, we want to help out these sisters and we're going to go ahead and perform these marriages based on a quote-unquote fatwa that's being given by academic Dr. Khalid Abul Fadl. UCLA, he's right here. He's the guy who did the first virtual khutbah like ever in the world. Everyone sits at home and attends the khutbah from home, virtually. Yeah, you're right. So imam is not necessary, but what they'll do is they'll just come and, a woman will come and be like, look, this is what happens. Woman comes to the masjid, and she's like, you know what? Okay, Sheikh Mustafa, I really like this guy from work, and we've been talking for a long time, and he seems to be better than all the Muslim guys. Can you please perform the marriage for us? And I say, no, it's an invalid marriage. Sorry, I can't do it. Okay. So they'll go to Irvine Masjid. They'll ask Sheikh Atif. He'll say the same thing. So they go to Mission Viejo Masjid. They'll ask Sheikh Tariq. Say the same thing. He goes, okay, I can't marry this guy. And all of a sudden, someone will come along and be like, hey, by the way, there's another quote-unquote imam over there. I'm not going to mention his name right now. There's 2 of them, actually. 3 of them, actually. 1 in San Diego and 2 here. So he goes, that guy will do it for you. I know he's done it before. So they're like, oh, great. We got someone who can do it. So they'll go to that guy, and it feels like a sense of more legitimacy. So they're like, oh, this guy will come perform the marriage. So they'll perform the marriage. That's it. It's true. It takes 2 witnesses. But again, when people, I think most Muslim sisters have an understanding, even the ones who want to marry a non-Muslim guy, they kind of have an understanding that this is not kosher, meaning not halal, right? It's not really wrong, but then they need a justification, and having an imam saying, yeah, I'll take care of it for you, is a justification for it, right? And most people will get married with an imam anyways, right? Even if they're doing it the halal way, they still get married with an imam, so that's why. So anyways, the short thing is, this is not allowed. No scholars ever said it's allowed. There's no difference of opinion on it, even though there's 3 people doing it in Southern California and probably in some other states. I mean, there are people doing gay marriages as well. Doesn't mean that it's a valid marriage. It's not a valid marriage, but there's imams who are performing gay marriages between two Muslims and they're gay. It's not a valid marriage, right? Transgender marriage is not going to be a valid marriage. You know, there was a recent article came out in the Khalij Times. There was a imam in Africa. He got married. It was a very recent imam in Africa got married, and he found out like a month or 2 later that he actually married a guy. Like it was actually a man pretending to be a woman, and she was just trying to, or he was trying to just extort the imam. And I don't know how that happens exactly. It was no sex change or anything. I guess in that culture they don't really look at each other, so they didn't follow the sunnah of looking at each other properly. And then he realized, oh, he had married a guy. So technically that's an invalid marriage, right? Even if another imam came and performed it, or this was an imam in this case, he performed it himself, still not considered to be valid. Okay, so invalid marriage. So religion, that's the rule on religion. Next invalid marriage is what's called mut'a marriage. Mut'a marriage means temporary marriage. So any type of marriage that's temporary for a specific limited time. So for example, someone comes and says, I propose to marry you for a year, meaning after a year, the marriage is done. That marriage is considered to be invalid. Okay, now people who are from the Shia school of thought, they believe that mut'a is valid. Okay, so that's why you need to be very careful. Mainstream Muslims across the board, 100%, it is an invalid marriage. You are not allowed to specify marriage for a time. So even if you ask even the Shia scholars, you really talk to them and they say, do you really encourage this? And they say, look, we have such a big problem in Iran, and girlfriend, boyfriend, dating going on and all that. We'd say, you know what, man, just go and do a temporary marriage, and it's gonna at least kind of make it halal for a temporary period or something like that. So you can be like, I'm just gonna marry you for a day or a night, basically, till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. You go in a hotel and you have a relationship with someone, but that becomes like what? It becomes like almost like a type of prostitution, because the mahr is still required, because you have to have the same requirements of marriage. So this is invalid and it should not be happening. Unfortunately, some people get dragged into it, particularly converts who don't know. They get, someone, I remember a few years back, they came to Masjid Umar Farooq, took Shahada, accepted Islam, and then I found out that they went to another masjid, which happened to be a Shia masjid, and they were being pressured by the imam of that masjid on the same Friday. This is their first Friday ever attending a masjid, like as a Muslim. And they're being pressured, hey, you really should get married. It's very, very important for sisters to get married, stability and this and that, and it's going to be a temporary marriage. So she was being pressured into getting into a temporary marriage. This should not be happening. The marriage is not valid, and there's really no difference of opinion among mainstream Muslim scholars on this. So be careful about that. As tempting as it is, people who are like in MSAs and college, university and stuff like that, they're like, this will be great, I'm here for only a year. A lot of people will do this. They'll come in from like a foreign country, and they're just here studying abroad. Let's say you're on an overseas study abroad program. Right? Let's say you go to France to learn French, and you're on an overseas abroad study program, and you're like, you know what? Well, technically, I'm allowed to marry a Jew or Christian, even though it's disliked, but it's still allowed. And I'm only here for a year, and I definitely don't want to bring like a French woman back with me to America or something like that. Let me just go and get a temporary marriage for 1 year, and they'll do that. And obviously, if they're non-Muslim, then the Christian woman's like, yeah, whatever, I'll have a relationship with you. I don't care about this mut'a thing or whatever you want to call it. And sometimes the Muslims will get married. So either way, whatever it is, any type of marriage that is for a specific time, has a time restriction on it, is invalid. It's considered to be mut'a, and it's not a valid marriage. Now, the concept where it came from is a long story. Okay, so there was a period of time during war where the Prophet, peace be upon him, allowed this for a restricted period of time, and then it was not allowed anymore. What happened is, some people go back and say, well, because it was allowed at that time while Islam was, the rules in Islam came gradually. Prohibition of alcohol came gradually. Prohibition of interest came gradually. So this was one of those gradual rules that was coming as it was developing. So they go back and they say, look, there is some hadith which seems to indicate that that happened at one time. We can still apply it. You can't still apply it. It was something that was for a restricted period of time. The mut'ah was mut'ah itself. It's for a restricted period of time, and then it's overruled and cannot be applied anymore afterwards. So this is consensus on that. So that is not allowed. The last one that's an invalid marriage or prohibited marriage is what's called a muhallil marriage or a halala marriage. All right? So some of you have heard of this before. Halala is haram, basically. It sounds like halal, but it's haram. So marrying someone with the intention to divorce them. So why would someone marry someone with the intention to divorce them? Is because when we cover divorce, if someone has been divorced 3 times, that couple is not allowed to get remarried until the woman goes and tries to start her life with another guy. And if that marriage doesn't work out with the next guy, then she could potentially go back to her previous husband. So what some people will do is they'll say, well, you know what? Got divorced 3 times. I want to get remarried to my current husband. So I'm going to do what's called halala. I'm going to go and I'm going to get married to another guy, and then he's going to divorce me so I can go back with the intention of going back to my previous husband. And some people open up stores and like business and like they do halala. Like this is what they do. It's ridiculous, but it happens. The first thing to understand is that it's prohibited in Islam. The second thing to understand is, I mean, you're going to sleep with another guy so that you can get back to your previous husband. And sometimes people will do stupid things like they'll go and choose their best friend and say, okay, you go ahead and consummate the marriage with my wife so that she can come back to me. At least I trust you and you're my friend. This is really crazy, ridiculous practices that happen. So what did the Prophet, peace be upon him, say about someone who's trying to get around the law and just kind of subvert the original purpose of the law? He said these people are cursed. He cursed them, which is the worst type of rebuke that he could have had on anyone. So whenever he cursed someone, someone's doing something really, really bad. Okay, so this is prohibited, should not be allowed. And for some reason, people keep watching movies or something like that, and they keep showing like, oh yeah, someone is getting halala done, or people call up, they're like, hey, I need halala done, or where can I go for that? I'm like, what? It's not even allowed. Halala is haram. Muhallil marriage is haram. It's prohibited. Whether it's valid or invalid doesn't really matter. It should not be done at all. That's not the purpose. And I'm going to explain what the purpose is when we cover divorce. It's not allowed. And for some reason, these movies are showing that this is part of the culture, so people assume it's part of Islam. And it's not part of Islam. The verse in the Quran that talks about it, but is not saying that this is lawful. It's saying something completely different and people misread it. So we'll get to that when we cover divorce. With that, I'm going to give you a 15 or 20-minute break. 20? Okay, inshallah. 20-minute break, so it's 11:15. We come back at 11:35, inshallah. with that, we'll resume. Inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. So, we're about to get to, where are we? The wedding banquet, not yet. Okay. So we're finishing, we just finished invalid marriages. The last point on invalid marriages is, we're on the marriage contract. So whether or not you should register your marriage, or you have to register your marriage. But I was supposed to announce something prior to that. What was I supposed to announce? Oh yeah, so if you haven't registered, register, number one. Number two, the Slido code is F800, F800. That's going to be the Slido code. There was one more thing I was supposed to announce. Oh yeah, yes, okay, the legal thing. So correction on the Barry Bonds legal thing. So when it comes to premarital agreement or prenuptial agreement, the rule in California is you have to have 21 days notice for the prenuptial agreement. You don't have to be represented by lawyers per se. And give me the legal wording again. What is it? It's informed consent. So that's 21 days is sufficient for presumed informed consent. Thank you. Opportunity to seek counsel. Yes. So basically 21 days, it was sufficient time for opportunity to seek counsel, which means enough time for you to have gotten a lawyer and check with your lawyer had you wanted to get it without actually having to get a lawyer. Okay, so that's kind of the updated law. So clarification. So strike what I said previously. So that's a lot more doable, which is pretty good. You know, so most likely it'll hold up in court. Hopefully, again, law can always change, and it can. So let's say if it changes, will people who did it before the change in the law still be entitled for like grandfathered status of? It's not retroactive. Okay, good, perfect. All right, thank you. Okay, yeah. So again, it could be contested, yeah, but generally. Okay, good. So the next thing is, do you have to register your marriage? So here's what happened. Muslims coming to different countries, coming to America, coming to Canada, coming to the UK in the 60s and even in the 20s, even in the 1800s and all of that stuff, many Muslims would not register their marriage. They would just come, go to the masjid, get their marriage called nikah, get their nikah contract done, and that's it, it's done. They wouldn't go file for their marriage or something. That was not really a big thing. It was happening up until the 80s, the 90s. People just get the marriage contract done in the masjid and you're good to go and nothing else needs to be done. So what happens is you have a very well-known scholarly body called the European Fatwa Council. European Fatwa Council is basically a group of scholars who are in Europe, and keep in mind, most Muslims in Europe, most Muslims in America, most Muslims in Canada, most Muslim scholars in these countries, especially in the 90s and prior to the 90s, are immigrants, like over 90%, and many of them, they don't integrate into the culture. So if they don't integrate into the culture, they may not even speak the language of the country that they're in. So sometimes their context is, they're not always in tune with the context in which they're dealing. So the European Fatwa Council is still all immigrants. Some people don't even live in Europe. Some of my teachers were part of this council, but they become prominent because they're supposed to be the one group of scholars in Europe that does understand the context of Europe, because they mix a little bit more into the culture than the average imams and scholars would at the time. So the European Fatwa Council is established, I don't even remember what year, and they're very similar to the Fiqh Council of North America in America, which was established like in the 60s, right? So I'm part of this Fiqh Council of North America, and this European Fatwa Council. You know, when I was studying in France, you know, a lot of my teachers were part of this European Fatwa Council. So somewhere around the 80s or the 90s, the European Fatwa Council looks at this issue and says, we got a problem in the Muslim community in Europe. The problem is, a lot of Muslims will come in Europe, they'll get married, they'll get a nikah contract done, and when the marriage doesn't work out or fails, what's going to happen is oftentimes these people will return back to their home country. And usually what happens is a guy will end up returning back to his home country and just kind of leave his wife there, or just divorce his wife, just make a pronouncement of divorce, leave his wife, and then he's gone, and he kind of disappears. Now, woman is left with no money. Woman is left with no child support. The guy basically abandons his children or something like that. And the woman has no recourse to the law. Because if you go to a, French court, Spanish court in Spain, German court, they're going to be like, well, you can't prove that you're married. I mean, you can make a case of common law marriage and all that stuff, but it's complicated. So the European Fatwa Council comes up with this idea and says, because there is this excessive harm that's happening to women in our context, we need to protect them from what is happening by a lot of men coming into Europe, and then when their marriage breaks down, they just kind of leave or something like that happens. So we're going to issue a fatwa. And the fatwa is that no one should perform a nikah contract unless it's registered by the state. Now the problem with that is that when you register a nikah contract with the state, you actually set in motion a number of laws that are not really in line with Islam, right? So they knew that, and they understood that, and they said, well, here is the dilemma that we have. We don't want to register the marriage on the one hand because it puts all of these conditions that are not really in line with the spirit of Islam. But at the same time, if they don't register the marriage, there's this potential harm that's taking place, and it's becoming more and more commonplace. So how do we prevent this harm while not doing this at the same time? We see no other option. So they issue a fatwa. Fatwa means a religious verdict from this group of scholars, saying fatwa is general across the board. No imam in Europe should be performing any marriage contract unless it's registered first. So what will happen is, in the beginning, they'll go to the masjid, imam will perform the nikah, and they go, okay, according to the fatwa, make sure you get the marriage registered. So some guys would just be like, yeah, sure, we'll handle it. And then they leave and they don't register, right? So then the rule changed, and they said, you need to make sure you do not even perform the marriage contract unless it's already registered, number one, through civil marriage, or they have a license to marry. Like in California, you get a license to marry, you bring the license, sign off on it, and then that license, if the imams, that's another reason why you need the imam for marriage, to sign off on the license, right? So from a legal perspective, not from a religious Islamic perspective. So we take that paper and we mail it out and we get registered. So what will happen is, if I sign that paper, license to marry, and then hand it to the person and say, make sure you mail it, if they don't mail it, guess what? Their marriage is not registered. So they're in a nikah contract, but their marriage is not registered. So that's why usually we don't give it back to the people. We will mail it ourselves to make sure that it's going to get registered based upon the fatwa that was given by the European Fatwa Council. So European Fatwa Council gives this fatwa. I think the Fiqh Council at some point in time back in the days, they copied the same fatwa and said, yeah, we should do this. And then about 10 years ago, the Shura Council, the local Islamic Shura Council of Southern California, the Imams, Imams Committee or whatever they call it, somehow I was like second in command of this Imams Council somehow. I'm not sure how that happened, but we convened and we had a meeting with all the local imams, and we said that we were told that you can get into legal trouble if you're performing nikah contracts without getting them registered, number one. And number two, the European Fatwa Council's fatwa is also valid. It has valid reasoning, and therefore for the protection of people, we should make this an absolute requirement. So we made an agreement among ourselves that we will not perform any marriages unless the marriage is first registered in the state of California. Of course, in reality, some imams, like, they just violated that, like, within the next 2 weeks after that meeting. But, that was the rule that became the default, and it became the default somewhere around the 80s or the 90s because of this particular reason. But what happened since then is people started rethinking whether this was a right decision or a wrong decision. Why would they rethink that? Anyone? No. Was it a good decision to make a fatwa to require registration of the marriage prior to performing the marriage contract, Islamic marriage contract or nikah? Why would they even reconsider whether that was a good decision made by the European Fatwa Council or not? Not only that there's some laws that contradict it, but the divorce court, right? So that's reason number one, right? It can become a huge mess to require that. So like the lady, 4 months, she's divorced, 6 years sitting in court, right? Same thing I had a friend of mine in Belgium as well, a different guy, a guy who actually had gotten married, not the convert guy. This guy was married for just a few months, and he is stuck in court for 2 years. And he's like 22 years old, living in the dorm, doing his master's degree, and in the city of Hent, fitna all around him. And the guy's like, look, very religious guy, practicing guy, and he's like, look, okay, my first marriage didn't work out. I want to move on with my life. I want to get remarried. He's trying to find a girl. He's living in Belgium. Most of the imams in Belgium follow the fatwa of the European Fatwa Council. So he goes, I want to get remarried. It's going to take me minimum of 2 years to process my divorce. No kids, nothing. It's going to take me 2 years. So he's like, I want to get remarried. Islam allows me to get remarried. My divorce is done. But you go to an imam goes, sorry, we can't get you married because you're not going to register a marriage. European Fatwa Council gave the fatwa. We're not allowed to perform nikah for you, so you're going to have to remain celibate for the next 2 years. And the guy's like, look, man, I'm sitting in this university. There are half-naked women, coming around me all over. Like Hent, if you ever been to Hent, I lived there for like a month. It's fitna central, basically, right? It is a lot of fitna, and there's like more drinking in Europe. There's more parties in Europe because maybe train station, everyone's getting drunk. It's just it's really a bad place to be, especially if you're like a single guy or even a single girl, living there. So the guy's living there, he's doing his university education, and his family's like, yes, get married. His parents are like, yes, get remarried. We're going to find these girls for you. And guess what? He goes to the imams of all the different masjids around, and they're like, sorry, we cannot perform your marriage. You're just going to have to wait 2 years. So this guy's like, this sucks. And the imams are like, yeah, we're sorry. We know it really sucks, and it's a huge problem for the youth, and we can't get you remarried, but that's the fatwa, and we have to follow the fatwa. So again, his perception is that, his family's like, imam should be giving, because he's trusting the imam that it's not allowed for him to get remarried. I was not an imam at that time. He's not going to listen to me, right? I'm just a student, right? Here's the problem. He's not searching for an imam to do the marriage. He's searching for an imam to give him the fatwa and the green light that it's halal for him to perform the marriage. He's trusting the local imams, and the local imams are saying it's haram. And he goes, look, okay, I understand it's haram based upon the European Fatwa Council's fatwa, but this sucks. I have to wait 2 years. And he's like, I don't know, 22, 23, whatever age he was at that time. So register with the country, the county. No, legally filing your marriage in the district or county or country or whatever it may be. So So the no. So the government recognizes your marriage, right? Nikah is just the Islamic contract, which takes 30 seconds, right? So the difference between two. So the European Fatwa Council is saying you have to register the marriage. This guy's giving an example, and many guys are going through this, right? Many women are going through this, same thing. Woman wants to get remarried, sorry, 3 years, your divorce may be stuck in divorce court. It's not going to process for that time. Sorry, you can't get remarried. She goes, but I'm allowed to get remarried Islamically. My family's on board. Everyone is on board, but the scholars are telling me it's forbidden and haram for me to get married, and we cannot perform the marriage because of this and this. So what happens now is people start rethinking that because of one, this issue, because of divorce court, number two, this issue, and basically this concept of if the divorce is done Islamically, you're not allowed to get remarried Islamically until you're going to get married legally. So there's this dilemma that comes, and people start to rethink this and saying this is causing a problem. So the original reason for the fatwa was what? To prevent harm. That's what the fatwa is based on. But now we're causing a different type of harm. So to prevent harm, we cause another type of harm. So how do we, it all comes back down to how do we limit the amount of harms and which harm takes precedence and all that stuff. So anyways, so what happens now is people start to rethink this, and they're saying how can we find a balance between protecting alimony rights, child support rights, all of that stuff, so people don't just run away, and at the same time we balance that with not necessarily having to register the entire marriage. How can you achieve both? So the assumption of the European Fatwa Council was there's no way to achieve both. So now what's happening is people are looking into that and saying, well, in some cases, there is a way to establish something somewhat in the middle of these two. And what models do we have? So in California, everyone is looking into different models. So in California, some of the models we have are domestic partnership, which is a type of relationship similar to marriage, which primarily ended up becoming for gay couples prior to passing of the gay marriage in the Supreme Court. So Proposition 8 in California had overturned the recognition of gay marriage in California, and President Obama came and Supreme Court, overrode that. What was happening at the time is California is saying you can have a domestic partnership if you're a gay couple. But if you restrict it only to a gay couple, then that becomes a type of discrimination against non-gay couples. So a domestic partnership is a potential model to look into as an alternative to the marriage model. And then the second model is what's called a cohabitation agreement, where many people are not getting married. We talked about people don't believe in the purpose of marriage and all of that, yet they're going to live together. So cohabitation agreement becomes basically this another model where two people are going to be living together from a legal perspective. It's not from an Islamic perspective, from a legal perspective, but then they ensure some type of legal protection or legal rights and responsibilities from both sides that could potentially enact the type of protections that the European Fatwa Council intended to have in the first place. So that's a model that's being explored right now. It's not worked out. It's something that people are considering. It's something scholars are looking at. So basically what's happening now is that you got two types of, or three types of imams, right? If you go to perform a marriage, again, you don't need an imam, but just the idea is you go to perform a marriage, some of them are going to say, unless you register your marriage in the state of California or whatever country you're in, we're not going to perform nikah for you because of the old fatwa. Second group goes, European Fatwa Council, they made a mistake. We don't follow them anyways. In the first place, you come in, Islam is supposed to be easy. We're going to make your life easy. We're going to register the nikah contract. And what we're doing is not illegal because it's not a marriage contract. It's a nikah contract. There's a difference between nikah and marriage. And if someone tries to dispute it, we can argue that in court, right? It'd be religious discrimination. Then the third option is saying, wait a minute, maybe we can structure a cohabitation agreement to kind of come somewhere in between these two options. Now, is it an ideal option? Does it work perfectly? No, it does not work perfectly. Why? Because in a marriage, generally there are 1,138 federal benefits that are created through the institution of marriage. Through the institution of domestic partnership, it's a different number. Through the institution of a cohabitation agreement, depending on what you put in there, it's going to be a lot less than that, right? So what marriage does, is if you think about it, marriage will include the right to inherit, number one. It's going to include the right to financial support from a spouse, to division of marital assets upon divorce, to sponsoring a spouse for immigration, to changing your spouse's name to your last name, to receiving Social Security, veteran pension benefits through your spouse, so many other things. So there are a lot of legal implications between marriage, domestic partnership, cohabitation agreement, and not registering your marriage. There's pros and cons of each one. The underlying purpose behind scholars saying that it's either required or not required, I've just explained. What's the solution? I don't know. But this is the theoretical framework of how the solution is kind of being revamped. So if someone were to come and say, hey, let's rethink this old idea that everyone has to have a registered marriage, but instead they have a cohabitation agreement which achieves the purpose of securing financial protection in the event of a breakdown, will you perform the marriage contract? I think most scholars are now switching and saying, yes, we will do that, because we've achieved the purpose behind what the marriage was supposed to be in terms of that protection that was causing the problem. Okay, and if you didn't understand anything that I said, then don't worry about it. And you can always watch the video and like go in slow motion and take it again. Okay, so that is the legal part. Q&A time, inshallah. We'll leave it for. Go ahead, quick. No, so common law is going to kick in a different capacity. So it's beyond the scope of this question. But it's going to recognize a marriage in the event of, it's going to determine whether this is considered to be this relationship is going to be type of marriage, recognized as a marriage. Right, but that's a different scenario. And you can check with your lawyer. Again, none of this is legal advice, by the way, okay? So I'm not a lawyer. This is random stuff I'm finding like on LegalZoom and stuff like that. So again, take the legal parts with a grain of salt. You can take the Sharia parts from me, but the legal parts, you take it with a grain of salt. This is not my field, it's not my expertise. I just come across some things and this is my understanding of those things, okay? I was wrong on the 2 lawyers requirement. That's what I was told. So I'm glad you corrected that too. So again, remember, we're not offering legal advice here. Check with your lawyer if you want to make sure everything is accurate. Next thing is, once you get married, that marriage contract is done. 1 minute happened, or 30 minutes, or however long it took. You're going to have what's called a walima. A walima is a wedding banquet. A walima is highly recommended. So in the 5 categories, there's recommended, slightly recommended, and highly recommended. Walima is highly recommended. So there's a marriage contract that gets done, usually in the masjid or in a house or in a restaurant or in a hotel or something like that. And then the walima is like the big gathering where you invite everyone. So nikah contract is usually much smaller, not a huge gathering. Walima, highly recommended. Banquet where you invite people, you have a meal, you have a dinner. People don't usually get food at like the nikah contract. Some people do it, but they don't have to. This is to announce the wedding. So it's to publicize the wedding to everyone else. What type of food do you provide? You can provide any type of food. It doesn't matter what it is. So the purpose is to announce it. Now, if you have a nikah and you have walima, what is the distance of time between the nikah and the walima? Doesn't matter. It could be the same day. Nikah, 2 hours later, walima. It could be 6 months later. It could be 1 year later. There's a cultural notion that after nikah, prior to walima, you're not supposed to consummate the marriage. So what will happen is some people will be like, okay, we're going to get the nikah done, the marriage contract done. Great for university students. Get married, you're going to live at home or you're going to live in the dorm. You're not going to be living together. Therefore, you can't consummate the marriage. And then we're not going to really make a big deal. We're not going to announce this to all the family members. We don't have to have people flying in from halfway around the world until this other date, which works really well for us in the summer, for example. So you get married in January, and then you have the walima in the summer. So technically, culturally, the assumption is you're not supposed to consummate the marriage before the walima. So that's culturally. Islamically, can you consummate the marriage? Sure you can. Go to a hotel room, husband and wife, you can do whatever you want. Should you say, you know what, man, forget this culture. We follow Islam, right? We don't care about what the culture says. So you go and do it. You should at least show some respect to the culture, especially if your parents are trying to, say, hey, let's do this marriage contract, but then at the same time, there's like kind of an expectation that, hey, we don't want someone to get pregnant or something like that. In the meantime, when the walima shows up. So there's an aspect where you accommodate culture, and then there may be a time when you don't accommodate culture, right? So you are married, and you're like, look, I just can't take this anymore. I just need, to be physical with my spouse. And I'm technically legally married. So if you go and you consummate the marriage, is that allowed? Yes, it's allowed. Should you do it? Maybe not per se, but it's not considered to be wrong. So which category does it fall in under the 5? Well, permissible, the middle one, okay? All right, so that is the wedding banquet. And we have intercourse. So once you're married, you're allowed to have intercourse. Intercourse is only lawful through marriage in Islam. You cannot have intercourse outside of marriage. As I mentioned before, when you're searching for a spouse, and the purpose why you're trying to get married is if there's previous addictions, don't think that pornography addiction is going to be, getting married is a solution for that addiction. Right, so I have this nice quote here. It says basically, a real sex partner is not a solution for being addicted to virtual sex. Okay, and the reason why is because it's being addicted to virtual sex, pornography and things like that, is that it results in faulty beliefs. Your neurological reward pathways have been rewired. There's a shame-based identity for people who are somewhat practicing and they feel bad about what they're doing. And it's a lack of usually healthy, intimate relationships you have with other people. So it's porn addiction among men and among women, among Muslim men and among Muslim women, okay? So it's something that, people don't like to talk about, in the masjids and stuff. I talk about it anyways, but it's not that well talked about, so I'll just throw it out here. So the problem is not going to simply go away with marriage. So what they do, I mentioned to you this NoFap thing, and you should try to detox yourself because your neurological pathways will get rewired again if you quit it and you go cold turkey for a period of time. So anyway, that's just on the side from intercourse. So if intercourse is not happening properly in the marriage, oftentimes it could be a medical issue. You need to get medical, seen by someone. Or there is an addiction that's there that's preventing, or there was a previous addiction that has not gotten out of the person's system and their neurological reward pathways have not been rewired, or the expectations become weird or something like that. So that needs to be resolved immediately, okay? What is allowed in intercourse? This is somewhat related to this seminar. Any position of intercourse is allowed as long as it's through the front part of the woman. You get what I'm saying? As long as through the vagina, okay? So this is a requirement. So people have often questions about this. Positions and rear position, doggy style and whatever they call it and all that stuff. All of that is allowed. Any position, Kama Sutra and whatever else weird stuff you want to do, it's all going to be allowed as long as it is few requirements. Requirement number 1 is through the vagina only. Number 2, sex is not allowed during menstruation. So when a woman is in her menstrual period, it's not allowed to have intercourse with her. But does that mean that no sex at all? No. You're allowed to have what they call dry sex, which basically means no intercourse. Any other type of stimulation and stuff. This used to happen. The Prophet, peace be upon him, used to do this, with his wives as well when they were in their period. So this idea of, not going near your wife or something like this is actually a Jewish concept. They have this concept, but it's not concept in Islam. So that should be understood. So condition number 2, not during menstruation. That's pretty much the only 2 conditions. Now, a common question is, what about oral sex? Oral sex, it's a long answer, but the short answer is this. Certain things are considered to be najasa or filth in Islam. That includes semen, that includes pre-seminal fluid, urine, stool, blood. So, as long as no najasa is either entering the mouth, definitely being swallowed, but even entering the mouth becomes like a kind of gray area, then it will generally be permitted as long as that part is taken care of. So that's the short answer. Another question that's going to come up is, okay, sexual positions, what about things like BDSM and stuff like that, okay? If I ask you who knows what BDSM is, you're probably not going to want to raise your hand. So BDSM is, should I ask? No. I've done it before and it didn't result in a good result. Huh? No. No. So I'm just someone who reads a lot, okay? So I'm not into this, but it's a very valid question of when you look at these things are called like philias or, different like fetishes. People have foot fetish, people have different type of things. So BDSM has become popularized in American society through this book, 50 Shades of Grey, and then they made a movie out of it and stuff like that. So the short answer to BDSM is, it's a gray area, pun intended. And there are different shades of this gray area. So I'm going to break that down for you. So what is BDSM? Bondage, domination, sadomasochism. So bondage is basically when people want to get tied up and that kind of turns them on. That's part of their sex, handcuffs or getting tied up. Domination is kind of like role-playing and pretending someone is like your slave or whatever it may be. Sadomasochism is kind of like inflicting some type of pain. People like have like a candle, pour wax or something like that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is based upon what my understanding is. Again, so my legal advice, take it with a grain of salt, and my understanding of BDSM and Kama Sutra, take it with a grain of salt. It's not my specialty. But so it's a gray area. Why is it a gray area? Because someone will look at this and say, well, wait a minute. According to the DSM-4, at least the DSM-3, which is the Psychology's Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, the way that these sexual fetishes were kind of understood in American society when America was like more conservative was that this is a type of mental illness. To demand these type of things is like something is really, really wrong with you. Now, in Islam, like I said, there's few restrictions, but there's this gray area. So what's the gray area and what is permissible, what is not permissible? Basically, the problem with this is if there's harm. So because someone is either being humiliated, it becomes a problem. There's a humiliation element taking place. Consensual humiliation or non-consensual humiliation obviously becomes a problem. Consensual humiliation becomes a gray area. That's why they made this a big issue out of this book. Causing pain, like small amounts of pain and all that stuff, becomes an issue. So again, all this comes back down to the principle of harm. Okay, so the Prophet ﷺ, he said, "La darar wa la dirar." There is no causing harm and there is no reciprocation of harm, meaning no harm coming back to you. So the principle is, if there's harm taking place, shouldn't be allowed. If harm is not taking place, is going to be allowed by default in Islam. How do you define harm? That's a huge gray area because there's a lot of relativity on what harm is going to be. Okay, and in that same category comes the concept of what marital rape is. And how do you define marital rape? In the sense of someone is not feeling in the mood and someone is saying, no, but I want to have, this and this. You need to fulfill my needs and all that. That's kind of in a similar category, but the details are beyond the scope of this seminar. Last thing on intercourse is contraception. Contraception is allowed if there's a good reason, number one, and if it's reversible, number two, and if there is consent of both husband and wife, number three. What is good reason for contraception? Contraception should not be fear of poverty. That's prohibited by the Prophet, peace be upon him, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will take care of people. Middle class, upper middle class, Western Americans, very, very concerned about their definition of poverty is very different than the rest of the world's definition of poverty. So there's some leeway for, catering to that. but it should be not out of fear of poverty, but rather fear of not fulfilling the care and rights of children and giving them due proper attention, all that. That could be a legitimate ground and case for it. Like I said, you have to have consent to both husband and wife because both of them have the right to have children. Okay. Next, maintenance, and then we'll get to divorce. The last one on marriage, inshallah. Maintenance basically means financial responsibilities. The default financial responsibility is that maintenance is a requirement for the wife and for the minor children coming from the husband. The husband is responsible of what's called maintenance of the wife and minor children. Once they reach the age of maturity, his husband is not responsible for his mature children anymore. They're independent financially, but he's still responsible for his wife. What is the minimum maintenance from the Islamic perspective? It is according to his financial status, housing, clothing, and food, basic necessities of life. So what does that mean, housing, clothing, and food, financial status? So financial status, if he's a wealthy person and he's driving a really nice car, he's driving a Mercedes or something, then the woman can say, well, I'm also entitled to a similar type of thing because that's what your status is, so she's entitled to that. Clothing, same kind of standard. Again, financial, depending on how much he can afford and stuff like that. But if a person is not at that level, and let's say he can't afford that level, his responsibility is the bare minimum of housing, clothing, and food. So let's say the guy can afford a 2-bedroom apartment, and a wife says, no, I want a 4-bedroom home. We're gonna rent it, let's just say, for sake of argument. And he goes, that's not in my financial status, right? So he doesn't have to do that because not within his financial status. But what is a simple workaround that she can do if she works? He'll be like, well, you pay for it then. Is that the best way to go about it? Huh? Pay half? Just think about that. 2-bedroom apartment, it's going to cost you how much? $1,200? $2,400. Let's say $2,000, okay? How much is 4-bedroom house to rent going to cost? So let's say $3,000, okay? $2,000 versus $3,000. Why should she pay half? Pay the difference, you see? So she can do that. So she works, she does her job, whatever it is. She pays the difference. She goes, look, and you get to benefit from the upgraded extra 2 bedrooms, right? So have your little man cave or whatever you can do on the side. So that works, that can work out for her. So that's kind of how it works out. Now, technically, if she leaves the house, meaning if she's not living with her husband anymore, the right to maintenance is gone immediately from the husband, according to Sharia or Islamic law. So what does that mean? Why would she leave the house? She's like, you know what, I don't like you anymore, and I'm considering divorce and this and that, and she just goes back to her parents' house or whatever. Then what's going to happen? Immediately, the guy is not required to provide that maintenance anymore, which means the opposite of that. The opposite of that is, as long as she's living in the house with the husband, he still has a requirement of maintenance. So if she's like, you know, I'm not going to cook the food, you cook your own food. And he's like, oh, cook my own food? Okay, no maintenance for you. Can you do that? No, because she's still inside the house. So he still has to provide maintenance. If she's like, you know what, I'm mad at you for a week. I'm going to sleep on the sofa. She sleeps on the sofa. He's like, you know what, man, I need to cut the maintenance out, right? So she's going to pay something. Is he still required to pay maintenance? Yes, he is, because she's still living in the house. So that's the general rule. Next rule is woman has a right to live in a separate house / separate living quarters, okay? So this is very common in multi-generational families. Many parents say, you know, I want, usually the parents of the guy say, you know, your family moves in with us. And very quickly in many families, drama starts and there's a big problem and, you know, competition for usage of the kitchen and all sorts of weird things happen in there, and it's getting very toxic environment. Does does a woman have a right to, a wife have a right to demand a separate home from the parents? And the answer is yes. So Islamically, according to Sharia, she has a right to demand a separate house slash separate living quarters. So what are living quarters? Living quarters is not just a separate bedroom. Obviously, even if you're living with your parents, it's a separate bedroom. But separate living quarters, basically whatever constitutes a living quarter. So like a bedroom, bathroom, and a kitchen or something like that. You know, you can figure out, you know, in Irvine and other places, they're making these multi-generational homes. Chinese families are very traditional, Oriental families and stuff. And they want to live together, but they want that type of privacy, so they make these different types of homes with separate compartments or whatever that may be. So again, this is based on the old fatwa from scholars who generally said, look, houses were not that large with separate living quarters, but you could potentially envision something like that. And if you don't have something like that, you're entitled to a separate home that you have to provide. So a woman is entitled to demand that. Yeah, your real estate, so I'll let you add something. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, okay, that's great. So new law in California, right? California is a new law, so on your property you could actually build outside on your lot in the backyard. You could build another building, and it'd be like a separate property, and it's not considered to be a duplex. So I guess there's more accommodation for things like that. So you could potentially do that where it becomes separate living quarters. So families somewhat staying together, but has its privacy, because healthy boundaries are very, very important for all relationships. Let me see. Yeah, the last thing on maintenance, okay? Again, some people find this controversial, but it is what it is. So a husband, again, is considered to be the financially responsible of the family, but then the right that he gets by being the leader or financially responsible of the family is that he has a right to, remember we talked about traditional roles, masculine roles, feminine roles, and stuff like that. Well, one of the things is he gets to be responsible for security of the home. Security of the home means that he actually has the right, one, because he's paying for the home, two, because he's considered the leader of the family, to prevent people from visiting his home that he thinks are going to harm the home. Okay, so again, this is something that he has a right to in Sharia, but of course it is something that oftentimes gets abused as well. So I'm going to comment on it briefly. So what does that mean? Let's say friends are coming over to his house. I'll give you a practical example. 2 weeks ago, a Muslim couple came to me and said, you know what, my wife is bringing, I won't disclose the details, but basically bringing over people who are, who's a lesbian with her partner, and they're having sex in my home and they're smoking marijuana. So do I have I'm giving you an extreme case, but it's a real case. Do I have a right to object to this and say, hey, wait a minute, this is bad for my home, this is bad for my family, I don't want something like this happening? Yes, he has a right to do that. Okay. Now you have other cases that are on the opposite side of the extreme. Guy says, you know what? I don't want to see your parents are not allowed in our house. I don't like them, right? Your parents are not allowed. Your friends are not allowed. All the people you hang around with, they're not allowed in my house. So does he technically have the right to do that? Technically. Is there recourse to that if there's no valid reason? I just don't like the way they talk and I just don't like the way they are. Yes, there's recourse. Number one, man can never prevent his wife from seeing her own family, obviously, because family relations are priority, or meeting them outside or something like that. But if he really thinks that there's actual danger of parents coming inside the house and causing some negative influence, families can do things like this, then yes, he has a potential right to stop them from entering into the house, but not to prevent her from seeing whoever she wants to see in terms of especially family. But what's her recourse if she thinks that this is unjust and she is it's an abuse of power that's taking place, which happens quite a bit? she can go to the exact same tribunal, Muslim judge, assuming that there was a Sharia court in the first place, and petition the court or the tribunal, ad hoc court, to evaluate the case and decide whether there's justification for this or not. So the justification, she goes, there's nothing wrong with these people who come over. And the guy's like, well, they're smoking marijuana in my house. And the judge will be like, oh, well, that's kind of a problem, so not allowed. The guy comes along and goes, I just don't like the way they dress. They should be wearing black, and they wear different colors. Overridden, and he doesn't have the right anymore. So that right will be taken away from him, depending on how this is going to be contested. So that is recourse to maintenance issues and rights and responsibilities. So with that, we're done, and we're supposed to be at Q&A side, but we're starting divorce. So now we have a decision to make. So the decision to make is whether to extend this seminar today and cover divorce, extend this seminar next week, or try to finish the divorce and just cancel the questions. So who would like to extend this seminar for today until like 3 o'clock? So it's going to take another 2 hours to finish all this material. So raise your hand. Okay, who would like to postpone this till next week and throw in another 2 to 3 hours next week? Okay. I forgot what the third option was, but we're going to have to do one of these two. Or just cancel the divorce and I guess just do a separate seminar on divorce next time. Yeah, who would like to do that? We'll just do a separate one on another date. I don't even know if I'm available next week. Let me check my calendar. You'll get the video either way, yeah, inshallah. No, it'll be included. So there's an event here, and I don't know. Where's Hira? Do you know if the AMP event is in this room or is it in the other room? Can you check email to see if this room is available in the first place? All right. We're debating whether to extend. Let's just do this. There is questions, okay? So let's start with questions, and while we're doing questions, I'm going to think about it and then decide in the next 20 minutes, okay? So let's come back to that. Yeah, Hamza, you must have a good idea. Do Q&A now, and when should record the divorce section? Oh, on my own time, just by myself? But there's people who want to be there, right? So okay. So that can work. So it can potentially, we could just do it, that would be the same as doing it today for the extra 2 hours after the Q&A session. That's a good option, I think, inshallah. You want to propose something? Go ahead. It's not about money. We're not making any money off the seminar. It's not about the cost, about the time and the amount of people who are going to be attending. I tell you, let's start the Q&A and then we'll let it simmer and we'll come up with it. So I'll take one question live and one question from Slido. Are there any questions up? Yes, there are. Okay, so you can upvote questions on Slido, or you can, I guess you can't downvote them, but you can upvote them. But before I take questions, I have a quick survey. So since most people are in the room, rather than writing out the survey, I'm just going to do a quick survey regarding the seminar and just record the numbers. So please vote. You get to choose one option only for each question, okay? Please make sure you vote, and I don't mind. If you say you absolutely hated this seminar, just raise your hand anyways. Don't worry if I look at you and be like, I can't believe you hated this seminar. I just need the real feedback, okay? So question number 1. It's not too many. How does the model of having 2 Saturdays, 4 hours and 4 hours work? Is it good? Is it okay? Or is it not a good model for you? So you only pick one. Raise your hand if it's a good model for you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically most people, okay? Who says it's okay? It's okay. So we got about I'm just going to put percentages here. So I'll put 75, 20. Who says not a good model? We need a better model. Everyone's fine with the model. Okay, second question. How does one Saturday, 8 hours straight instead work? Good, okay, or not good? Who says good? 8 hours is a great model. Okay. 35. Who says it's okay, might work as a good model? And how is it not a good model? Doesn't work for me. Okay. All right, next one. This course met your expectations. Either it exceeded your expectations, it met your expectations, or did not meet your expectations. It exceeded your expectations. It's okay. I don't mind if you put whatever. Okay. Met your expectations. Did not meet your expectations. It's okay. If you, I don't mind. Okay. Next, last question is, which upcoming seminars would you actually attend? Not just might, well, you will attend, you might attend if you're free, and you're not really interested in it. So that first seminar is on atheism. Definitely will attend. Might attend. Chance. Not really interested in it. Okay. The next one is on LGBT and how the Muslim community should deal with that, and Islam's stance on it. Definitely will attend. Maybe will attend if you have time. And not interested in it. Okay, Islamic finance, definitely will attend. Might attend. And not interested in it. Okay. 20 principles to understand Islam. There's a lot of different, progressive way of understanding Islam, this way of understanding Islam. General principles to understand Islam, like do you follow a school of thought? Which scholars do you go to? Where do dream interpretations play a role in Islam and all that stuff? Definitely would attend. Might attend. And will not attend, not interested. Okay. All right. Next one. Science inventions throughout Islamic history. What is the history of science and the inventions that came out and stuff like that? Definitely will attend. 5. Might attend. Not interested. And last one, life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, in a seminar format. Definitely will attend. No, for families too. Kids too. It's fine. Anyone can attend the seminar. This one is a little bit more for adults, but the life of the Prophet for everyone. You see. Might attend. And not really interested. Okay. All right, that's it. All right, so Q&A, let's get started. Who wants the first live question? Because a lot of I'll just number you, and then I'll go 1 and 1, 1 and 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we'll start with number 1, live question. Go ahead. Okay, so when I said you can, when I said you can go around the court system, what I meant was there are ways you can structure to legally get around some of the restrictions of the court system. What I meant was legally. the European Fatwa Council had issued the fatwa and saying Islamically you can't. So I'm kind of speaking two different things. I'm speaking Islamically and I'm speaking legally. Islamically, there's a difference of opinion because these scholars said you are not allowed to do that. Why did they rule that? They ruled that because they thought there was excessive harm taking place. So they said this is the rule that we're saying Islamically you should not be doing that. Does that clarify that? Okay, so clarify your question then. Okay, so the premarital agreement will probably become a standard in the Muslim community in like the next 10 to 30 years. Like I was saying, especially when we have a Sharia court system like the Beit Din of America. In the absence of that, it still might be a good idea, but what should that agreement look like? It's up to debate. Someone needs to figure out what that should look like based upon, one, the rules in Islam, number two, the spirit of Islamic contract, because there's rules and then there's the spirit, and then based upon what legal options you really have in California, and what are the adverse legal ramifications of not registering your marriage. So you get a 401k from your work or something like that. It's not going to automatically, somehow have your spouse in there. Well, maybe you want it or don't. Let's say you want to visit your spouse in the hospital in case they become hospitalized, but you have a cohabitation agreement and you don't have a marriage contract. You will have to go and get whatever the legal thing is to, is it power of attorney? Is that what it's called? Yeah, power of attorney to go and visit them and make some decisions on their behalf. So it can be done. So some things cannot be done, some things can be done but require more work. So there's the pro and con of all of these things. So it's not been worked out yet, but I envision that this could be a potential model that either becomes standard or it becomes standard in some cases. So maybe it's going to apply in cases where people who are over 60, right? People who are over 60, they're like, for us, this is standard. People who are under 60, maybe not. People, let's say, who've been divorced before, anyone who's been through the family court system, been divorced, and very, very ugly divorce, they're like, you know what, forget this. You want to marry me? Only cohabitation agreement. I am not going through that process again, right? Imagine someone went 6 years in family court. So now to say, hey, we're not going to Islamically even allow you to get married unless you go and register your marriage. That becomes a type of oppression to them, right? Islamically, when there's no basis for that. So maybe it applies in some cases. Maybe it becomes a standard later on within the next 10 years. I don't know how that's going to play out, but at least it should be known, okay? All right, next question is from online. Is this correct? Are all 2 votes? Like every question, the top questions have 2 votes. Can a woman show her hair to potential husband before marriage? So I mentioned that. No. What did we say? No. So even though Hanbali school has an opinion within it, and Imam Ibn Hazm said that, it's not going to be allowed. Okay, second, number 2. Okay, what's the reasonable dowry amount? Both husband and wife come from good middle class status families, stable families, both of them. I think anywhere between $100 to $10,000. That's a huge range, but I think that's a good range. Yeah. Next question is here. Some people do a nikah / kitab. Another word for marriage contract is nikah or kitab or aqd. And they consider it an engagement. Do you recommend this? So here's my thing. Again, engagement technically from an Islamic perspective does not entail any rights. So what I understand from the question is the model of encouraging nikah, like marriage, but not consummating the marriage and kind of having a cultural agreement or understanding with family that we're not going to consummate the marriage, even though we know we could, we're not going to. Is that a good model? I believe it's a good model for college students. Why? Because I think I mentioned this maybe last week. I don't recall. But yeah, I mean, you have college students who are living separately. A lot of fitna, temptation around. They want to, everyone's having relationships around them. So I think this is a model that parents can come along and say, look, we're going to get you married. We're going to get nikah done. We're not going to do, whether you do walima or not, basically have an understanding that you're not going to consummate the marriage, but you can kind of walk around, you can hold hands, you could, be a little bit intimate, but not to the point where you're either alone, where you could have consummated the marriage, or you consummated the marriage, and you follow through on that verbal agreement between your family. Why would you do that? Why would we encourage this? Because if the marriage doesn't work out, then the ramifications are a lot less. No children involved in this and that. You can go through 4 years of college and at least have a halal relationship, right? Like everyone else is having a halal, everyone else is having a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? And switching and all that stuff. So you kind of accomplish that without the same level of responsibility of marriage. So I think given our present circumstances, I think that's a good model. Now it's debatable. I sometimes talk to my imam friends and they're like, no, that's a bad idea. There's danger, this and that. Then I explain to them, look what's going on college campuses. And they're like, I guess that is a problem, but there need to be some more regulations put in there. And I agree. Just conceptually, I think it's a good model, but there's pros and cons to it. So, and I've seen people who have done it and it's helped them. I know some people, they could really, freshman year, they convinced their son or daughter to get the nikah done and said, just don't consummate the marriage. And they consummated like in their senior year or something like that. But that protected them. These people would have gotten into a haram relationship in college. They were not so practicing. They were not protecting themselves from whatever it is. This kind of established themselves to build a family and protected themselves from doing a lot of other stuff. So I think it's a good model. It's my view. Next person, yes. Yeah. So the rationale was on financial contracts mentioned in the Quran. The rationale has been understood in two different ways. Number one is that women at the time didn't understand financial contracts the way that men would understand. So therefore, there was another necessity because it says, if one of them forgets, then the other one will remind them. Or forgets doesn't just mean forget. It means like didn't understand the ramification of the contract. That's one explanation given by scholars. I'm not so convinced with that explanation, but it's there. The second explanation is that there is something in the way that females process information under pressure that results in having a safeguard that is required when you're testifying in something. So the short explanation is, why would you need a witness? You would need a witness to testify in a court, and why would a case ever make it to court? Because there's a dispute. So if there's a dispute, people are put on the stand, they're serving as a witness, they're asked to testify, it's a stressful situation. So there's a lot of research that shows that men and women process stressful situations differently in terms of the use of emotions that come into remembering an incident, how they perceive the incident in terms of what happened and all of that. So that's a second reason that has been mentioned. Again, that sounds controversial. Some people don't like that and all that, but I incline more towards that, and there's some research in that field. Okay? All right, so that's that. And some people, as singles, we have emotional and physical needs. After so many years of searching with no success, what else do we do other than fasting to guard our modesty? Lower your gaze is number 2. So you fast, number 1, lower your gaze. And if you're asking about masturbation, the short answer is many scholars said it's not allowed. Some scholars said it is allowed. And my personal view is that it's theoretically allowed if you meet the requirements. So what are the requirements? Requirement number 1, you can't be looking at anything that's forbidden for you, number 1. Number 2, you can't be fantasizing about an actual person. but you can like abstractly fantasize about your potential future spouse or something like that. And condition number 3, I don't want to get into that. It's going to take a long time to explain that. It's another issue for another day. Ask me afterwards, inshallah. So that's condition number 2. And then condition number 3 is really, it's gotten to the point of necessity. Like you feel like you're going to go and, commit zina, and you're going to get into an unlawful relationship. I've had, I get questions from all around the world. So I had this one guy message me and he's like, look, I'm in a university in the middle of nowhere, and these girls are like this, and it's raining, and like I have a very liberal culture. It's raining, I have an umbrella, and like girls come under my umbrella and like surround me, and he's like Sheikh, I can't take this anymore. I need to do something. So like the thing is, where do you draw the line between like, I cannot control this anymore, okay, I'm this guy's like fasting every other day, which is the maximum, and he's like, look, I just can't do this anymore, I can't get married, I don't have the finance, my parents are not supporting me, this and that. There's a line there, right? So if someone is really, really getting tempted to the real point that it's gonna affect them so much, then they say this is something that's not technically haram for them to do. Now the caveat here is that becomes a normal practice. It can actually affect your psychology, it can affect your potential ability to be intimate with someone, depending on what's being done and how it's being done. So again, take that with a lot of these considerations. And this is the problem in society. Youth ask this question all the time, like teenagers ask this. They're like, look, everyone in our society, medical professionals, psychologists, doctors all over the place, they're all saying, oh, masturbation is extremely healthy and it's very good for you and it's a great release and this and that. And it's like everyone is saying that, and they're saying the scientific basis and proof for that. And then the flip side is they're saying, oh, but it affects your relationships in some capacity later in the future. So they're like, this is contradictory information. What are we supposed to do? How do we decide between this? So yeah, that's a long topic to how to reconcile that. But these are the 3 conditions that I've given you. Okay. Next question. That was from here, right? Yeah, it was from here. So who had the next question? Yeah, go ahead. Right. So were you here when I kind of mentioned that? Oh, okay, yeah. So kind of answered that. So the short answer, just to recap, is how long engagement. So engagement, if there's a good reason for it, and there's not going to be any problem with crossing over the limits of the 3 Ps that we talked about, it can be as long as you want. But my advice is generally, because people are going to get romantically, emotionally attached very quickly, the engagement should not be a long process. What that is, it's contextual. If you need to speak to your person you're engaged to on a daily basis, you better get married very quickly. If you're like, yeah, just meet with them once a month, we're good to go, then maybe a year is fine for you. It just really depends on a case-by-case basis. The whole danger is this engagement gonna lead to something which is not allowed in Islam? Otherwise, you can delay the engagement as long as you want. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I understand that. So some people are afraid of making that commitment, and they don't want, they don't know if they're going to get to know the person. But again, like I mentioned last week, that there is an aspect of gamble. Any relationship, people can put on a front. You can investigate so much. So you do your due diligence, whatever your due diligence is, knowing that you cannot learn everything about them. And maybe if you're very, very concerned and you have some legitimate concerns because there's a lack of transparency, you're marrying someone from out of your area, you have no background checks on them or something, perhaps you can get married and not consummate the marriage and begin to learn about their character while actually having a real full relationship with them, but maybe wait to consummate the marriage, and then something comes out, you can still get divorced prior to consummation of the marriage, which is better than divorce after consummation of the marriage. It's not the ideal, but it's better than, second best thing. Yeah, so we discussed this last night. So it is harder to get married when you're divorced. It shouldn't be per se. I'm going to address this in the divorce section. But it should be easier if there's no consummation of marriage and the divorce took place and you disclose that, right? So this is a cultural problem, right? So again, it's the flip side. It's between how much time do you put in and why is this culture going to make things even more and more difficult for us? It's not a quick solution for cultural problems, unfortunately. Just education, awareness, we need to adjust that culture that exists there. So yeah, I feel you. Okay. Does a prenup make divorce easier and remove the potential harm of divorce corp and make a marriage contract easier? Okay, so technically, correct me if I'm wrong, it does make the divorce easier. It can prevent the potential harm of the divorce corp, but it makes the marriage contract harder rather than easier because you have to work all of that out. So the marriage contract becomes harder, but the separation part becomes easier, or at least smoother, or avoids some of these potential problems that can happen. And that's where the challenge becomes. People are like, what is the real risk of an ugly divorce? The risk of an ugly divorce, it's hard to calculate that. The risk of a divorce technically in this country is like 60%. So the risk of an ugly divorce, I don't know what percentage that may be. So how much time and effort do you really want to put into the marriage contract process to potentially avoid whatever could happen? Again, you could put a lot of time, you could put a little bit of time, or you could put no time and just be like, forget this. That's kind of the short answer to that. Okay, next question. Yeah. Right, so I'm just going to repeat it for the camera. Yeah, so it depends on the amount of money that the spouse has who's going to be contesting the prenuptial agreement, premarital agreement. If they have a lot of money, they can potentially make it a very long process of contesting it in court, and then it becomes long drawn out in court. So it could potentially lead to that as well. That's the way things are. Who is it legal? Okay, go ahead. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, even in the California system, they understand that family courts are backed up and it's very costly and all that. So even California judges are inclined to ask you to go for mediation, and you settle this through divorce mediation, so you don't have to go and back up the court. The problem is when people want to fight, they want to fight, and that's I'm saying. You avoid a lawyer through an what they call a mediator or arbitrator. I forgot the term. Divorce mediator, right? So that's the preferred method. Even judges prefer that than sitting there with lawyers. Most judges, that's the default. But maybe like that judge who was shaking the hand, make some extra money or something like that, some backdoor deal. Okay, who is next? Yes, go ahead. You're asking legally or Islamically? Okay, Islamically, so the two questions are, in the prenup or in whatever pre-agreement that you have, Islamically, can you put a stipulation that guy can't take another wife? Okay, so you can put it as a promise that someone is making, but at the same time, he doesn't have to honor it. What are the consequences of him breaking that requirement? It's like breaking a promise. All right? So, yeah, you're technically bound by your promises, but it's not a Islamic legal binding thing. Because if it's Islamic legally binding, then what would be the ramification if you did it? Ramification is divorce automatically. Now, usually you're not allowed to put stipulations like that in addition to the contract, because that'll break the marriage. So just give you a scenario, okay? This is a real scenario. So a woman thinks that she can put a stipulation and it's going to break her marriage contract. So she puts a stipulation in, she gets married. 10 years later on, she goes, look, I'm really busy with my career and this is going on, and I can't fulfill all your needs that you have, but you seem like a pretty nice guy. Look, I don't mind. Go ahead and take a second zoja, for legal reasons. We'll say second Islamic wife, right? But she goes, but I'm stuck because we had made this agreement, and what if this agreement triggers, and I've changed my mind on the issue? It's automatically going to result in termination of our current marriage, which I don't want. So is that the ramification? No, it's not the ramification. So you could do that as a promise, a verbal promise, a written promise could be upheld, but it can be changed. So that promise can be changed if you renegotiate that and you change it, but it doesn't have legal, Islamically legal Sharia like backing to that. The second question about, can you structure something like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're basically saying like X amount of years, you're going to share this much income as long as the marriage remains and doesn't result in divorce. So again, that's you can structure that as a economic document between the two of you. Actually, let me think about that. You can structure it as a promise for sure. Can you structure that as a valid economic transaction document? I don't know. I have to consult with some scholars on that, okay? All right. How do you deal with pressures for a big wedding that has haram elements to it? Basically, what this means is your parents are pressuring you to do certain things at the wedding that are Islamically questionable or impermissible. They want you to dance Gangnam Style or something like that in front of everyone, and I don't know, some weird thing. So how do you deal with that pressure? Well, first thing, you make dua to Allah to ease your situation. Other than that, we're talking about clear-cut haram elements that are going to be there. Let's just take a 100% clear-cut situation. Your parents want you to have alcohol at the wedding. Okay, recent scenario, one brother converted to Islam, marrying a woman. His family, they were, I won't mention what they were, but they do alcohol at the wedding. So they're like, we need alcohol, at the wedding. And he's like, but I'm Muslim, I can't have alcohol at my wedding. So they made a really good compromise. So the compromise was, especially since it's a non-Muslim family, we're going to have a separate section of alcohol in a completely different room of the hotel, or in this case of the hotel or restaurant. Hotel. It's a completely separate room. We're not going to allow any of the Muslims into that room. They shouldn't be coming in anyways, but it's only for the non-Muslim family, and they're going to be on the side, and I'm going to not have to enter into that room. The bride is not going to have to enter into that room. So you guys kind of do your own thing separately on the side, and it's not going to affect the rest of our gathering. Okay. And that's kind of a compromise in my family. So that you can do that. That can work. So let's say you have kind of maybe not so practicing parents. They want to do something which is either haram or questionable, and you either have different opinions on that, or you are practicing and you don't want those things to be taking place. So what do? Try to make some kind of compromise along those lines. Like, you want to have like this little side party where you do whatever you do. Okay, do it separately from my part of the party, if you can make that compromise. If you can't make that compromise and there's no other option, then if it's haram, if it's clear-cut forbidden, you shouldn't do it. You kind of put your foot down. If it's questionable, maybe you want to compromise on that and say, I'm not going to be held responsible for your different fiqh opinion on that. If it's There's something you just don't like. You're like, you know what? There's like this nasheed singer who's gonna like sing Urdu Arabic poetry, and it's just so annoying. I just can't stand it, and the parents are gonna force me to wear a turban, right? And like the little fan thing, like in the, you know, I don't know what that is. I guess call a fan or something. It's like, you know, like I can't do that. Like, you know, like yeah, but what's that fan thing? No, but there's another thing that goes, I don't know, whatever. You know, so some cultures, they force you to wear like some kind of cultural dress. You're like, no, okay, it's not haram, but like I cannot wear that thing. Like I will not be caught dead wearing that thing. You know, maybe you want to soften up and compromise on that if that's the only thing that's stopping it, right? So some compromises you make, even if they're against your personal tastes or principles. Some compromises you can kind of meet halfway. Some things you don't compromise when it's clear cut. You know, and you can't, you know, allow stuff like that inside, like alcohol or something. So that's kind of general in a nutshell. Next question. Who had the next question? I don't know. What number are we on? What number were you? 5, 6. Yeah. No, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. No. So the egalitarian notion of marriage is not un-Islamic, but it's not Islamic. So the thing is, there's a difference between not Islamic and un-Islamic. One means it's contrary to the principles of Islam. The other one means that it's not the default. But again, so it's the default is this. The default is man is financially responsible for his family. Okay. The default is that assets are not shared. Even income is not shared. Your separate account is your separate account. That's the default in Islam. Now, if someone says, no, I want to agree to this type of arrangement, and the arrangement happens to be exactly egalitarian marriage, can they agree to that? Sure they can. If it's not haram, it's halal. So you can agree to it. It's not the default, but you can agree to it, right? There's cases where I know people, very practicing brothers, both educated, but they got married. They didn't really think about what they want to do. They're both working, and they have a child, and they go, okay, well, let's think about what we want to do. Well, you know, the wife makes double the salary than the guy makes, so we have two options. Either you're going to stay at home with the child, which is the normal default in like traditional marriages, or just for the time being, I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to stay at home with the child. You keep making the money, and then this will like kind of propel our financial future, and then, you know, we'll switch roles later on or something like that. So they chose that, and they're mutually agreeable to that. It's not haram. So they can do that. So again, it's not the default, but it's not haram either. So she's voluntarily saying, okay, I'm going to do this. This guy has no income now. He's not going to be able to provide maintenance for his wife, but she's waiving the maintenance. I'm going to go ahead and do this thing for some potential benefit that comes later. So it's allowed to have egalitarian marriage, even though it's not the default. They're free to do whatever they want. Exactly. Yeah, so Islam doesn't prohibit that. Yeah, sneak a second one in there. That's it, my advice, 100 to 10,000. Yeah. I agree. Yes. MashaAllah. Yes. Yes, you're right. Yeah, so dowry is very subjective. So it's not about valuing the person. It's very similar to gifts, right? When you give a gift to your wife, if you're married, some people get like a small gift, and she's like, yeah, you know, such a romantic guy gave me this. Other people will be like, you know, this is my value, like in your eyes, like this, you couldn't have gotten something a little bit better. So how do you determine that? It's very, very hard to determine that and set general principles to that, because every culture and context is different. So what's the general rule? General rule is pick something that is within your culture. Okay? So we have this massive culture all over the place, right? Ask your friends, ask your family, ask other people what is the general kind of customary dowry that's happening, and set it based on that. You're not setting it based on what you consider to be value or this and that. You can set it based upon whatever the culture is, if there's a culture. Yeah, this is the problem. So you have two different culture, numbers are different in the culture. What do? You either agree upon one, mutually agree upon one, or you pick an average between, between them, or you figure it out somehow, and usually it works. So I get, so many people with different cultures come in, and I perform these marriages. Dowry is somewhere between 100 to 10,000. That's the average, somewhere along that spectrum. So when people say, well, I say, what's in your culture? In our culture, it's this way. If in our culture there's conflict or whatever, you figure it out. You just got to come up with a number. There's no way to give you a direct principle. All right. Okay. You didn't have you had your hand raised next? Okay. Let me one online, and then I'll get yours. Do you recommend delaying having children to first strengthen the marriage? And then it just disappeared because somebody voted while I was reading it. All right. It just got voted up. Okay. Do you recommend delaying having children to first strengthen the marriage, especially if you didn't break the 3 Ps and didn't get close before marriage? So again, that's on a case-by-case basis. So I would not give a recommendation in general, but I'll just say that if you are young, this is your first marriage, and you live in a place where breaking of marriage is very high, like in our situation, I think there would be a basis for that. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. So, yeah, Okay, sure. I'll re-explain that. Okay. All right. So, so when you're go ahead and add that now. Oh, yeah. Okay. So first thing is a reminder of when you are asking for a specific dowry, you want to make sure that you don't lose your opportunities. You present the request for dowry in a very intelligent way. And if you didn't specify a dowry and then you get married and you say, well, technically you can end up with customary dowry if you didn't specify it, that could potentially break your marriage if it becomes a dowry dispute an issue. So be very, very wise about that. Okay, so good reminder. And then he brought up, he wanted a word for arranged marriage, but the alternative word. So who came up with the word from last week? Who came up with something? Anyone come up with any new term for arranged marriage which works? Yeah. Supervised marriage. Okay. Anything else? No one tried to come up with the term? That was your homework. Okay, that's fine. So you have to stick with supervised marriage. Inshallah, we can go with default. I don't know if I'm feeling that, but that's okay. Some people do nikah consider engagement as singles. We have emotional. Does a prenup make divorce there? How do you deal? No. What is the rule? What are the rules of iddah? So that's going to be the divorce part of it, which I'm going to decide in the next few minutes what to do. What if you didn't do it when you got divorced? I'll explain that in the divorce. Who is comprised of the tribunal court and what qualifications do they have to issue a judgment? I will explain that in the divorce as well. What if the husband drinks the breast milk of his spouse? Okay. So the good news is that drinking breast milk is only before the age of 2 years, which causes the prohibition in the relationship. So this is not going to be a problem. Okay. Imam Abu Hanifa said 30 months, but that's the highest number that exists outside of Ibn Hazm's one opinion. But anyways, okay, next question, live question. Yeah. Yes, I like to give two extremes. Yeah, I know, but that's not practical. Because there's 50 shades of gray in the middle. For example, your wife has a friend that you don't like. You know what I mean? So she sees no problem with it. So here's the problem. Husband, doesn't matter whether he doesn't like the friend of his wife. If he doesn't like her, but he can't make a case that she's actually harming the family, that's different. If he can make a case that she's harming the family, then there's some justification for it. So he has to give the case to himself. He has to make some kind of consultation with his wife. But here's the thing. Ideally, technically, she can go and contest it. So when you're making the case to yourself, you have to understand that she would have, hypothetically, the potential of recourse to a Sharia tribunal to override your decision. So if you made that decision in haste and you didn't really think about it, and you're like, I just don't like the way she, carries herself, or, always wearing those expensive purses or whatever it is, that's not going to be valid grounds for refusing something. And then the guy's going to be called into the tribunal, and he's going to be overruled, and he's going to feel like a fool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. And your wife prays 5 times a day. She does the dhikr, she does this and that. She prays the hajj, she does the hijab, she does all the stuff. And she has this one friend where if you talk to her, if you stay with good company, then she'll become good and stuff. But yeah. So here's the flip side. So she's making dawah to this person, and she's having a good influence on her. Then on what basis can you stop someone? You can't just have only practicing people coming into the home. Like, you can't have only practicing people coming into Islamic University, right? We had other people. We had a transgender person come to our school, right? So there has to be some allowance for that. But if you can make the case that your wife is being influenced negatively, and there's some grounds for that, then you will have grounds for that. So the thing is, it comes back down to, it's not just what you don't like. It has to come back down to your original purpose of why you have that responsibility and that right. It comes down to security and protection of the family. If there's a real danger to the family, then you may have some legitimate grounds. If there's not a real danger to the family, then you don't have legitimate grounds. That's why there's a little bit gray area in between there. Okay. That's fine. So here's what should happen when it comes to a case like this. Before you even elevate the case to a tribunal or a Sharia court, this just requires a little bit of quote-unquote counseling, right? Just go to some family friends, go to an imam, go to a counselor or something and say, look, here's a dispute between us. I don't think you should be hanging out with this person. They could be a bad influence. Other person can be like, you know what? Look, this is a nice person, good character. Yeah, she doesn't pray. She's not so religious, but she's still my friend. I like her taste, and she's not having a negative influence on me. So you make a negotiation. That's what needs to happen when it comes to these kind of marital issues. Not everything should be going into a court, right? In the first place, right? Well, yeah. But here's the thing. When you exercise the right as a husband, when you exercise that right, you're exercising a legal right. So it's elevated to the legal case. So if you're saying not elevating it to the counseling case, you've already elevated to the legal case. Always elevate to the counseling case before it gets elevated to a legal status. See what I'm saying? That should be the order of elevation and the order of priorities. Does the concept make sense at least? Okay, good. I'll take 80%, inshallah. And the rest is on a case-by-case basis. All right, next is, could a husband get married to a second wife without telling his first wife, still making it public, but not to his first wife? So I think I answered this last week, or maybe I answered it within the last week in some other gathering. So let's put it this way. Technically, here's the technical answer, okay? Technically, he doesn't need permission from his first wife to get a second wife. Technically, he doesn't need to inform his first wife. But practically, how would he not inform his first wife or even consult? Okay, how would he not inform his first wife without ending up lying and still making that other one public? Very rare scenario to accomplish that. And then the fourth thing is, in terms of consultation, if you do it without the consultation of your first wife, you're probably setting yourself up for a lot of marital conflict. So usually people will take a second wife because they think it's going to bring like barakah in their life, or it's going to solve some of their problems that they have. While trying to solve some of the problems that you have, you're going to create a whole new set of problems. So there's the legal answer and then there's the practical answer. So hopefully that gives both sides of the equation. And then the rest of it becomes on a case-by-case basis. All right, next question. Anyone? Are we done with the live questions? That you were the last person. So let me take these online ones because they're quick. The reason behind the breast milk and all that, causing a family relationship. So there's, again, there's theories about why that is. There's something to do with how breast milk influences a child in some capacity, so therefore it creates some type of bond. Yeah. So it's not fully understood, but that's the rule that was set by the Prophet, peace be upon him. I'll just answer these quickly. If spouse cheats on the other, are they obligated to tell their spouse that they cheated? What do you do when you cheat? Do you tell your spouse? Not directly related to marriage, but kind of. So, are they obligated to tell their spouse that they cheated? No. Okay, it keeps moving because people are voting it. Where do we go? Okay. What do you do when you cheat? First, you make tawbah. You ask Allah for forgiveness. Should you tell your spouse? That's like on a counseling question. So it's on a case-by-case basis. That requires someone to analyze your situation, your spouse, your scenario, and determine whether that's a good option for you to tell. In some cases, you definitely should tell. In some cases, you may not want to tell. If there is any ramification, like children from that cheating or STD from that cheating that's going to affect the marriage directly, then you have to tell in that case. Okay. While I'm reading, please don't vote. Just wait till I finish reading so it doesn't keep moving, inshallah. Can you pay mahr in advance before? Can you pay mahr before? Like prior to the marriage? Not really, because it's not due yet. Does it need witnesses? Do you need witnesses when you're transferring the mahr or the dowry? You don't need witnesses, but maybe you want it to be witnessed if you think there's going to be potential conflict or there's no trace in the transaction. If you're like I mentioned, if you're giving cash versus if you're doing a bank transfer versus if you're doing a cryptocurrency wallet transfer or whatever type of mahr you're giving, it's going to depend on what you think the level of conflict is going to be. Do two witnesses need to know the amount? Again, you don't need witnesses in the first place. If the two witnesses you have, do they need to know the amount? They would only need to know if you're trying to avoid conflict that you think could potentially happen if you're doing a cash transaction. What is mu'akhar? Is that deferred dowry for divorce or is it different? So mu'akhar Mu'akhar is deferred dowry, but remember, deferred dowry has a wrong implication that it's only conditional upon divorce. So sometimes when people say mu'akhar, they mean deferred dowry conditional upon divorce. There's no such thing as that. So mu'akhar is deferred dowry, payable no matter what. Is there someone that can't be a witness, like a certain type of relative? Witness to the marriage? No, as long as they meet the criteria that I mentioned. Should you be concerned about evil eye or jealousy if you are dressing up, being on stage, taking pictures, etc. during a big wedding? So, envy is something that happens and it's real. But should you be overly concerned with that? No, not more concerned than you normally would be of any type of success that you have in your general life. Should you do a nikah early and start living together a year or 6 months later and then do a walima? And walima was spelled with a V, so I know what background you're from. Or do you recommend waiting and doing both together? Again, so I kind of mentioned this. Again, college students, I think there's legitimacy to that. But again, on a case-by-case basis. Is the cost of the walima the man's responsibility alone versus the girl or her family? That's a good common question. In Islam, it does not give any clear-cut guidelines on who needs to pay for these different gatherings. So you just do it by culture. Who pays for the wedding? Again, no clear-cut thing in that. Can a woman deny her husband for not having friends who she is comfortable with? Deny her husband, meaning like deny him intimacy? I suppose. Meaning like does the right go, the right of security go with the other opposite right of intimacy? No, because for a long reason, but no. Do you recommend joint bank account? Case by case basis, depends on your circumstances. Do you recommend having a joint bank account or separate between spouses after marriage? Case by case basis. It really depends on your background and what you anticipate in the marriage. But having separate bank accounts, again, is the default in Islam. It doesn't matter, because if you live in a common law property state, it doesn't matter what it is, but it does help keep things separate, and I think it's better for financial separation and financial responsibility developing in the family. Can you comment on the hadith of the Prophet peace upon him saying less mahar, less dowry is better? Not in a short period of time. He just basically said he was saying don't exaggerate in these type of things. That's what he was kind of hinting at. Some Muslim countries are now requiring a legal document for the first wife stating that she is aware and consenting to the second marriage. Is this allowed? Well, it doesn't matter if it's allowed or not. If they're requiring it, then they're requiring it. When we cover divorce, I'm going to mention divorce by proxy, or divorce giving power of attorney to your spouse to pronounce the divorce, and whether that should become mandated as part of standard marriage contracts, as is being recommended in some places, like in Texas happened about 6 or 7 years ago. And I'm against the idea. I think it violates the spirit of the Sharia, but I'll mention why that is. During the process of divorce, is it permissible for a man and or a woman to pursue and search for a potential spouse? So if you mean legal divorce after the Islamic divorce is finalized, the answer is generally yes. And I'm going to talk about two systems overlapping and how you deal with that. If you mean Islamic divorce, during the process of Islamic divorce, there are rules, particularly for a woman who is in her iddah period, her waiting period, in terms of what kind of proposal she's allowed to get and what kind of people are allowed to propose to her. There's a lot of restrictions I'm going to cover in the divorce section. You said no problem if a husband drinks breast milk of his wife. Does that mean that it's halal to do so? No, that's not what I meant. What I meant by no problem is that it doesn't create a family relationship, therefore they're not automatically prohibited for each other. As to whether this is weird, maybe. As to whether this is bad for your health, maybe. So by no problem, I meant not creating a a legal relationship from an Islamic perspective. There's that idea, there's that concept about being good for your health, but then, anyways, just gonna leave that. What type of contraception are allowed? Condoms, birth control. So I gave that answer in with the principle. So the principle was, just make sure you're all paying attention. What was the number one principle of contraception? You're not doing it to avoid poverty. In terms of the types of contraception, what did I mention? That's it, simple, reversible. Everything else is allowed as long as there's no harm. Reversible and there's no harm. So harm, IUDs, people say, oh, it causes such and such type of thing. It remains in there and things like that, and results in complications. That's all kind of a medical issue. That's not really my expertise. The general rule is it's reversible and it doesn't cause harm. And harm can be defined by medical, practitioners and stuff like that. Sylvia, your OBGYN or your family? Okay, so you can ask her, you can ask Kira, she's pharmacist, she might know. You can ask other people about that. But reversible again, so things like vasectomy and things like that, again, there's an argument that, it's technically reversible because you could untie tubes, you can connect the vesicles or whatever it is. But that almost is on the border of not. So it's technically reversible, but it's like on the border of being irreversible. So you should kind of avoid those things unless there is a reason, a really extreme reason, like genetic incompatibility or something along those lines. Okay. I still have to make a decision on what we're going to do. So let me ask you this. If we continue till 3, it's going to be at least 3:30. If we continue till 3:30 for the divorce portion, who's going to stay until 3:30 for the divorce portion today? Everyone's like, cancel. All those hands that were raised previously are like, cancel, like, forget that. Okay. Hira, did you find out AMP? Seems like they're going to be using it, huh? Okay. So what I'll do is, inshallah, I'm just going to schedule a different date for the divorce seminar. We'll remarket it as a divorce seminar. Those of you who already registered and paid, you automatically don't have to pay again, and you'll be able to attend the divorce seminar. If you can make it, great. And if you can't make it, we're going to send you the recording. Okay? Does that sound fair? Okay, good, inshallah. All right, so I'll take a few more questions, and anyone who wants to leave, you can leave. We are done with this session. We pray first and then come back. Let's just take another 15 minutes of questions, and then we'll pray, inshallah. We still have quite a bit of time. Go ahead. Is it reasonable for a husband to request that her friends not have friends of the opposite sex? There's some level of reasonableness to it. Depends on what you define by friends, right? Friends versus acquaintances. So I think, again, on a case-by-case basis, need to understand more details of that. It's a reasonable position, assuming that the standard is the 3 Ps in interaction. So if friendship means that you're crossing the 3 Ps, then yeah, it's very, very reasonable, because that shouldn't be happening in the first place. Within the 3 Ps, in terms of acquaintances, meeting, talking to coworkers, working in a company, but maintaining strictly the 3 Ps, no, I think there shouldn't be a basis for that. Okay? Yeah. Yep. 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 Okay, so the question is, woman makes more money than the man, and you're saying the man doesn't want to contribute? She doesn't want to contribute. So woman makes more than a man, she doesn't want to contribute, but we live in a community property state. So how do we deal with this? Well, technically the only way to deal with it is, from an Islamic perspective, she's still not obligated to contribute. So it doesn't matter if she makes more money. Islamically, she gets to keep all the money. The man is still responsible for the household. If the man wanted to, he could divorce her, go to the court, and claim half of the income that they had during the marriage, and he could take that money, but that money would be haram for him to take. So it's not lawful. So he could legally do it, but there's not barakah or blessing in that money that he's going to be taking unlawfully. And likewise, the flip side, when the woman is going to go and take that money from the guy who she technically wasn't entitled to, even though the law does grant permission to that, there's not blessing in that money, right? So what there needs to be is a good division, equitable division of some type of property for financial security, depending on what the woman has given up in the marriage and her contribution to the marriage. And likewise for a man, woman is making more money than him. You know, what is he sacrificing by her building her career and making more money than him, and then saving up all this money and saying, this belongs to me, you can't touch my money. There needs to be some kind of agreement between them. There's no clear-cut rules, but you figure out something that is kind of equitable between the two of them and makes sense and works for them. Look, they can break down, husband and wife who are both working can break down their how they want to live and who's going to contribute however they want. The default is at any time if the woman says, you know what, yeah, I had agreed to pay 50% of this rent and I wanted this big house, but you know what, I'm just tired, I don't want to work anymore, you're the man, you take care of this. She can cancel that at any time, but he cannot cancel at any time and be like, you know what, man, you're already, your career is way more advanced than mine. I just want to enjoy my life. I want to relax. I don't want to work so hard. You contribute. And she goes, I don't want to contribute. He has to contribute. That's the default in Islam. Okay. Another scan through. Yes, I might have missed some. Can someone help point out what I missed? What number? How many thumbs are on there? Third? No, 3 thumbs? 2 thumbs. Third question, 2 thumbs. Some people do nikah and consider engagement. No, we did that one. Girl asked to give up claim to guy's premarital assets and only gets 50% of his income during marriage. She keeps what's hers pre and during marriage. Is this Islamic? Okay, I'm trying to understand the scenario. So a girl is asking her husband, no, she's asked to give up the claim to the guy's premarital assets, so the money that he has. So we're just, hopefully this is an Islamic question, not a legal question. She doesn't have a claim to the guy's premarital assets anyways, neither legally nor Islamically by default, unless there's transmutation taking place in property. And she only gets 50% of his income during marriage, but then she keeps what's hers that she brought into the marriage, and she keeps what's hers, what she's earning during marriage, but she's asking for a claim. Is that Islamic? So again, that's legal. That's legal. Okay, that's the default. That's the default in California. So the question of whether it's Islamic or not, that's not the default in Islam. If there's mutual agreement from both sides to do that, yeah, you can do whatever you want. But that's not the default in Islam. That is the default in California. Okay. Other questions I missed? Anyone want to point out what I missed? The last few? Okay, and then I'll take yours afterwards. Some Muslim countries, during the process of divorce, it's permissible for a man and woman to pursue and search for a potential spouse. We did that one, right? Yeah. You said no problem. What types of contraception? Which I think I got all of those. Can you comment on these? I think I got those. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes. Yep. Good question. Okay. So, both good questions. So, first question is, there are Muslim women who are marrying guys who just take Shahada right before the marriage. They just declare Islam right before the marriage. And does this make the marriage technically valid or not? So the answer is technically the marriage becomes valid, even though they have no intention to practice Islam. Again, it's a huge problem because there's a level of hypocrisy that's involved and things like that. I've conducted some of those marriages. So what we try to do is premarital consultation being a requirement. You really ask the guy, say, look, are you really have any real interest in Islam, or are you just faking the whole thing? So yeah, technically they're valid, but again, technical versus the spirit, the spirit of the law part of it. A second question is women who are engaging in a relationship which is not considered to be valid in Islam. Do we validate them and encourage them and support them? The answer is technically no. No, in the sense that if someone is doing something haram, do you encourage them to do something haram or validate them? No. Can you have contact with them? Can you still be their friend? Yeah, of course. You can still be their friend. You can still, you can still kind of keep a relationship with them, hoping that, someday they might want to change. It's like having a relationship with someone who's drinking alcohol and they're Muslim. Can you have a relationship with them? Sure. Are they doing something haram? Yes. Should you support them in the haram thing that they're doing? Not in what they're doing. Right? Yes, you definitely should discourage them from doing something that is prohibited in Islam. Yes. And that is your responsibility as a Muslim to do that. And even if they say, well, I have my own view and my own understanding of such and such things, say, okay, but that's your view, that's your understanding. There are people who drink alcohol and they believe it's totally valid, in Islam. But again, that's your opinion, doesn't have real basis in Islam. I'm going to tell you what I think is right, and hopefully I'm going to make dua for you. One day it's going to change. Okay. Comment or just stick with questions for now? Question. Go ahead. So what's the wisdom in the man having to provide for the wife? Last week we kind of discussed it about generally that's how societies have structured themselves. If you look at professions, you look at hunter-gatherer societies, how they quote-unquote evolved in whatever social evolution that's taken place. So because of the way it's been structured, this is the way the laws came that's in line with general human nature in the sense that most ways order their societies. It's very similar in still in many societies, there's that division of labor between, man and woman in society. That's why there's, discussion on whether, we have patriarchal societies, whether the patriarchy needs to be overturned, but replaced with what? Egalitarian ideal model, a matriarchy, what is that going to be? So it basically, the short answer is, because it was in line with the fitrah of people, and that's how people normally do their own social organization. And it's not even outdated yet. That was the wisdom behind it, to be in line with what people normally are going to structure their lives as. Okay. Yes. Yep. Sure. So the question is about in-laws, Islamic perspective on in-laws. Who has the responsibility towards the different in-laws, especially in situations like you mentioned, which is very common, where a wife moves in with the husband, husband's family comes to visit, expectation for the family to take care of his family, which are her in-laws. But when you're saying when her family comes over, the kind of the treatment towards the other in-law side is not the same, right? So is there basis for that? Is it somehow because they've entered into the house that somehow there's a status change or something like that? So the short answer is you come back to the essential principle, which is that your family is your family. Your family is your blood family. Someone is not your blood, they're not your family. Okay? So that's the essential principle, which basically means that your family is your family. You have certain obligations towards them. Your spouse's family is not your family. So therefore, you don't have the same kind of obligation that you would have towards them. So in terms of dealing with in-laws, asking one spouse to have a certain type of family relationship with in-laws doesn't have a solid basis for it from a kind of a legal perspective. From a custom perspective, culture perspective, should you be nice to your in-laws and try to, be courteous to them and stuff like that? Yes. You should try your best and all that, but you don't have the same obligation that you do because they're not your family. So in-laws don't convert into family in the sense of responsibility upon Islamic marriage. The only thing that does convert is your inability to marry them. When we talked about who you're not allowed to marry, so they do shift over to someone you cannot potentially get married to afterwards. Even after the marriage breaks down, you can never get married to them again. So there's that bond that's created. But in terms of serving, taking care of, financial responsibility towards them, that does not shift. So as a courtesy, you can say, yeah, I'll help out with the in-laws and stuff. But in terms of having a responsibility to do that, no, there's no responsibility. Yeah. Yeah. So this idea of, eventually my in-laws are going to come and live with us, and 5 years later, and then they come and live with you, and then they're just the absolute, nuisance, and they're causing problems in the marriage. What's the obligation? What's the right? Again, even if you had agreed to it, there's still a right to demand separate residence that a wife has. So she has the right to demand separate, even if she had agreed to it, because her agreement was not contractual agreement, it was a promise agreement. And that promise could be like, you know what, well, I thought they were cool, but they're not cool. So now they're causing a problem. So I am exercising my Islamically legal right to demand separate residence, whether that's in the back property of your house or whatever back of the lot. They have to move into the back $9,000 you said construction lot, or you have to move into the back lot. You have that right to separate residence, even if you had mutually agreed to it. So yeah, you could throw it into a premarital agreement or whatever it is. In terms of the binding nature of it, it's a promise. The legal nature of it, you have a right to demand separate residence. Now, should you try to make it work out? Yeah, you should try. But if they're really, really bad and, you can't compromise, then you have the right to demand that. Okay. Other question? No. Yes, children are supposed to take care of their parents. You can't hold two households. You build a $9,000 back property in the back of your lot, and either you and your wife go in there, or your parents go in there. You and your parents go in. You keep going back and forth between it. $9,000 is a pretty darn good deal, So I'm glad this rule came out. I don't know, maybe this is going to be feasible, not going to be feasible, but yeah, that's the hypothetical solution to it. How that plays out is, it's another issue. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh. It's like 3D printed. It's like ready to go. Okay. What's the company's name? It's online. He's saying if you hire a contractor, it's going to cost you maybe $100,000. There's a certain company that's ready, everything's ready to go, $9,000, it'll be set and good to go. In fact, I know someone who did that actually. Yeah, you don't need special. And you get the permits and all that stuff? Perfect. That's great. Yeah. Okay, so someone comes to me, what's the process? Process is this. Very simple, and it's on our website, IAOC.com. They come to me and they say, we want to get married. Well, hopefully they came before the engagement process. First thing, schedule a premarital consultation. When I sit down, I'm going to ask all those red flag questions and check everything. Everything is good. They go, okay, yeah, we started meeting up with our family. We're ready to go. We want to schedule appointment for marriage. Okay, schedule the appointment. I can meet to do the nikah contract on this date. When you come to me, now we just adjusted our policy. I want to see one of two things. Either I want to see a license to marry, one of three things. A license to marry from the county clerk recorder of Orange County, which I'm going to sign, and our office will mail back to register your marriage. Second option is you already go to the county clerk, you do a civil marriage right there. So it's like the recorder, whoever's there, is going to like put on a little gown and do like a little fake chapel in there and send on an office, and they'll do like a little marriage ceremony, and you're done. You got your paper, you come in, show me the paper, we'll do the nikah contract. Option number 3 is you show me a cohabitation agreement that has been signed, which provides the legal protections that I'm looking for, that's in line with the fatwa of the European Fatwa Council. If you show me a good cohabitation agreement that meets that criteria and has some level of legal binding, I'll check with one of my lawyer friends or something. Hey, is this valid? Is this good? We will do the nikah contract, but this cohabitation agreement and the nikah contract will be very clear in language saying this is not considered to be a legal marriage in the state of California. It's a nikah contract with the cohabitation agreement. So I'll mention this more in the divorce thing, but that's how you would go about this process. You can probably download a template for cohabitation agreement, but it's good to have a lawyer check it for you. Okay? So there's a few lawyers in our community who do this, and they get it done. It's quite common. Yeah. We should be praying in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So, yeah. So yeah, for the premarital counseling, usually only the 2 people come. If people are abroad, I'll actually do video conferencing, right? It's better if they're there, but sometimes one person is flying in from Canada or somewhere else. One of them is video conferencing, one of them is there live. Sometimes both are video conferencing. You just get on a Skype or Zoom conference or whatever it is, FaceTime or something like that, and I can at least get to know who they are, ask these questions. If the family comes in, I think it's even better. Family's there. If there's a functional family relationship, family comes in, family's there. It's great. It's better. But requirement is at least the 2 people coming there. And I'm going to ask about how's the family situation. Do you understand that, whatever the background is. Okay? Yes. So is marriage to someone of a different sect valid, and what are the restrictions? It's a good question. So as long as the person is a Muslim, it's valid. If the person is engaging in very deviated practices, it's going to obviously cause a problem in potentially the marriage, in the children, in some other, capacity. So it may be discouraged to do that. Right? If someone is following certain practices that are kind of not in line with the teachings of Islam, but as long as they fall in the category of being Muslim, the marriage is valid. So I'll give you a simple example. Somebody comes, tries to get married to someone from the Nation of Islam. Marriage is not valid. People from Nation of Islam are not Muslim because they believe in another prophet. Someone comes, tries to get married to someone from Ahmadiyya, Qadiani community. Marriage is not valid because they believe in another prophet and not going to be accepted. Someone comes, tries to get married from Ismaili Shia person. It's like borderline whether they're Muslim or not. Okay? So I would probably discourage such a practice in the first place. And anywhere along the spectrum that's closer to Islam, as long as they're Muslim, it's valid. Is it encouraged? Is it recommended? No, maybe not. Maybe you want to check with the other imam from the other sect or whatever you call it, whether this is even a good idea. So generally when we get presented with cases like this, let's say I have someone from someone getting married to Shia, for example, Sunni and Shia, mainstream, but people who don't even identify whatever they are mainstream, getting married to Shia, for example. So I say, look, do you understand the ramifications of what this is going to be? Okay, you talk to your Shia imam, if they recommend it. And you know, I know the Shia imams in the community. Usually the Shia imam would be like, we don't recommend this either. So if this imam doesn't recommend it, the other imam doesn't recommend it, like, we want to get married anyways. We're in love, it's going to work out, we'll figure out a way. Again, you don't technically need an imam for a marriage. So get it done yourself. Right? So I personally probably would not perform the marriage unless I knew that, let's say, they're both not very practicing Muslims anyways. In that situation, I'd be like, you both drink alcohol anyways. It doesn't really matter. Okay, fine, let's do the marriage. Not a problem. So it's on a case-by-case basis. I'll decide whether I want to do the marriage. Can they do it? They can do it themselves. Their father can do the marriage. No problem. 30 seconds. Right? So, alhamdulillah. Yes. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. This is a good question. Again, it's not always a clear-cut answer, but her question is, where do you kind of negotiate on deen, religion, when that's the most important thing you should search for? So someone prays 5 times a day, other person prays 2 times a day. Where do you're trying to court them? Where do you kind of like eventually they're going to start changing and they're working on themselves and all that? I'll just answer in general. In general, the thing is this. If there's a trajectory in moving in a particular direction, that's a good sign, and there's some validity to courting someone like that. If there's no trajectory, and they're not seem to move in this and that, what exactly do you think is going to put that into motion? Like, I'm going to make extra dua. Like, it's not going to just solve the problem, right? So the thing is, someone is on a trajectory, whether it's a trajectory towards the deen, or it's a trajectory towards financial independence, or it's a trajectory towards whatever, then you have some good grounds of that. If there's no trajectory, then there's not much basis to think that somehow all of a sudden that's going to change. And the same thing applies for the deen. Does that kind of give a hint a little bit? No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying if that person was not praying at all, now they just started praying 1, and by the way, it's been 3 months, and now they're praying 2, and they're hitting 3, and they're almost at 4, there's a trajectory. It's moving in the direction that you want to get to, right? If there's not, then you have to decide. Say, well, you know what? How important is this for me? And what are my potential options? So you have a bunch of options. You know what? There's guys, again, I throw out extreme examples, but I like extreme examples because it gives you some limits. There's some guys, they pray 5 times a day, but the character is horrible, and there's all the 5 prayer guys, they're all ugly, okay? And then like this guy, he prays 3 times, but he's just really good looking. And I know that praying 5 times a day is important. I pray 5 times a day myself, but I want to protect myself from temptation. So where do I draw the line between the importance of praying the other 2 prayers versus protecting myself from temptation because this guy looks good and these people are ugly? Okay, I'm going to make a compromise because there's a reason for doing that. That's valid. That's valid because deen is measured, like I mentioned, in different capacities. So maybe for you, let's say a guy prays 4 times a day and he just can't get up for Fajr. He's got a sleeping problem or whatever, but he is going to help prevent you from some other thing. That is a religious consideration. So he doesn't just have, you have 5 prayers, he has 4 prayers. No. You have 5 prayers, he has 4 prayers plus preventing you from temptation. So So that's a religious added bonus potentially, okay? And you factor that into the religion that you're choosing, okay? And I'm sure that guys who pray 5 times a day are not all ugly. I just wanted to clarify that, the disclaimer, but alhamdulillah. Yes. Oh, actually, Hira had a question before that. You raised your hand? Yeah. So I kind of answered that. So the question was, I know he asked it last week, and I said I'd answer it this week. So this was kind of my answer. So is it better for a Muslim man to marry kind of like a good Christian woman or Jewish woman versus a, versus a not so good Muslim woman, basically, in terms of character and behavior and I guess friendliness or whatever you want to measure it? The answer is no, it's makruh, it's disliked. Why? Because it's going to have an effect on your children, it's going to have an effect on you in some capacity. So that's why, because Islam is not the dominant religion. If Islam is the dominant religion, it falls into the category of being permissible. When Islam is not the dominant religion, it falls into the category of being disliked. So what's your question? What do you do with guys who are desperate and just give up on Muslim women and want to go and marry a non-Muslim woman? Yes. Yeah, so you're basically saying is we got this huge marriage crisis of people having difficulty getting married. What do we do about it? All right. So the short answer is, I don't know. All right. we make dua and we ask Allah to ease this situation, and people come up with creative solutions. That's it. That's all I can say on that. Yeah. Okay, we'll take this as the last question, inshallah. Anyone have another question before we conclude? No. Okay, this will be the last question. So, how do we? Wife says, "I'm not interested in intimacy anymore," or husband, someone is not interested in intimacy anymore, but let's stay married. How do we deal with that? Yeah, if there's mutual agreement on that, you can do that. If there's mutual agreement, intimacy is not a requirement when both sides mutually agree that they don't want it or they don't need it. But when they don't agree mutually, it is a requirement of marriage because it's a very, very important part of marriage. But again, so they can mutually agree to not wanting that, and that's fine, inshallah. Yeah, this is the hadith about the angels cursing and the long, yeah. So that's an important part of marriage. Sexual fulfillment is an important part of marriage as well, so keep that in mind. All right, so we'll conclude here. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, nastaghfirukallah wa natubu ilayk. And we'll make wudu, and then we'll pray Zuhr prayer, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum. And make sure, if you haven't registered, please make sure you register at the table. And we need your email if you registered in person but didn't give your email, so I can send you the videos and update on when the divorce seminar will be, inshallah ta'ala.